Peace and quiet. Hey, wait. What's that music? Whose song is that? Oh, it's for the Showmatch! Shopkeeper Dog returns, the people's champion, who nearly had it all, at the very least, enough to make HitEmUp sweat. So who, then, is gonna be here to fight the man with the schizo music that is destined for greatness? That's the question on all of our minds. Shopkeeper Dog has eluded Terran versus Zerg this whole time. He can't keep escaping. He can't keep playing his most favorite matchups of TVP and TVT. He's gotta play some hot damn TVZ. And I have just the guy. Sziky will be joining us for today's show match. A Hungarian pro from the European region of StarCraft 1 decides to convert colors for just a moment so he can represent the OG Brood War community in Cosmonarchy. It is our privilege to welcome such an established name, and he's already got some practice games under his belt. So why don't we figure out who's going to win in today's show match? It's going to be a good time, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a long time here because we have a 7-game series just about ready to go. The game is getting started, and we have an interesting prospect for our players. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is a time where we are going to have a different story. We are going to have StarCraft 1 ports only. So I hope you guys are ready. It's just about time that we start on none other than Check Stealer. Shopkeeper Dog is able to pick the starter, and whoever loses the first map plays the next map, and whoever loses the next map plays the next map. You guys are familiar with this format. It does feel like it should be, in theory, a little bit of a layup for Dog. This is the matchup he's been dreaming of, the matchup he's been salivating over, the matchup he almost had versus Krankendow had things gone a little bit different. But things didn't go that way, did they? We all are familiar with how the story went, the reverse sweep of HitEmUp, but it still established Dog as the people's champ, the guy who really had it all, the underdog of a lifetime, defeating Shambler 3-0, Nebline 3-1, and almost getting HitEmUp, getting him good too. So let's get ready for our first round in this show match. Sziky will be quite the opponent, a fearsome one, having already practiced a lot, and I'm very excited to see what style he's gonna be bringing into the tournament. If we had a little bit more time, I'd love to get his thoughts on it as far as the intro interviews are concerned, but I think we're just going to jump right in as his time is precious. He's got StarCraft 1 tournament stuff to do later today, so we are going to be getting right into the things. Dog only now realized he's a pro. Yeah, he is. I love that. It's beautiful. I have a feeling I'll be playing the Zerg music a lot in this broadcast. Sziky is readying up, getting into the show of things, getting into the swing of things. He already practiced a decent amount, actually. And he said, what did he say? He said that, he asked if his opponent would be harder than Crank. And I said, maybe, there's a chance. All right, GLHF It's time, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting straight into the show match, and I could not be more excited to begin things in earnest. And it's Check Stealer to open us up, so get ready and make some noise wherever you are, because this is gonna be a big one. Shopkeeper Dog in the top right is our Vivid Orange. No, Pumpkin Terran representing. Sziky in the bottom right is our Teal Zerg. The OG colors, rockin' StarCraft 1 colors. Now, don't worry. He's not Gosu enough to figure out config for setting his preferred colors. It's all pure random, but I appreciate that. You know, it's like an off-kilter color for Dog where it's not a normal one. And then Ziky's down here as the Teal Zerg. It's going to be a very good time. I'm going to pump up the latency just a little bit. I'm seeing some moves. And we do actually have a pretty early 8 pool there from Sziky. He was practicing against Monsieur Krankendow earlier, and he also got a game in against the Shambler. And before that, he had studied replays of Crank versus Ramen and Ayud versus Jack. So he knows a little bit about the game's tech trees. Some of his games went to tier 2, so he did actually already use some of that. It was remarkable how quickly he picked those kinds of things up. So let's see what he wants to do after just this pool. I do expect that we're going to see some earlier hatch plays, but maybe he's already decided to change things up there. So there's the expand coming very quickly. Maybe on a map like Check Stealer, you can get away with that. The spawns scouting are going to favor Sziky here as Dog is moving to the bottom left. Stimmed Maverick, though, will be able to catch the Droleth, and it will reveal that Bio is the play. Well, for a second, I thought he was being super Gosu. Well, he'll try to chase the Maverick around. Obviously, versus Stimmed Mavericks, you can't really do that, but he knows where his opponent is. He knows the complexion of his composition, and so I'm just going to go ahead and hold the incoming Maverick, embracing him with open arms. The Quas are already out and ready, and Dog must be thinking, wait, am I in danger? Is this man aware? So he pulls back to the ramp. Should be able to get away, even if he has to burn a stim to do it, but I don't know that he will need to. Stacking up plenty of units back at home. Sziky has turned on the Droleth production again, so obviously very, very low worker count right now for him, but he's going to go ahead and just see if he can't do some kind of temporary soft contain, keep his opponent's army on the other side of the map. And so far, I like the way that he's making his moves. We'll see if he can get a good amount of damage. Really, most of his damage would be stalling out here, and I think the fact that he shows his full army of just 6 Quas, it's enough to make him realize, okay, I got to cycle back, and maybe that exhausts any potential for an early attack. Now, Dog does have a Ministry on the way, at least a Mason on the way to make it. Just waiting for that cash money. There it is. Don't worry, Dog. You're not nervous, are you? It's only a pro. Pretty forward circuits. That little diagonal there could be very important from coming in from the top right, especially if that mineral field ever goes away. Larvosk is now popped, so we should see more production out of Sziky. He's catching up in workers. Stim is in, looking for the bust, but the second circuit finishes. I don't know that Dog can actually make this happen. Trying to stim down the individual circuits, but yeah, that's going to be a little bit too much DPS on the defense, and of course he just remorphs after that. So the hold is good. And so far, this has probably been one of the more comfortable games Sziky has had to play. There's been a lot of almost losing in the early game, and not really any chance of that happening. Dog is obviously still ahead in workers, and the Hydrith Den is coming down. So this is something that Sziky has been favoring in those practice games. He loves himself some Hydrith. He loves himself going into Bactals, getting some Izira cores out. He hasn't touched Skither cores yet, but he also hasn't built a Shroud, to my knowledge. So he might not actually go for Lakeiz, which could give a little bit longer legs to the bio play, a transition point into maybe some kind of Cleric Savant composition we saw Krankendow doing in those practice games as well. Mavericks definitely have a bit of an advantage. If he can keep burning stims, that would definitely equip him with a little bit more value on the hold. And now he actually hasn't been making units this whole time. So he only has these Quas and the circuits. He's making a second one, but if the attack comes in with pace, this actually could be a sort of counter-bust timing that maybe Sziky wasn't familiar with. He's just waiting on the Hydras And there he goes, 5 Hydras on the way. Now, if they can stand kind of alongside the circuits, and especially with that third one finishing, this looks a lot better for our Zerg player than it did before. The star pad is about halfway complete. I'm guessing we're going to see a drop. It could also be an ant seal to try to protect the individual units. You see this 100 HP thick boy Hurakan going for it. All right. Dog goes in. This doesn't look like a good fight to me, and he's not stutter stepping forward, but he is going to try to burn that circuit, and it will not work. Hydras reveal themselves. I'm sure Dog was not expecting that. Dog is western coast for the US of A, so it is about 10 a.m. for him. We're going to finish around lunchtime for the Dog. And so far, Sziky's definitely holding. What we could end up seeing him go into at this point is that vaunted tier 2. We'll see if he wants to go for maybe a backdoor punish and move across the map that way. This is, of course, check stealer, a port of kickback. Probably didn't say that earlier. I'm so used to not needing to. But this is, of course, with the StarCraft 1 influence. We got Sziky coming on in. All right. The Mavericks are looking pretty solid right about now. We got to see whether or not we're going to get anything more out of Shopkeeper Dog, because I think pure Maverick isn't really going to hold this at an arm's length. Okay, a Fulcrum coming. That does make a lot of sense. You can add the Phalanx, essentially Siege Tank equivalent. Give yourself a very nice setup there. "27 Mavericks and the Ant Seal to boot." Fighting away from the circuit seems like a bad idea, but you can always cycle back towards it. He's seen plenty of Ant Seals by now, but those Hydras, they can easily eat that up. Beautiful play. Trading 1 Hydra for the Ant Seal every day of the week. Thank you very much. Very gas-expensive unit. Detection and shielding. Just trying to hold this choke. We'll see if we can make that happen. Third base on the way now for Shopkeeper Dog. This map has 2,000 mineral field values inside the main bases, but only 1,000 in those satellite expansions that are inside your orbit. A couple of lazy rallies there from Dog. Zethercore's coming in, getting chewed up and spit out. Mavericks riposte that assault very, very quickly. Zethercores in this are only 25 minerals, by the way, so it's not like your Zergling, which is 50 in the original game. Much more of a fodder unit. You get way, way more of them. Really what it comes down to is costing you larva. But look at this. Sziky is held. He has not upgraded his den, going straight for tier 2. That's a 900 Vespene investment from our Hungarian. The switch into mech is coming, or I suppose the support supplementing with mech. Wow, taking this base of all bases is Dog. That's very aggressive, and we actually have what looks to be a double expand option here. Or maybe not. Maybe he actually only wanted to take that 6 o'clock base. This one obviously does have those 2,000 minerals, so it will last a lot longer. But securing a 4th on this map is usually pretty difficult. And we have a Zorki's Shroud coming. Hold the phone. He's actually going to make Lakis. The lurkers of Cosmonarchy. Their projectile returns to them after attacking. It's very potent, especially versus weak crowds of units. Mass Maverick is an interesting strategy for the Terran to be going for. Oh, Sziky's upgraded his hatch. I don't know if he even knows what that does. He'll find out live in this very game. As we're about to hit that 10-minute mark. What else does he want to upgrade? Pool into pond. No. Oh, dear. He's hit the wrong button. I mean, it's fine. He'll be all right. Doesn't have that much larva. Really could use more hatches. And with that mineral bank, you definitely think about it. This containment is going to start getting set up, and the Mavericks can be pretty powerful here. We don't have any Bactals. We don't have any Lakis. Ooh. Shellacked. So now, in a very, as soon as this happens, this starts to look so much worse for the Zerg. Beaten down. It's a ground and pound army. He's starting to make some Gorgra cores, but his gas is still gating him. Okay, the ski-back finishes up, so at the very least, he can spend some of that Vespene on Bactals if he wants. He ends up going for some Skiths, which I think are maybe not the best choice. We got that unsaturated 3 o'clock position. Phalanx is creeping forward. Now, where did those ant seals fly off to? They're kind of all the way back at the main base, so no easy vision range spotting. I wouldn't hate... Okay, he's got some Zorius as well. I really wouldn't hate if he just makes an Omega stack of Gorgs and tries to go for it like that. The Mavericks obviously can deal with that, but... He almost wants to wait for this Circuith wall to kind of be broken a little bit so he can move through it a bit faster. Waiting for more and more units. He's got his Lakers about to finish up. He's got a big army. And the splash damage is going to be absolutely lethal. But a lot of those are Zeths. Oh, man. This is going to mass up into something that will be very decisive. Oh, the rally off of this base. Kind of revealing him already. Yeah, he has to fall back. The detection from the Antseal. All right. He's decided this is the time. I'm going to go in. Now, the Phalanxes lose all their armor when they're in the deployment mode, but the Gorgra Corps is trying to deal with the artillery instead of all those splash units. Let's see how long this endless stream of Zerg can last, because the Mavericks are cycling back. Almost all of the Phalanxes are gone. We've only got 2 of them left, and the Antseal staying alive as well. Skither Corps not so good versus crowds of ground units, much better versus air. And the lake is only now setting up, but has he bought himself enough time for the next round of units? 3 more Gorgs, 10 more Izira cores, and the lake is still having a lot of impact there because the Phalanxes weren't actually set up. And now he's going to go ahead and burrow them out. That's excellent control from Sziky, burrowing right in range for all of his Lakers to do so much damage, and the counterpunch there wasn't quite it for Dog. He actually didn't focus down any of the low HP ones, so all of those Lakers stay alive. Now, he's brawling outside of their range now. Sziky is going to have to reconsider that, especially as more Phalanxes show up on the rally, but I think Dog might have just run out of steam at the worst possible moment, and we've got 12 Hydras on the way. Gas still a huge issue right now for Sziky. It doesn't deplete in Cosmonarchy, but this is still looking like he can push out back, and oh man, it was a sick-looking containment, but at the end of the day, that Lakers move at the very end, that really helped seal the deal. A couple Phalanxes are not going to be long for this world. Now, back at home, there's an Omega amount of them. Like, this is way more Phalanxes than were ever at the front gates. And those Antseals will scarper. 3 o'clock. I don't know if it'll ever actually be discovered right now. Like, you would never expect somebody to take that base. Now flanking around, wrapping around. He tries to attack in here. I guess his Zeths and such will splash. And now we've got the Ultrav Cavern. If he wants to make those Ultra Cores, he can do so. They come right out of the Zorius, or they come right out of the Kafralosk. I don't know if he's figured out that he can actually use this for anything. I think that's something that does trip up new Zerg players in Cosmonarchy, that they always think, oh, I upgrade it because it's better. But it's not always better. Sometimes it's more specialized. I'm looking around at his army. I actually don't see any advanced mutations at all, let alone ones that are from those Oxal larvae. And the lake is in the middle of the map, are going to be spotted. He should end up losing one here. Oh, man. Somehow he's able to, like, keep most of them alive. I really don't know how he's doing that. One of them should go down here. Oh, 2, actually. That's some good splash damage. Is he actually going to go deep enough to scout this base? It's not turning any investment back, but it is going to keep Shopkeeper Dog contained. And, you know, in this map, something that happens on Kickback as well in StarCraft 1, your bases kind of all deplete at the same time. Look, the natural's gone already. The third base is pretty close. And the minerals are what depletes here and start mining way less. So you have to worry about that. The Watchdog's coming up for Dog. He's going to try to make more of his kin and see how much more he can do. We're going to add some more Larvosks, it looks like, for Sziky's side in the main. He's checking all of the other bases. And the lake is still causing some problems for any scouting attempt. More units popping out. Man, Sziky has a ton of units at that 6 o'clock base. He's going to cycle back and deny any scouting. The Zerg is out on the map in full force. 12 o'clock going to be taken now by Dog. He's going to lift that ministry over. It's going to take a bit of time, but it does move faster than in conventional StarCraft. Looks like the stockades are going to airlift out as well. Doesn't necessarily mean we're going to go for a switch. It just could mean that he wants to use them as part of a wall. Now, 12 o'clock gets scouted, but just before the ministry arrives. So Sziky not immediately aware of anything. Gorga cores have been made in more masses, and we have ultra cores coming, including one from the Kafralosk. Maybe he's starting to put the pieces together about that. But it might still be somewhat confusing. So 6 o'clock gets scouted. He has a Mason here this whole time. Dog hasn't actually noticed it for quite a while. Maybe the Maverick will sort of rescue the unit like in a campaign mission. He'll get close enough and say, hey, buddy, quit taking your break. We got to build. Mason, we got to cook. 5 skits on the way. Okay. Interesting choice at this stage of the game, but it can deal with Anseal balls. Just floating around the map. He sees the stockade. And the attack from the Gorga core actually applies 1 stack of the corrosive touch, so it does reduce the armor just by 1. Another stockade sighted in top left. The Zethra cores are going to come in and see that this ministry, still burning, is at 12 o'clock. Is this going to force Dog to go for a move out? He's starting to make Ramses for splash damage. He's got very nice Striga count as well, but he doesn't have any Madrigals, and his Phalanx count, I mean, it can backfire because he doesn't really have great anti-air is the concern. Still, Ramses are very, very good versus that sort of thing. If we can get into a state where the Ultra Cores don't block for the air units, then the Ramses penetration will get straight through them all. Phalanx is not immediately making themselves known. And, you know, Sziky's credit, he's kept his opponent contained somewhat. He's adding more bases. Sees that bottom left is being heckled a little bit. He can probably fight that with just Droleth. Zeth just patrolling top left. He knows that his opponent is contained. He knows that his opponent's going to run out of resources. Maybe he can just overwhelm him. Although this is the point of pride for Terran, their ability to defend. Now, just at the time that Shopkeeper Dog decides the move he's going to make is unsiege and cycle back, that's when the big hits come in. But look at that splash damage. All the Gorgs have been wiped, and those Strigas taking a hell of a lot of damage to bring down. And the Ultra Core changes allegiances. Now a time-traveling zombie as autocrats have hit the deck. So cycling back, remember, Sziky has way more money and way more ability to remax after that. He can go for counter damage. He can go for counterattacks. He still sees where the army is. His splash damage is definitely a weak point right now. And the Anseals aren't actually too attackable either. A couple units getting popped on the other side. Okay, there's the counter push with 13 Hydras. He's going to come in and start targeting down some of that production. He should deal with the Striga before, and it is going to force the army to come on back. Only a few units tokenly throwing down. See the Hydras cycling back, see if they can do sniping. Very expensive units. Though I will say it's mostly gas expensive right now. And he can tell, I think. He's just going to go after all those workers. Yeah, pretty good. He can cycle back. He'll leave that army to be reclaimed. But slow Hydra is not really the end of the world there. Remember, this is not a base, that's a stockade. The Ministry, I believe, did survive. It lifted and went somewhere. But maybe not. It might be dead. Treasury being built. He knows that at this point, Shopkeeper Dog needs to get out of the base and onto the map. He picked Check Stealer because he thinks it's fun, not because he thinks it's good for him. Similar to HitEmUp, I suppose, in the upper final, but a little bit of a different stake. Every win is 20 bucks. We're supposed to play 7 games, but we might have to play less depending on how long these end up going. Dog refusing to relent. Not great map control. The Spire coming down. Sziky known for his Mutamicro. His favorite unit, according to his sign-up sheet earlier. It's just Zeth Zorius. This is not going to be a DPSing army. Not likely to get too much damage dealt. He's got lots of Lakes out here, which is very good. But his other segment of his army is going to come in here, kill 12 o'clock, and then maybe go for a counterattack. And Dog is just going to have to commit. Either he defends or he attacks. And Dog, notorious for spinning in the middle of the map, is going to pull the trigger on an attack, knowing that his opponent is likely in a weakened spot with some of the military elsewhere. Sziky, so much money, nothing in the queue. What does he want to do as he clears out 12? Yeah, 13 pairs of mutas. He's going to have quite a few of them. Is he going to deal with all the splash damage, though? Strigas are like a sort of like a Terran Archon that sets stuff on fire. You can kind of think of them like that, but obviously not as tanky. Plus the Ramses for the kinetic penetration coming in to deal lots of splash damage. So mutas can disappear in just the fraction of a second. These Lakes, they're helping out as much as they can. The counterattack is in. Don't try to base trade a Terran usually, but maybe if the mutas go on the offensive instead of trying to defend, that can be a good move. But is he going to know that? Is he going to think that? With all the splash damage he's had to deal with, is he concerned at all? 25 mutas have hit the deck. Let's see. They cannot clump up. They have to stay at a safe distance. Whatever safe means, whatever safe looks like, the Ramses should be able to overwhelm this. The ant seals are starting to crumble, but are the Ramses enough? I think the answer is yes. Weakened back, he's got more coming, he's still making those circuits. His attack force still finding value. There's no survivors here to defend from Dog. We are down to a base race in the very first game, and the Phalanxes immobilized. They're going to be fodder for all of those mutas. Chasing him down. He knows that this means he's cracked him, he's broken him. There's no more production here that's even active right now. Dog has a lot of money in the bank, but the panic is set in, and he's just trying to get across the map with as many of his units as possible. A tight game still. It's everybody's guess, actually. And the Bactylisks in melee range are going to do way less damage. They need that range to get their extra bounces. Now, finally, it seems like he's routed. Trying to cycle back up that ramp, but his Hydras have been turned against him. Those green clouds turning units against their former owner at the cost of them being able to move. They're much more gimped than you might expect them to be after becoming a corpse. And still no extra bases. I think Sziky might expect... Oh, no. Oh, no, Sziky. He's stolen it. Needs a Noveleth for detection. Grabs 2 of them. Still making mutas. Very much gated by his Vespene count right now. He's got 18 more mutas. He can cycle them over to hit that expansion. That might end up forcing Dog to go look at something different. The Ovaleths are about to pop, and that should allow the detection. Yeah, there's the raid. Not the greatest in terms of defense here either, and the Autocrat going down. There's some Ramses in the area. He's going to actually come steal some of his workers back, which is very funny. A couple mutas flying over, seeing that other base, but man, it is dire. It is depleted. Ironically, Dog is gated by gas, not by minerals. I don't know what his composition is exactly intended to be. So the Ovaleth revealed that, cleared the first lake is. Another flock of mutas. They're going to go ahead and take care of business over here. And now Dog is once again routed back in. Is he just trying to outlast him? Attacking on multiple sides with pure muta. Sziky using his favorite unit to good effect and cycles away after that worker damage. Surely Dog is feeling the burn now. Mutas will come in and clear those lakes. The ones in the upper expansion are going to cycle back. And Antseal gets resurrected. Pyrrhic. He's got so many units trapped in here, too. It's really funny. Meanwhile, bottom left is being taken. One more lake is pesky. Finally, they all get cleared. No other eyes on the other side of the map. Mutas everywhere. Army ballooning. More Bactyls, more Hydras. Sziky just needs more. And he thinks maybe he can just overwhelm the position, but he's got to take his fights carefully. The AoE is a real problem right now, and none of it is hostile. None of it is unfriendly splash. Strigas, Ramses, they do not do damage to their allies. The Mutaflank comes in yet again. This time, it's 40 Mutalisks. Dog will not be able to stop this without his whole entire army. He is absolutely going to be shellacked right now. Has to cycle back with the Autocrat. Has to cycle back with the whole army. Torturous back and forth. And Dog doesn't want to say GG, but he also doesn't want to attack with his whole army. Therefore, caught in a purgatory. All these reclaimed Zerg units that you're seeing with that green pulsing overlay have much less movement speed than they normally do. Supposed to be a short-term force multiplier for the Terran, but the fights have been so funny that Dog actually hasn't lost most of them. Now this army so outstretched. Catching a couple of lakes in the middle of the map, but there's a bunch of units waiting in the main, and the mutas just decide to fly over and kill the last mining base over here. Still the main for harvest, but really there's not much left, and I think Dog is going to go out in a blaze of glory, see how far he can get into his opponent's base, but this is not where the Terran is actually meant to win. They're supposed to entrench and let the waves break on the tide, on the stones, on the shoreline. He's trying to fight in. There are some Bactyls here. A couple more units floating in, but they're mostly just getting got immediately by the DPS density in that back. and they are struggling. The Mutas biding their time. You can see, I think Sziky's watching this with great interest, deciding when's the AoE cleared. There's 11 Ramses, and they're all stacked up. The Mutas, they could melt immediately. The splits need to be immaculate, and I don't know that they are, but I also don't know that Dog has so much that's deep behind it. Bactyls, Hydras, Skithrakors, he cycles back to his static defense, and that zombified army starting to come alive. He still has Skiths for the splash damage, he still has Bactyls for the bounces, but Dog might have hit that magic amount, and Sziky clumping up into all the splash damage. It felt like he was leading from the front the whole time, and Dog might have found the mode. He might have found the move, but remember, look at all these other bases. Look at the bank for Sziky. He might lose some of his tech, but he's absolutely going to be able to whittle him down. If he can queue up some more Mutas right about now would be a good time, as he's likely to lose the Mutap. Spire will go down. Yeah, he did not get any more Mutas made in the meantime. He has the opportunity to put down a Spire again. If he recognizes that this is like losing your lair, he can actually put down the tech structures before it goes down, but it's not to be. We see in the top, nothing like that. He's making his den and his pool at another base, just setting up static defense at 6 o'clock. He's been in a situation kind of like this before versus the Shambler in practice. Has Shambler prepared him for it? He sees that there's still no other bases. The army out here, I mean, it's pretty sick for anti-Muta, but a more ranged composition could deal with it. Not that amount of Hydras. He's going to need more than that. 15 Mutas. Dog fighting for respect versus a pro. I'm not sure he's going to get it after the moves he's pulled. And once again, brought down. Losing Skits kind of sucks here. This base was never going to stay alive, but it's also depleted, so it's not the worst thing in the world. We'll know what Sziky's mentality is here if he ends up going for a tier 2 again, or if he just decides that he wants to finish it at tier 1. There it is. He's rebuilding his tier 2. He does have to watch out for the army. There's so many Lakes here, but 15 Mutas, even though they're slow, are still going to be able to overwhelm this small position if he doesn't have the right amount of anti-air. Starting to make a Hydra on location. He hasn't really... It looks like maybe he's mishotKeyed some of his production in all of the chaos. It has been total bedlam in the opening match. If we didn't have a 2-hour out, I would be absolutely ecstatic over a 30-minute game as the starter. Dog trying to hit him with the knowledge check. Can the shopkeeper put all the pieces back together after the bull in the china shop almost ransacked his whole army? Not much anti-air again. And the Lakes are going to need a flank or something, but look at this army in the back. I think this might be the finishing touch on this opening match. Neither player wanting to let their enemy claim victory. A grueling, brutal start. But as the tier 2 finishes again, I think that might have been the last error Sziky could have made. All he had to do was wait for the Ramses to be overwhelmed by his ground defenses before the Mutas came in. But his first look at the reclamation mechanic, as well as all of that splash damage, turning the tide. So he decides to go for the counter push. Remember, he still has Drolets all over the place. He is not willing to give it up just yet. Even though he's lost a lot of his tech, his tier 2 is done. He could go for a pocket Spire somewhere, remember. And now he dives forward. There's not so many defenders as before, and not so much detection either. In fact, I don't think there's a single thing that can detect those Lakes. Those Phalanx can be very impactful, but remember, could play for elimination here. He doesn't really have anything that can pursue lifted structures, though, if that's the way that Dog wants to go, if he wants the Shambler way to stay alive. Cycling down to that extra base where the treasury is. No, he's going to turn on to try to fight the Phalanx army. He could send that Zorius after them if he wanted to deal with them in a little bit more style. And there's the Burrow, very deadly. Anseal is out to try to reveal them, but that one Madcap from downtown still trying to do its job. And I think those autocrats are done, son. It's enough of a stalemate. Oh, the Hydra's coming back. That's actually a huge move from Dog. We're going to need a little bit more from Sziky still. He's got 14 Hydras on the way. He still didn't remake his Spire, and he is about to lose tier 2 again. He almost has enough to make it another time, which is wild to me. Lake is now coming around. In Cosmonarchy, it's not to the last building, it's to the last production structure. So the captaincy, the ministry, the star pad, that is all that Dog has right now, separating him from defeat, except for this one lifted stockade in the top. And now the Lakers will be brought down. The captaincy going down. He has no unit production anymore. He has nothing. He cannot make a single combat unit right now. That's how down to the wire it has gotten with Sziky clearing the deck in his old main. 6 o'clock now pressured. There's some Hydras here, but really they'd be better used evacuated. Is he going to notice? He sees some units popping in. Maybe he can go for those autocrats before they can get the reclamation off, but doesn't look like the answer to that is yes. And there is a shaman here for sustain, so that damage unconfirmed. Sziky looks like he wants to try to hold 6 o'clock. He still has to worry about those mutas. Zoryu's going to get cleaned up. There's still 2 phalanx for defense elsewhere in the base. And yeah, Sziky recognizes my army can't fight his army, so I'm just going to cycle over and try to overwhelm his position. Does he know about the stockade floating in the corner? Does he remember that? Izeth was attacking it, but it's no longer in the fog of war. Easy to forget that kind of thing. And Dog looks like he's going to try to reestablish position. He's got a reclaimed Mason. Even death is not enough to stop you from making structures, Mason. This amount of Hydras can deal with that amount of mutas, if microed well. All of the extra workers. The worst thing that could happen right now is Dog spending some money on a Hatcherosk on the other side of the map. Now here come the Hydras. Muta's trying to defend, but the Phalanxes have already cracked. If he just goes after the Ministry now, he could not quite win the game, but get pretty damn close, and the mutas are starting to dissolve. This is despite Sziky not really pulling the trigger on the micro. Multiple bases still here for Dog to clear. Now these circuits are in real deep doo-doo because the phalanxes on the high ground are going to have so much vision range and so much weapon range. Clearing the Mason is good if he can do it. There it is. Now he's going to cycle back up here and clear out the top right. Oh, he has Hydras. He could get that stockade if he even knows it's there. The Drollets are going to scout it for him. I can't believe it, but Dog is just 2 ministries and a stockade away, and it's all known by Sziky. Does he know? Is the army of Dog going to cycle up to hit this place up here in the top left? God damn, son. All right, the ministry floating away to 12 o'clock is a sound move. Of course, Sziky, I don't think he's aware that elimination is only production structures. Hopefully it's not a heartbreaker. Still has this base down here. His natural has been reestablished. His other natural has been reestablished. What a cheeky player. What a, just a guy who refuses to die. And the Droll that scouts 12 o'clock, that's big. Now the army's going to cycle back to it. And we're going to get into another weird stalemate of a game here, I think. This one just doesn't stop delivering. The Drollet's going to try to return, and Dog has put... Wow. Well, Dog sees it, surely. Dog will see it, but that is some pretty good stuff right there, dude. Hydra cycling down. Drollet's moving around to scout out more bases. 12 o'clock stays alive. Remade the Hydra then. Dog trying to get some limited resources. Both players so very low. Sziky has spent through his mineral bank now. His Hydras will clear up those Drolets that we're scouting. And the army is moving in at the base there. He's actually going to scout this out by pulling the workers away, so that actually helps him out a little bit. The Hydras come in to clear out this position. He's going to cancel this spot surely. Oh, he's actually going to let it finish, which is unfortunate because he does need every little bit of money he can get right now. He's got this base, which is fairly healthy. He can set this one up as well. That's a base that hasn't actually shown much just yet. He's got a Droll left down at 6 o'clock, and he does end up wiping the one hatch that was had here. 3 Mavericks are out. They're going to try to go after this. There were Hydras over here. Okay, he still has some. He can actually go for a counter push onto this stockade and defend that. His own Hydra's still in the middle of the map. Hasn't cleared out all of those Drollets. He's going to do so now. Maverick overwhelmed. Where are the Hydras from Sziky? He's not going for it. He's just drilling away. And the army pressuring towards 12. The last structure that isn't this stockade anyway, that Dog is down to his final 2. Again, he hasn't been able to redo anything from that. If that stockade gets burned down, which it looks like it should, yeah, Sziky doesn't know it, but he should absolutely just finish the job on that one. And his wraparound onto this ministry. We don't have enough money for Dog to make a hatch. There is not enough money for Dog to make anything. And the Masons are not going to return in time to give him that extra money. He's 10 minerals away. GG! Sziky has hit him with the final move. Oh my God. What a brilliant... Dude, talk to me about a well-earned 20 bucks. Sziky up 1-0. We only have time for 3 more of those games, so let's get to it, I think. What a wild, absolute scene, dude. All right. So Dog gets to pick the next map. He picks Demoloon. Blast from the past. We're going to Overwatch, then. I can't believe how down to the wire stuff like that ended up being. That is so crazy. My guy. All right, our players are ready. They just needed a 2-second break, I guess. Totally fine to keep going into the next one, apparently. And here we go. We're on Overwatch, aka Demoloon. This is ported by community member Jujic. Last map was mine. My port of Kickback. Here we go. Shopkeeper Dog in the top left. See Zaffer. There he is. And Sziky in the bottom right as the forest green. No, dark green. Dark green Zerg. Always tricky for me to tell the difference between those two. Guys, I hope you're enjoying the show match. Sziky is definitely showing us things. And to his credit, so is Dog. All right, this time around, a much more normal map, if you will. Will Sziky go for anything other than pool first? Looks like not yet. But, this is Overwatch. If you guys don't remember the layout, you got this angle of attack in here. I think originally there were cliffs that you could station air units over. We don't have those in Cosmonarchy by comparison in the version for this map. And Dog will be going bio for the opening again. This map was considered a fairly even map back when it was in circulation for Acropolis number 2. We are now in Acropolis number 3. It was taken out of the rotation, not because it's a bad map, but actually just because we had so many other Twilight tile set maps where you have this kind of bluish terrain. We didn't want to go for something, overly dominant for that tile set. So interesting stuff there. Kind of also interesting that Sziky is going to go pool into hatch. So traditionally, Zergs have been getting Vespene super early, and they go pool Larvosk or Larvosk pool, and the Larvosk is the structure that you make out of the creep colony equivalent. And that's the one that generates larva for you. It's like a larva outpost almost. So it doesn't give you a resource drop-off point, but it does give you extra larva in the early game. But it costs a lot of Vespene gas. So Sziky made a lot of those in the mid-game, or I guess you could say the after the opening builds had been decided, he made a couple of those, right? But he's the only player I've seen go pool into hatch as a consistent thing. Now, Demoloon, okay, here we go. We know what's going on here. Demoloon was the map that Shopkeeper Dog showed the Wraith strategy. And he won against Art of Turtle in the March Invitational, which obviously was held in March, with this strategy. He was hoping to see it when it came to the last match that we had in the tournament in this very tournament. We had Ayud 64 versus Crank. Ayud takes it, but Dog was hoping for something a little bit more along the lines of this sort of play. So he's going to bookend his mineral fields, his mineral line in with star pads. And the bio is going to keep him safe versus any threat from the ground for the opening stages. And this does have a brittle point to it, but Sziky doesn't know about this build. He hasn't seen this build yet. Interesting. So he wants to keep his income good, so he's going to trap a Maverick instead of a Mason. This is for the magic boxing, of course. Everybody familiar with StarCraft 1 will know about that little trick. Normally, it's the Zerg that does it with an Overlord in StarCraft 1, but in Cosmonarchy, well, Terrans do it a little bit more, I suppose. This is admittedly an off-meta build. Like, we have seen people try this kind of thing, but it has been a long time since we've actually seen it in use. Ah, yes, that's right. I have to update the title. Thank you for the reminder there. So the work that we're seeing so far, we got the Hydrith Den coming. And that is actually a good unit for this, a good structure for this. But look at the lack of any anti-air defense. Right? This is going to hit as a total surprise. And the Hydrith Den is not done yet. So he's going to need some quads to deal with this. And he's going to start his own anti-air defenses. He's probably also not familiar with how the cloak works. And I don't think he knows. Okay, he has remembered. Oh, yeah, I have Burrow. Not quite quick enough on the draw on that one. Big targets here are Larvosks. They take quite a while to make, and they are very gas expensive. So we are going to see some of those be made. And some of those be killed. As it were. Started one Spraith inside his main base. And he's going to go ahead and cancel that. Remine there. He has been... One advantage to Zyky's playstyle, borrowed from StarCraft 1, of course, is he has been mining this whole time. It hasn't been a total shutdown. All right. Does he know about Skiths? Spoiler, I did tell him Skith cores are best versus air. So, I didn't tell him Dog would do air. I just said that's something that you can keep in mind. So the Antseal is here to shield some of the wraiths from damage, and also it reveals the burrowed units. It does make it a little bit harder to click on still to burrow, so it's still good to do that. It reduces the profile of the unit. But, you know. Obviously, you're going to need more than one Spraith to overpower that many wraiths. We're talking about 11 wraiths right now. Now, wraiths only attack with their missile, or their lasers in Cosmonarchy. Oh, Izira cores aren't bad, actually. They are going to spread out the damage quite a bit. Takes a little bit of micro to do that. Oh, Dog choking a little bit there, and he drops multiple wraiths. That is going to be 7 wraiths remaining after 11 came in. And the Antseal bruised a lot. Only 20 health remaining after its shields go down. Still no extra Spraith at the natural. He wants to just use the Izira cores for it, it looks like. Now, the one thing about using the Antseal is that it gives away the position of the wraiths, whereas otherwise they are cloaked until you get close enough to decloak them. It's proximity cloak. These quads in the middle of the map are preventing units moving in for free, necessarily. Zyky just trying to see what he can do here. Obviously, he's going to be caught. But, you know, it gives him a little bit of time. Is he deliberate? Oh, okay. He's going to try to expand. Double expand, in fact. Just kind of gambling that he's not going to be seen in the process. 7 Hydralisks are in production. 3 of them have just hatched. And Dog hasn't really been checking the other bases yet because probably thinking that he's got the advantage. He can do this, but Izira cores were a really slick move there. And the Antseals are not being stacked up. It's just pure Wraith right now. 3 Wraiths per rotation. Trying to heckle at the extremities. The Ovaleth is also really good. It is going to allow your longer range units to fight without having to get close enough to do the decloaking. And there goes the Antseal. No more detection for burrowed units. You can start to do burrowed traps if you want. And there is the 3rd base on the way. What are we seeing back at Dog's base? Any transition point? He has his natural down, but economically, he is behind. Still, he's got a very deadly Wraith stack. 20 of them massing up, and there's more coming, including an Antseal. The Ovaleth is here to try to allow for some kind of defense, but that almost infinite, DPS scaling, well, the Ski Pact is on the way. We might see Skiths to try to clear him out with that way. Still not checking that 3rd base. Sending out the Zethra cores just to see what he can do. Top right, coming online in a moment for Zyky. Skibact is done, so he can go for the Skiths, as mentioned. But that could also be a very instant target. Look at this. The ground army all the way at the natural choke. Yeah, as soon as he sees that, he's going to try to force it down. It is some gas, but it's not the end of the world. Once it goes down, it will regress back into the original structure, and he can just end up remorphing it. That's a feature of Zergs in general. If they mutate a unit, it will turn back into what it originally was. So if you upgrade your Hydralisk into a Bactylisk as before, that's something that you can do. Now, he's got to deal with the slower Ovaleth speed. And you can see, not quite at one-shot range, but pretty close. If the micro is good here from Dog, you can see some good moves. Picking off individual units one by one, and that's where it gets really deadly, right? That's where it gets really dangerous. Delaying the splash damage as well has been really, really effective. Oh, good attack on the Extremis. Oh, he ends up loading a unit by accident. The classic StarCraft 1 trick that you wish didn't happen. Izira Core brought very low. Still good to have the Izira Cores here because they are going to be way better once the Ant Seal shields fall. And the Hydras can help with that, but there are 3 Ant Seals. So we are getting to that point where it's really hard for any damage to be dealt as long as this ball remains. A counterpoint to this, if he floods Zeths into the main base or something, he can try to delay him, but gotta watch out. He's got to be able to remake these units, and that's a dead Ovaleth as well. The Wraiths have only grown in power so far. A little bit too late on the anti-air, it feels like, and sure, the Ski-Back is back, but how much longer you got? When does Dog have the critical mass necessary to just kill you? Setting up anti-air at the 3rd base. More and more Wraiths streaming on in. So Izira Cores are on the way, and they will certainly delay things. I don't know if he notices that Spraiths don't detect. It's all Ovaleth. Oh, instantly sniped. That's good moves. He's got the resources necessary to make a couple of Skithra Cores, but you do need about like 12 at this point. So it is going to be a lot. That's 1,200 minerals, 600 Vespene. A lot of investment from Dog, of course, to make this many Wraiths, but the counters, maybe not quite known yet for Sziky. Still learning those. Trying his own style. Those Izira Cores and Hydras are coming in on in. There's a lot of them. So, still not easy. Oh my god, he just made 7 Ovaleths. Dude's serious about detecting. Izira Cores coming in to try to do their multi-attack. And it does bounce if it hits, but Ant Seal Shield's keeping them healthy. The stacked Ant Seals are really doing a number on them. 12 o'clock is under duress at the same time. Finally, the Ant Seals are slowly out of energy. Yeah, they're going to have to take a moment to recharge. But the Mavericks are coming in to try to pressure this place, and we have no anti-ground defense. Now, this is kind of a blind read from Dog, I feel like. Oh, he's got some Izira Cores that are going to come on down and reveal. Yeah, that might have been the worst possible outcome, actually, as the Wraiths are still dancing at the extreme of the base. Bactylisks are not a bad shout here, but he is going to end up losing his 3 o'clock, unless he sends a ground army over there, and that means that he's going to be vulnerable back at home. So what does he decide to do? 36 Wraiths have been assembled. Dog has been able to secure more and more bases in the meantime. He's at 5 star pads coming up online, and he is just going to totally take out the Hydrith Den. So that's it for the advanced tech for Sziky. The Ovaleths are being picked apart now. The Spraiths, not enough. They don't deal splash damage. 38 Wraiths. 38 Wraiths, dude. Count them up. Make them higher. And only now, after routing this position, keeping this base mining, is Sziky going on the counteroffensive and trying to force the issue. I fear his army is not going to hold up. Now, there's nothing here to really properly defend this, and Dog is already pulling away from the base. As long as he's not committed across the map, it feels really hard for Sziky to get sufficient counter damage. He's remaking Hydrith Dens. He's actually making 2. A redundancy, just in case. He's got 3 Hydras in that Ovaleth. Bactylisks are going to clean up the Mavs. But again, it feels a little bit too hard. Yeah, getting red on top of the Bactylisks to clear out the ground army. And he had some Zethra Cores coming as well, but that's 44 Wraiths, guys. And we still don't have any splash damage. Sziky had the tech for it multiple times. Didn't end up using it, adding more anti-air elsewhere. But we're getting into territory where, forget about one-shotting the Ovaleth, which is already an achievement, one-shotting the Izira Core or the Hydra. How about one-shotting the actual anti-air defenses? We are getting to that level of Wraith stack right now. I do love the Zeth Flood. Confirms nothing can do anything at 12 o'clock. And yeah, once again, he's actually stalling him out a little bit. I don't think Dog is aware of top right at all. But admittedly, Sziky's not quite aware of 9 o'clock. He is sending his Zeths in that direction. But all Dog really needs to do here is come in and start picking apart static defense. Yeah, 2-shotting right now with 100 HP to spare after the first salvo. This is just a critical amount of damage, and I don't think the Wraiths are turning around anytime soon. I think Dog has got him. I don't think we're going to see another ridiculous banger like it was on Check Stealer, where it took about 30 minutes to get it over the line. I think this one's going to be over a bit quicker. As the Bio coming in to try to deal with this ground force, it is going to thin the herd enough that even the survivors aren't really going to help out. And back at home, the Wraith's getting annihilated. He did make that redundancy Hydrith Den, but it might have been in the main. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere else, so I think he's making his 4th Hydrith Den of the game, guys. And if he is able to upgrade it, it'll be his 3rd ski-backed scab of the day. That's the upgraded den to give you access to that splash damage. Just doesn't have enough, dude. I don't think he knows. It's really hard to tell how many Wraiths there are just visually because they're so stacked, but If he knew there were 50 of them, I think he'd be like, all right, I'm out of here. Kind of a feature he's been, like a feat of strength that he's been able to stay alive for this long in the face of this amount of adversity. And the Spraits are all getting cleared up. Wraiths do struggle versus armor, but without a Khazit'rith or something like that to clone the attacks, yeah, it's not going to be enough. GG. And Shopkeeper Dog will tie up our show match set. Earn himself 20 smackaroos. And we get to play the Terran theme. See what Sziky wants to play on. I think if he made enough Bactylisks in the earlier stages of that game, he actually could have routed the air stack before it hit. He also could have maybe tried to attack the Terran at home to prevent as much damage from stacking up over time. All right. Guys, I have a treat for you. Our next map will be the port of Heartbreak Ridge into the snow tile set. A map called Smarty Cakes' Fridge. I was about to start the countdown, but then I saw Sziky hadn't selected Zerg yet, so I'm glad I waited for a moment. Guys, we're getting into our next match here. And boy, are these some vibrant colors for this tile set. We have Sziky, mid-left Cyan Zerg, and mid-right Shopkeeper Dog, red Terran. And it looks like Shopkeeper Dog will be going for a mech opener this time around. Unless this is part of his build order for bio, but I'm pretty sure he didn't harvest gas until later for the star pads. I'll get the game audio back for you guys. Thank you for joining us for this match. I'm going to go ahead and get our stream stuff updated as well. This port is by Cannoli. Shout out to Cannoli. Twitch Gamble is up. We are 1-1 in the show match. Originally planned to be a 7-game series. Instead, we will play however many we can before the hard out of Sziky in an hour. So probably closer to a 5-game series, but we will see. Why not a best of 5 before a best of 5? Dog scouts out. Mech openers have been something that Sziky has encountered in the past. And I don't think the Mason's going to delay the Quaz quite enough to prevent the Garrison from reaching the choke point, preventing any silly moves from the Vulture. Actually, right into his open arms. Gotta watch out for that. Only one mine is even going to pop here, but does have to be careful about that, so Sziky falls back. So the mines are not like your usual mines. Lobotomy mines stun targets, so it doesn't deal damage, but it will freeze them in place for a couple seconds, and then slow them after that. Sziky going to go for his Circuit at the natural, you know, sunken defense, pretty normal. I'm thinking it's going to be a pretty heavy scrapyard play here from Dog. It's not like him to only go one. This could be a Palladium, but he doesn't have the resources for it. So yeah, second scrapyard. 2 new units for the Terran mech are the Blackjack, which is like a scrap drone that does hit scan damage, instant hit projectile, or no projectile rather, like a mech marine kind of. And no stem, of course. But when it takes at least half damage, it deals, it attacks slower and moves slower, so it becomes more vulnerable. And then there's the Matador, which is this armored small little flame tank, and it can deploy to gain extra attack speed and extra armor as well. So very survivable, very durable. So far, you guys have probably noticed the Quasilisk for Sziky. It's kind of like a cross between a Zergling and a Hydralisk. But you also get access to your Zergling equivalent, the Zethar Core, when you make the pool. Ovalith out for detection. He can try to clear the minefield outside of his base if he so desires, but instead it looks like he wants to go for some scouting, making sure that the back areas of the map are not being attacked right now. It will be a Quaz drop. Those are pretty effective, actually. Does he see the mines yet? I'm not so sure. I think he was trying to set up like a exact line here, but he ended up clicking into the Ovalith. I don't know if he's noticed that. I don't know if he's noticed that before. It's different UI than you normally see, right? So. Go. Hydra's revealed. It's a pretty deadly looking mech army, but there's nothing at home to defend this drop. So it's going to be down to timing, because we don't actually have any defenses here, and Sziky is still drolling. He moves out, that might trigger a counterpunch. At the same time, if he just gets a good look at the army, and then decides to fall back because there's way too many units. All right, here's the drop in. Does he see the unload button? There you go. Okay, he figured it out. Now, Masons are a bit tankier than other workers, but Quaz are really good at killing workers in general. Does he know about the Cyclops delayed explosion? I'm not so sure he does. He just ends up evacuating with all 6. That's not bad. Now, this mech army doesn't really do sieges. There's not really, like, there's no phalanx yet, right? That's one of the things you need the machine shop equivalent, the Palladium, for. But the splash damage from the Cyclops can still add up. Now, he's added a lot of extra circuits, which I think is a great move. That first Matador not able to do too much. Oh, no! Dog is choking. He's attacked his own unit. Oh, there's a lot of splash damage from the Cyclops, but is it going to be enough? He's only got 2 remaining. The Hydras are going to start evaporating if he's not careful, and that ended up not being an ideal attack force there. Still only 2 Cyclops here. The Masons have just stopped working for the moment as the drop has once again come in. And the Quaz are just deciding to fight this. They're brawling. 1 HP left on that Cyclops. The attack is broken. Not a single droll left down. Well, there's one out here for some reason, but aside from that, way more counter damage, and Dog is on 1 base. So this is looking really bad for the Terran. Looking like a layup for an extra 20 bucks for Sziky. And a quick game is just what he needed if he wants to keep stacking the cash. The Cyclops, really, really well played there from Dog with a stutter stepping, and Sziky not knowing to commit yet. But he's going to go ahead and unload the Quas he still has and get a little bit more damage. Some of these Masons are wounded. Cyclops having to double back, but one of them is very, very low HP. Oh, the splash damage from the Cyclops is unfriendly, by the way. You got to watch out for that. He doesn't know it, but he could just take that Ovoleth and paintbrush it over the Mason line. See you later, dude. All your workers go absolutely kaputs. Third base on the way now for Sziky. He's going to try to elevator some of his units in. Hydra's coming in on the other side. They're going to pop mines automatically. You can see Dog trying to come around to see if he can heckle him a little bit, but that Matador is not long for this world if he tries it. And still keeping him entertained, but the elevator is moving in. Is it an elevator? I guess you're going up to go down. So yeah, it's just kind of like a wacky tube, revolving door. Palladium is about to finish, but it takes a lot longer than you'd expect. And I think Dog's just going to look at this army and say GG. I mean, how is he going to even clear that with his actual fighting force, let alone the Hydras on the other side of the map? He's got nowhere to go. He's drilled out to the natural, but there's no structure there. Cycling around to see what he can do. But this one's over in about 8 minutes here as the Hydras come in from the top rope to finish off the job. The drop started. Reduced down to something that the Hydras or the Ovoleths can actually take. And GG is called. That's going to be Sziky up in the series yet again. We go to the next round, and Shopkeeper Dog has to pick the map. Cha-ching for Sziky. I will say I am not surprised at this next map pick from Shopkeeper Dog. We are going to the Blue Storm Port Brainstorm. Here we go. We're getting right back into it, ladies and gentlemen. Sziky now leads the set. Brainstorm it is, as I get that overlay updated for y'all. We've got another round here as Sziky is Cyan and Shopkeeper Dog is Tyrian Purple. Go. Excellent color guessing. And as the bio comes in, you got a minute to place your bets. Who's going to win this one? Sziky looking pretty solid with the Hydras in that last one, but it is a map that's unfamiliar to Shopkeeper Dog. I don't think he's ever... Maybe, you know, he has played a couple of practice games on that before, but I think they were a bit deranged. It was stuff like Juggernaut, where one player is in the middle. Yeah, good luck, buddy. Okay, it's Hatch first on Brainstorm of all maps. Wow, okay. All right, Sziky, show me what you got. It's versus Bio, so in theory, not a great thing to do it against. You hit earlier with the Bio stuff. You don't need the Stockade to unlock the Fulcrum. It's like as if you could go factory first instead of making a barracks in StarCraft 1. But at the same time, I'm not so sure. I mean, it's always so worrisome, right? Like, this is a potentially brittle timing. And also, this map is very, very good for artillery on the ledge. In Cosmonarchy, when you're up on high ground, instead of mischance for the attacker on the low ground, the attacker on the high ground gets extra weapon range. So they can attack for a little bit further. And that's the kind of thing that can really shift battles. Oh, Droleth spots the movement there. Shopkeeper Dog not bothering to slow things down. Pulling 4 workers. I think Sziky's going to try to play this out like it's StarCraft 1, and he might actually be able to do it, but the stim at the beginning of the game does make it harder, right? He's got to cycle back through that brain drain. That's what we call that little choke point. One of his drill that's very, very low is going to get bopped. A couple of Zeths and a couple of Quas are out, and I think maybe Dog knows the timing of that, and he's just going to end up cycling back. Doesn't want to end up losing it. He killed 1 worker. It's not exactly mapped out who's ahead from this position, but I'm actually going to say the longer it goes on without Sziky just outright dying, the more ahead he is. We still don't have a ministry just yet, but we can get one from Dog. So we're still, I'd say this is about even, honestly. This isn't too bad. Critical damage wasn't dealt despite the build order. Wrapping around towards the Brain Trust, we got these treasuries here. You can return resources to these without building a structure there, so it can be pretty useful. Kind of leading out single file with those Quas isn't necessarily what you want, but the Bio Army isn't actually that big. Circuith on the way. That's good coverage for both sides, right? It can hit units that are coming in, and I love that position as well, because if he engages coming in from the ramp, that can be pretty useful. Still, cycling around here makes me a bit uncomfy. But what are you going to build there as Zerg? Another Kagran? You can try. Ministry on location as the Bio wraps around through the Brain Trust. Dog reliving his glory days. He beat Aoud on this map, and it looked very convincing. But that was a different matchup, and that was for all the marbles. Pretty good pool count here. We don't have any other tech coming yet for Sziky. Keeping up okay in terms of workers. And he's going to go ahead and put down another structure for defense. This looks like it's actually going to be really hard for Dog to do much against, especially as the force exits out of here. That triggers the other attack, but there's 2 circuits here to catch him, right? So it's kind of a catch-22. Dog losing Mavericks on the rally. Some of them on attack move at the very least, but not great damage. Looks like all the Zeths went down. So fast moves across the map are not exactly too possible. By the way, this temple here in the middle, it does close off a path. But also, you can see the power aura. Yeah, it's like a pylon. You can build Protoss proxies there. Spoiler, nobody has ever tried it. At least in a tournament game. Defensive formations, although most of the bio is still out on the map. The Quas can't exactly overpower this position, but they can make it a little bit uncomfy. Maybe pick a single Mason. Instead, they're going to dive back. They see that the expansion is up. Didn't really get a chance to see the saturation, but we know that this is going to be Covenant play. The reason why we know that is because the sieves are up here. These are like mini refineries, and you build them over the Vespine ridges. All the races have them, but they are a pretty big expenditure. A Zerg-esque surround here for Dog's bio versus the 3 Quas that were left around over here. If Sziky is a big-brained man, he would turn this into a Khaz'trith, but I don't think he even knows what that word means. As a reminder, all these matches are for money, 20 bucks to the winner of each individual map. Hoping to play 7 games here. We'll see how the time works out. He's got about 50 minutes left in the clock, which is like an extra flair of challenge, right? Taking that base, you can see Sziky does like himself some double expand, right? So that's pretty neat. Has the money for it. His Vespine is starting to balloon. That's intentional in Cosmonarchy. You need 900 gas, 450 minerals to tech to tier 2. Each race is about 50 units to play with. So there's a lot of potential. Savants have hit the deck now. So Shopkeeper Dog is building out a ton of these fairly nimble units, and Sziky is probably going to have some flashbacks to games against Krankendau for practice. But he does end up running in with some Zeths, and so he should be able to get some damage dealt, or at the very least get some scouting off. Defensive drill after he picks 1 Mason. Sees many, many more stockades coming down. Ahmed, no. And there's tier 2 at 6 minutes 20. People would say that's a very slow layer, and they would say that for a reason, right? Now here comes the counter push. This is good army movement from Sziky, certainly dancing around him, but I think the composition, the investment into actual like military tech is way higher here for Dog. This is just some pool units that you can make. Each pair of Zethra cores is 25 minerals. Each pair of quads is 50 minerals. So like great cost efficiency from Sziky. He even picks a ton of workers at the end and brings it back more towards an even game. He's got himself a horde of Zethra cores moving across the map as well. So he can still do those kinds of moves, but if the army moves across the map, I mean, he's counting on his circuits to hold out, and you will be disappointed if you're thinking Sziky can defend with just circuit against this kind of bio army. There's Eidolons out as well. So ghosts in Cosmonarchy are called Eidolons. They have proximity cloak just like the Wraith that we saw in Demoloon Game 2. And the reason why I bring that up is because Eidolons are sniper units. You know, they do pretty good damage. They got pretty good range. This is their range preview, just to show you guys, right? They can shoot from a pretty far distance. Now, the Zets are still pouring in. You need to get within 3 range to decloak them, but just waypointed into the base, into the mineral line, getting a lot of value here. Sziky definitely showing his class, and Dog maybe showing a little bit of nerves as 3 Zets are still at large inside the main base mineral line. He's going to have to deal with all that. As he was setting up this base, it could get swamped by more Zeths. Dude, Sziky's toying with him right now. He's going to upgrade his den and go for the Bactals, I think. But he is at tier 2. He's also adding the Zorkish Shroud, which is a tier 1 structure, but certainly something that's pretty useful. Base is not really saturated right now for Sziky, but his minerals are enough to force a or his Zethra cores are enough to force a cancel on that 3rd base. So Dog has definitely been run ragged, it feels like. A lot of efficiency out of the Zethra cores, but now we're starting to see those Harakans, the fire bats in Cosmonarchy. Super meta. They apply a flame to the target that reduces their armor, but armor can't be reduced into negative, so it doesn't increase damage versus light units. But it does also burn over time. Very, very good for base snipe. Still getting a couple Mason kills over here and running more into the mineral line. Disrupting the Vespene mining is actually really tricky there, but looks like he's only going to get 1 kill and then force him to resaturate. More Zets guarding the 3rd base location, but does he know that the attack is coming? 10 Lakizalisks on the way. I'm really worried. I don't think Sziky actually has enough to prevent total devastation, but it's going to take some time for Dog to actually get rid of this 3rd base. He has no defensive position here. The cliff advantage is going to allow the circuits to be killed with impunity. And surely he realizes now that he is under attack. The ant seals are detectors, so the Lakis are going to be brought down by Eidolon Savant combo. They outrange the Lakis anyway. The Lakis only has 7 range, Eidolon has 9. So all they need is the ant seal to show up for detection. And I don't think we're going to see anything that can actually attack them. So yeah, expect a lot of lurker death noises to be in your ears in a moment. Avaleth's on the way to try to get that detection going, but the range is way too high. The ant seal's still providing the overwatch. Spraith is going to come down, but it's way too late, right? That's going to be brought down as well. So the Droleths need to get the hell out of dodge as the Avaleths finish up, trying to detect where those Eidolons are. He's never had to deal with this unit in practice before, so here we go. This is a pretty reasonable play as a counter, trying to push in. Remember that cliff advantage I talked about? The Eidolons are on 10 range to the 7 of the Lakis, so still looking like a pretty good move initially. But a lot of those Lakis going down early. He's got 5 more in production. He's going to have to cede ground over here. And Dog is not being super cost efficient. This is actually really important moves from Sziky. He needs to actually cycle down to the bottom right so that Dog maybe tries to bite on that other base. Instead, going for the natural. Dog has that game sense. I think we're going to see another tie affair, as I just don't imagine. The follow-up wasn't quite there for Sziky. Brilliant moves with the Zethra cores, but yeah, you can see all those Harakans staying alive brilliantly, rending the armor of the circuits down to 0, making it even easier for the Mavs, the Savants, the Eidolons to make magic happen. Now trying to mount a desperate defense. Sziky's had to cockroach to victory before. That was on Check Stealer to open us up, but I don't think there's anything left for him. And as the last of his stuff falls, doesn't look like he's going to be able to leverage his tier 2 after all. GG is called, and we are going into our 5th match at a tie score. You got to give some credit to Sziky, though. I really didn't expect the... oh, okay, we're going match point now. I did not expect him to be able to deal with one of our best Terrans, one of our people's champions, in such a fashion, right? I thought it would be much more one-sided, but he's actually looked like he's the favorite in a couple of these games. Certainly his mechanics are at a higher level. Now, I will say Brainstorm is actually really hard for Zerg in this game. I don't know what it was like in the what it would be like in current meta if it was reintroduced in StarCraft 1. But here we go. Sziky in the bottom left is the Maroon Zerg. Shopkeeper Dog in the top right as the Cyan Terran. We're seeing Cyan. That's 3 games in a row. Minute to take your pick here as we have a very fast pool coming from Sziky. Stockade coming. Dog insulated versus early harassment. Oh, my bad. I thought I hit all the buttons correctly. I even unmuted the game. Oh, no, I didn't unmute the game audio. Washed, guys. I'm washed. Don't worry. It's Maroon, like I said. Cyan, like I said. And double Stockade here versus an early pool. Now, this wasn't like an instant pool. It's just the same build as before, where it's pool into hatch. The Mason moving around. So in the middle of the map, you've got some structures you can destroy to free up some more movement. It's actually the first time we're seeing this in a casted match at all, either as a video on my YouTube channel or indeed as a streamed game. So it's very cool to see. Layout's a touch modified from before because it wasn't actually made with pure XY symmetry before, so it wasn't quite symmetrical. I have corrected those errors myself, although up to you if you think that they're an error to begin with. Still have these mineral fields you can harvest to deplete, and when they are depleted, they give you a little bit less money, obviously, but they also don't have collision. That Maverick ain't going anywhere but hell. Or maybe heaven? I don't know. I guess he's a criminal, right? All the units in the stockade are criminals to some degree, so. Double stockade for Shopkeeper Dog, and he's probably going to transition into a ministry very soon, as any early damage he wanted to get was not coming. Still, if Sziky can keep his quads at like the other side of the map, you can see Dog is not actually minding his ramp very well. Oh, wow, he's going to get a couple of kills here. This is not lethal damage by any means. You know, the reinforcements are going to come in. But the longer that Sziky keeps his opponent's army at the other side of the map, like he should keep his quads here if he can. And he's doing exactly that, yeah. That means he delays his Circuit, right? Gets a little bit more Droleth. We haven't really seen Zerg try to play this, like, it sounds like so obvious if you come from StarCraft 1, and I agree to some degree it is obvious, but we don't normally see Zergs go for this kind of at the knife's edge sort of play. By the way, Dominator, a port of Dominator, is called Knife's Edge, and it is available for this series should the players decide to go for it. That's probably something that only Sziky would pick because Dog is not familiar with it. So fairly standard development right now. We do have a star pad on the way, a fulcrum coming. Ovaleth has begun for Sziky. This is game 5. We could still go all 7, depending on how quick the subsequent matches are. So this is going to be bio with phalanx support, siege tank equivalent, and a pocket base for Sziky. I think he's downloaded now that Shopkeeper Dog is a little bit tricky with the early unit movements, but doesn't tend to scout the corners. So he's going to gamble for that and go for the hatch at the top left, which is very nifty. I am quite fond of that, actually. This base is this was a mineral-only base in the original. This is actually a legit base here, as you can see, in Cosmonarchy. But it is, like, right down a ramp, right? So he's probably got some misgivings out of something like that. You can still path down here as well, of course, so we'll see. And depleting the mineral field down here just so that army movement's a little bit easier for Dog. And the star pad is good for a drop, but look at this. Anti-drop Mavericks are already here to try to head this off at the pass. Good focus fire, a little trick shot to clear out that last Mason. And look at that. Is the overcommittal here for the army? He's trying to get up the ramp. Oh boy, the Dog with Dog Trojan with 8 Mavericks is going to have to do a little bit differently. Now, we do have 19 quads here. Can't really bust with them, but Dog can't really move out either until he gets his phalanx in position. Hydra's Den started. We've got another circuit here. I'm a bit worried because I don't see any military in advance. Oh, actually, there's a little bit of a silver lining there. Never mind. Dog actually is going to path away, but the quads are coming home, so never mind twice. So at first I was going to say, if this base gets killed, it's actually not the end of the world, right? You're not really too worried about it, but it actually stops Sziky from dying in home. So maybe it's okay. And then I was like, never mind, because Dog pulled away and is now going for the natural. But then I said never mind again because the quads came. So you know how it is, guys. Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. We got Hamster in the chat watching as fellow European Zerg is attempting to defeat Shopkeeper Dog. Hamster will take to the stage virtually pretty soon. A couple hours here. We'll be getting on to the lower final of Acropolis number 3. If you want to see what the meta of the game looks like a little bit more accurately. This one is a very off meta, but very exciting. You get Zyky's experience here. Oh, I got to update the score as well. It's 2-2 right now. So 16 Mavericks. Anseal Phalanx. So sieging can be pretty good here, especially with such a tight spot, right? And the Hydra... Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Now, the Phalanx has an actual projectile in Cosmonarchy, so you can imagine that's not as good. But here's the drop. 7 Mavericks still alive and at large. They've only killed 1 worker so far, and they might not get much more than that. Just a couple of quads as the stim wears off. Is he going to try to dive forward? I think the circuits have held him at an arm's length. The Azira cores are out now. This committal could be counter to what Dog actually wants. But the Phalanxes are going to provide a lot of fire support, and he's still got 2 of them. The pushdown is going to be quite lethal with the Anseal shielding the Mavericks that are underneath it. Not from their own stim damage, though. You do have to watch out for that. Charging forward, throwing caution to the wind. Sziky might just have enough as he clotheslines the Phalanx. Absorbs them immediately, and the attack is canceled with the Anseal tucking tail between legs. Third base on the way. I think that's enough units that we could actually see an overwhelm, but it depends on how these phalanxes are used. And both of these mineral fields have actually stayed depleted. So this feels to me like it's... This feels to me like it's very, very dangerous, actually, for Dog, but we'll see. All right, the Zets are going to come forward. I think there's enough here. The Ministry absorbing a ton of damage, though. The Mavericks have fallen back. Some stimmed Mavericks coming across. Tier 2 is complete for Dog. Man, Sziky has a ton of money. Bactal's on the way, though. Tier 2 on the way for Sziky. Spent down his Vespine Bank. Just got to take care of those minerals. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm out of sync with the players, but I'm waiting to see if they are out of sync with each other. It's hard to tell because the banks are usually the indicator, but got a ton of Avis. Oh, I think I can pull up Zyky's stream, but I don't know if... Is he streaming? He is streaming. That's too bad. We'll go back for a moment here as we get our players back in the saddle. All right, here we go. Getting back into it for real this time. Once more with feeling. And here we are, lads. Same positions. Palatnet blue Terran, I'm going to say. No, this is just blue. Blue Terran for Shopkeeper Dog. Sziky is the red Zerg. No, it's blood. Okay. I stand corrected. Looks like Sziky is actually streaming with pretty minimal delay, if any delay at all, so... Color me impressed and surprised. Unfortunately, his overlay is right over the stream clock, so I can't actually... okay. He's like maybe a second delayed, or maybe not even. So his stream's pretty good. I'll drop it in the chat if anybody wants to watch his POV. Looks like same build order for both players as before. But maybe Shopkeeper Dog won't get owned by the breakout. Zyky's impressively working on those Hydras and stuff, right? Like, normally we don't see Hydras being used as the meta comp versus Terran either. Normally it's the Lurker equivalent, the Lake is. So that typically ends up being, it's that and the new unit, the Zoryusthaleth. It's like this frontline tank unit that when it attacks an enemy, allies near that victim will be sped up moving towards it. So it's like a speed multiplier for your army as long as the Zoryus connects. Now, the trick is, the Zoryus itself is a very slow unit, right? So you're not really going to be able to see too much value out of something like that. Something that I expect we'll see eventually, if Sziky keeps playing the game, is he will start to incorporate the Shroud a little bit more often. The way that he built it the other match on Brainstorm, Bluestorm, he it felt like he thought he needed tier 2 for it or something, you know what I mean? So it's interesting. We'll have to see what he ends up doing. Very neat to see a counter strategy, right? A counter style. Maybe Hamster will get some ideas for his match. This is the same matchup as the lower final. Zerg versus Terran. Terran versus Zerg. And moving out with his Quaz after holding the early aggression without any trouble whatsoever. We are going to see a mirror of that last game. Now again, one of the things we were talking about in the mid stages of that, as we're basically back in the right reality, the correct timeline, is that the Quaz were delaying any move out on the other side. And they were also preventing the need for a circuit. Now, this time around, Sziky's gone a roundabout path, so he doesn't have the same level of insurance. And, oh man, extra Hurricanes here is really, really bad for the Zerg. So he is going to need to fall away. Quick maths lesson for you guys, since that's always fun. We have a 2 attacking unit. The Quasilisk attacks with 2 different attacks. Each one of those attacks will be reduced by armor. They only have 1 armor pen, and the Hurricane has 1 armor. So 2x6 is actually 2x4. Just to put that into perspective, or 2x3 is actually 2x2. So it's going to be like losing 2 damage instead of 1 when you're attacking the Hurricane because of that. So we don't have like army sizes or anything like that. We don't have unit sizes, I should say, and weapon damage types. We just have armor and armor penetration. So it makes a bit of a simpler system, but it is a different system. So it is a bit of a learning experience as a result. Now, Quaz drop is in, but there's still 4 Mavericks here. Although the stim is way later than the last time this happened. And the bio is going to have to come back up from the natural to see what they can do. At least 1 Mason will go down, and lost mining time is always nice. Diving back in. Pretty good unit movement, despite the low movement speed of the Quaz. It's no Hydra, of course. So he ends up grabbing another Mason for his troubles. And how many will he be able to steal away? Every one of them. Wow. All 4. Well played. Back at home, Sziky dropping his Hydra Den already. I think he saw the overall scope of the army. The Ovaleth vision range is very generous. So 11 Mavs, 3 Hurricanes, and a Palladium on the way for Shopkeeper Dog. He's going to try to do the same Phalanx push. I really don't think it's going to work out to the same degree as before. 1 burrowed Quaz as well. The drops come back out. They don't get another kill, and every one of them gets away again. Oh, trying to force down the Ovaleth. Is he going to get it? Stimming after it. Ooh, just barely not. So the Phalanx is about halfway complete. We are going to see the Bio Ball push out again. Not expecting the drop to hit anywhere else. Actually, it is going to go for the natural, which in this case isn't ideal because that's where the bio already is. But, you know, it's a nice little mind game. Maybe he gets 1 Mason if Dog is a bit sloppy. No, he's got to scoop him up, softens him up. Loses 1 lone Quaz. For shame. This is really good spacing. So you lose vision range when you burrow your unit. That's another new mechanic in Cosmonarchy compared to StarCraft 1. It looks like he's just going to try to run around with the Quaz again, but there are bodyguards and some fresh units as well. You're getting a lot of efficiency out of these units, right? And HP regen is a bit faster in Cosmonarchy as well, so his Avaleth is just fine. But the move out is here, and did he sight it with the Quaz that's burrowed there? I'm not sure. In Cosmonarchy, you reveal burrowed units by standing on them, so either Dog wasn't on attack move, or his units just decided to, like, comically avoid the Quaz going over it. We're going to have 4 circuits. Waiting with open arms. The Ovaleth will go down. Oh, they were focusing down the Ovaleth instead of trying to deal with the Quaz, so it's a good thing this Phalanx is there. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Bactylisks are about to finish. This is really tense. So Phalanxes can be countered by Bactyls if the Bactyls aren't targeted by the Phalanx. The Phalanx outranges them when in siege mode, of course. It has 14 range. The Bactyls have about 7. So, pretty good. Or no, I think it's 12 range, right? Yeah, it's 12. 14 is the up Tecton, I think. Or something else. Cascathalor? So the Bactyls will deal really good damage to the Phalanx because it has 0 armor when it is deployed. Just trying to buy time now. More units being sighted along the map. Now diving onto that Phalanx. Now that his Bactyls are up. That's brilliant. No worries at all there with the Izira cores providing a front line. And even though he's got stim to DP, yes, nice pullback on that Bactyl. Ooh, it's beautiful. He didn't lose a single Bactylisk there, and I thought for sure he would. His front line is gone, but his Zetricors are here as well. Now looking a lot more dire for Shopkeeper Dog. Sighted in the middle of the map. Is that the outpost that you want to take? In a time like this, some Mavericks getting pulled away. It's a little bit of splash damage onto that top phalanx. Looks like Sziky will just be confident, be calm. Take his normal third base instead of that spot at top left. Gonna go double expand here, Sziky. And he's got Zets canvassing the bottom strip of the map. I think that drill lift might have been earmarked for 6, but it doesn't get waypointed correctly. On location, Shopkeeper Dog will expand. It'll be sighted by the Zets, and good information now. This is the main firepower of the army coming in from the top. The Zetricors are just mostly there as a distraction. And you might say to yourself, look, there's a phalanx here. But let me tell you, that projectile means that it takes a lot longer for it to do damage. It's a lot more brittle than you might expect. And with one phalanx coming down and getting surrounded by the Zeths, he's going to end up having a free volley onto that phalanx if he's not careful. Instead, it's very, very durable in that tank mode. You can see with the 4 armor. Oh, dog. What have you done? Those are expensive units, if you didn't know. 200 minerals. And 75 Vespene, I think. Been a hot minute since I've looked at the tooltips. We'll see if it ends up being impactful. Tier 2 now started for Dog. He wants to keep this one going. Keep this gravy train a-flowing. A lot more Zetricors on the way, and Sziky's still making a lot of Kaghrants, and his Tier 2 is now started. Typically, we don't see Tier 2 started earlier for Zerg than for Terran. Usually, this is like the normal use case, but that hasn't been the story in this series. It's usually been Sziky getting the edge there. And now his Zetricors are going to come in and disrupt the construction of that ministry, perhaps, instead going after the Vespene miners. Not a bad idea. He should end up scoring about 3 Masons there, and it does reset the army positioning, which allows Sziky to now threaten up this ramp. It's a narrow one, and Dog's not reacting in time, though. It's giving him a lot of room to maybe get straight on top of the main base. Trojans are empty right now. Anseal could get absolutely shellacked. Is he even going to try to fight the army? I think he just commits here into the main base with as many units as he possibly can. Oh my god, the mineral line of the natural is ransacked. Sziky running straight past the army, taking advantage of its lack of mobility. The Mavericks are not nearly as dangerous as those Phalanx when they're deployed, and he's already lost a Palladium, and he could end up losing another. The Atlas at least finishes, but at what cost, as the Bactyls have turned around to start dealing with some of those Mavs. Sure, you get your deployment out, and sure, you shellac a couple of those artillery Zerg, but I don't know if it matters that much. There goes the Phalanx. Those bodyguard Mavericks off duty, taking a smoke break as more Zerg are pouring in, targeting that extra base. The rally, the reset, the star pad is going to go down, and GG is called as he crashes into him. Another very nice win. Another well-earned $20 for Sziky. And that one was all army movement, baby. So we go to Game 6. With about 20 minutes to spare, we could still see an end to all 7 games. Got 30 seconds to make your prediction here because I forgot to set it to 1 minute instead. And we are getting into our next map. It is on Rage Slave, a 3-spawn map here. Ooh, and we do not have the distant spawns either. Let's see. Sziky in the top left, he seems to be... Oh, this is a really cute color. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Redwood. No, Auburn. Okay, Auburn Zerg. Shopkeeper dog in the mid-right seems to be... Is this like... It's like bedazzled blue or something? Royal blue. Oh, royalty, you think? Okay. So, 3 o'clock is going to be the next move here for Sziky. He's going to try to hit that spot once he scouts it. I don't know if he's played on Neo Rush Hour too much. Certainly not recently. I don't think it's been in circulation. Now, the new 3-player map is a port of Dominator. It's called Knife's Edge, and it is by Jujic. I will sync it up with the repo at some point soon. But as you can see, Rage Slave, Neo Rush Hour, is got a bit of a makeover and utilizing the cliff advantage. So your spawns are on the outpost, right? The little space platform. But as you can see, you got this nice little asteroid outcrop that it's built into, like a very large facility in the middle of the map. A little bit of a winding path to get to where you need to go. Not great defense versus air either, but Shopkeeper Dog is going to go for mech this time. He's tried bio, he's tried air. Had some success with both. I like your style, Godwheat. Bagel Man. All right, I do feel like with Sziky's pool finishing pretty soon, he's going to be just fine versus the Vultures, but he doesn't actually know what his opponent is. Like, Sziky is not scouting until his opponent has already started attacking him pretty much, which I think is pretty nifty. I mean, just do what you can do, just get your stuff in order, and he's got a lot of quads coming, actually. That's 5 pairs of quads. 2 of them are going to hatch right here, and Dog's like, wait, what's going on here? How do you already have your hatch up? How do you already have quads out? This is a very fast pool timing. So, mines get laid. Oh, man, I should have been paying more attention. I think this was pool into hatch. Pretty sure. Circuit down. Ooh, that was good timing. I bet he wasn't expecting that. So, again, there's no damage types anymore. So, you don't have concussive damage for the Vulture or the Firebat, which is now Hurakan, or the Ghost, which is now Eidolon. It's all full damage, baby. And so, in this case, it is reduced by armor. It's 2 projectiles. It's 2 separate grenades instead of 1. So armor does end up working pretty well versus the Vultures still. Just in a more organic way, as opposed to just reducing the damage by a percentage. I don't think Sziky was expecting that, though. Shouldn't set him behind too much. His quads are still going to be dancing. We got more Vultures, though. This is a very heavy Vulture commit. The circuit is about halfway complete. 1 Vulture has gone down. We haven't really seen too many lobotomy mines be laid. Good focusing on that one. We need to see more quads. Another circuit being put down, but that's very vulnerable. The Vultures could come in at any time to try to stop that. Back at home, making more quads. Let's see. Taking his foot off the gas for a moment. Back up to 7 Vultures. Shopkeeper Dog is adding 2 more Fulcrums. He wants to just bowl him over. Just tackle him to the ground. Sziky waiting on the money. Getting a couple more workers saturated to that base. I think Arbiz is thinking about, like, Warcraft 3 or something. There's no such building in process rule for StarCraft. Yeah, that Wraith build could come back to bite him later on, too, yeah. Cyclops now being started. And we have the Ovaleth drop with the Quaz. Sziky really likes that move. He's done it multiple games. His drop micro has been pretty intense. Once he hits tier 2, you can actually upgrade the Ovaleth into something that's much faster and has double the transport space. You can imagine the kind of things you can do with that, but we haven't really seen players achieve similar game states to where individual drops are still effective at that time. Although I'm sure Hamster will show us a couple of things. He's pretty fond of it. Hydrathin now coming. So are we set up for a bust? I think if we don't get another Circuit up anytime soon, this army can and will deal with what Sziky has. He's being very greedy by making so many workers. He's up by 10 workers, in fact, and now setting up a second layer of defense. I don't know if it's going to be quite enough. He's deliberately not making any more units as he evacuates his natural. And the Cyclops are going to try to go after it. We have only one defensive structure up there, and it's not even done yet. Hydra's Den is still a couple seconds away. Some friendly fire from the Cyclops. I think this is way too much. Remember, he had his drop, but he didn't know where his opponent was. He thought his opponent might have been bottom left, but it was the other spawn the whole time. And GG, it's a tie game with 15 minutes to spare. I think we go to Game 7 after all, guys. Coming down to the wire for the show match. Brilliance. Ooh, baby. Hold on. We'll have to ooh, baby a little bit longer, guys. Hold on. Okay. The map was missing witness start locations. That's all. We are going to Dominator for our final game. It's fresh off the presses. Jujic finished it up especially for this show match, just in case it came to be. And of course, we need it. Of course we do. So who's going to take it? Will it be the new guy on the block? Will it be the pro? Or will it be Shopkeeper Dog? Our final game down to the wire. Let's do it. Shopkeeper Dog in the bottom left is our... Ooh, actually don't know what color this is. Is this Bedazzled Blue? Oh, it was Dark Sapphire. He is the Terran. He wants to win the show match. He wants to play TVZ while he's got it. Sziky in the mid-right. We're looking at him being Vivid Red. Oh, Vermilion. Worth $1 million. It will be Bio. And then he goes for Gas. I think he's going to go Wraiths. I think we're going to smell the Star Pad. And it could be an inglorious end, as that was the most one-sided map, I feel like. I guess maybe technically that last one we just saw might have been up there. But the Star Pads worked wonders. Let's see if Sziky has adapted, has been able to mentally prepare and overcome. There's the hatch coming on down. Neutron asking if I'll upload these to the channel. Well, the stream VOD will be available, but if you mean as like a separate video, I might do some of Ziky's practice games against Krankendow. I kind of want to do the one, there's a match on Genesis Y that I would love to pick. Just to take a look at. But it could also be good to cast the one on Radium, because that was like back and forth. Maybe I'd do them both. First scout coming out of Shopkeeper Dog, not going the right way, and the Star Pad is coming down. Gentlemen, the Star Pads are leaving the building. The Wraiths are incoming. We are going air. Oh, and that scout timing is making Sziky think he's at 12. That's not the case. I suppose it's more like 11. But that is actually very fortuitous, because he will not scout that it's Bio, and he will not scout that it could even be a possibility of air. I mean, it's so hard to scout this particular build, right? Like, how can ya? Need to OV drop inside his base, basically. And, you know, Krakendau is somebody who does like to go for that Ovaleth before expansion, but Sziky hasn't really shown that kind of thing. That's more of a Crank special, I think. Scouts out to where the bio are placed. Can't know if there's an expansion. Can't know if it's mech. Can't know if it's air. I feel like I'm trying to think of a game that has all sorts of like back and forth that wasn't Check Stealer, because it was pretty ratty, right? It was fun, but it was pretty ratty. I try to think of a game that I could potentially send to a StarCraft 1 caster or somebody. Like, obviously Diggity I'm sure would cast, but we'll see. All right, the Wraiths are coming in. First harassment hits. Last time he lost like 3 workers before the burrow, and there it is. Burrow coming. Ovaleth starting. Kagrant's on the way for that Spraith. Does he know that he's going to use Quas to try to deal with this? Is he just going to use Spraith? He doesn't have a Hydra Den on the way. Oh, coming back to snipe that one and before it finishes. It's awkward. I don't know if maybe he thinks Quas can't even attack air, but oh, no. He does know that, actually. He did see them fighting in the middle of the map on the Overwatch port, Demaloon. Anseal starting for the detection. Larvosk is under duress, but the Spraiths will certainly attempt to defend it. Wow, look at that. So the Spraith range is very, very, like, deceptively long. They're rapid fire, but less damage. Try to make them a little bit different than, like, missile turrets, watchdogs, right? So it's going to be an Ovaleth drop. I actually really like this play, but if there are enough air units popping out of the star pads at the same time, I mean, it's always down to timing on some level. We're up 7 Wraiths. We have no anti-air. Well, 1 Spraith isn't terrible. The drops actually heckle some of the Wraiths there, but is it going to be enough? He's actually going to try to muscle him through. He knows if he just kills these reinforcements, what do you have? The Mavericks aren't coming. Instead, it's the other Wraiths. And the Anseal, a very big target here. 1 Wraith going down already. Dog not really microing super well, but now the rest of the Wraiths show up. Targeting down individual units. I would have loved to see him try to focus that Anseal at the end, but he should be happy anyway, Sziky, knowing he's got a little bit more time. Just adding more Spraiths. Still no combat units, though. That's a big problem, right? And we know that the last time the Mavericks actually killed an expansion. Hydra's Den now started inside the main base. We've got 3 Spraiths in the main. We're going to have 3 Spraiths in the natural. And I think we're going to need to see probably another Ovaleth to give them that extra range. But I guess they can kill the Anseal, as it has been brought down quite a bit. The Wraith stack will eventually ascend, right? We've got that expansion coming for Dog. He's good to go on that front. Trying to go after that Larvosk on the extreme. Knows. And he should be able to get away with that. Just ends up getting remorphed. This is good. Another Circuit means that he's insulated versus ground moves, but obviously he's going to need to go for that advanced unit. Won't somebody remind him of the skip-through core? Poor guy. Doesn't have the most Vespian income right now. Isn't really harvesting from this spot, right? Trying to go after individual Drolef. Honestly, that amount of Spraiths is pretty good, and the Quas can even help out too. So the Den is up. What's he going to end up making with it? He's actually going for Zets. I don't hate this, but the Hydras, the Zets alone are not going to kill that many Mavericks, especially when Stim comes out. He's going to actually need to see if he can drop it. Okay, straight to the ski back then. It's very well defended this time. I think he's figured it out. I think he at least has a thought process here. He can put down multiple macro hatches if he wants to spend down his mineral bank as well. And he is starting to harvest the Vespian. Very tense. Very, very tense. This top spot may be a vulnerability right now that Shopkeeper Dog can try to exploit. He's up to quite a few Wraiths, and he is adding a lot of extra Anseals. So the time seems to be dwindling for the response from Sziky to find any footing. He's got a lot of Quas. He's got a decent amount of Spraiths. He is adding those macro hatches, or at least one of them. Some Hydras are out as well. And 3 Skither Cores are on the way. Sziky has remembered. Or a chatter told him. I don't know which. But either way, this is looking a hell of a lot more possible now. If he gets up to a very good stack of them, he can and will run roughshod over this army. before the Valkyries can come in to try to even the odds. Sniping almost all the gas workers is definitely a big move here from Sziky's opponent. Shopkeeper Doug is fighting for supremacy. Meanwhile, Sziky just wants to win that extra 20 bucks. Come on, man. He's only got 5 Skither cores. He needs to dive on them at the right time. And yeah, you cannot fight this. You need to cycle back. But showing them early does give Dog an opportunity. He's going to go for it. With his 5 star pads, he's starting to add the Valkyries. The counter splash. And you're going to need to spread versus those things. And I don't know how much Sziky is aware of such a thing. You can do moving shots with the skits. You can do all sorts of things with the skits. Now starting to see if he can get an extra base up. He's guarded against the 9 o'clock from being taken. Trying to get back out onto the map and be active. Only 5 skits of his own. 6th one on the way. He's got a couple more. I don't know. It feels like he's not making enough of them, but maybe he's just going to try to gamble that if he goes for like Mass Hydra and Quaz and the skits are just there to make sure that the Wraiths can't stack up, that might still be a good move. 3 Ovelots out there. Oh, did he see the Valks? I think he has seen them now for sure. He knows he's going to have to start spreading them out. That's beautiful moves. 4 Valks is a lot, though. Neblime should pay me money because Valks showed up, but technically it's not a mainline tournament match, I suppose. All right, the spreads are not really great on either side. Really nice moves there, though, as the battle wages on. Starting out that mineral-only base. The Mavs come out with a stem. That's really good. They popped 3 of the skits, and you got to respect that now. No backdills on the way. 5 more Skither cores coming. Sziky spending down to his last little bit of money. And the Ovelots will actually soften up some of the shots from the Valks. They'll absorb a little bit of it. Unfortunately, there was a Hydra in there. He's dead. Dead now, of course. This air fleet is immense. A sortie of 30 fighters. Oh, the skits were on rally. That is critical. All 5 of them going down immediately. I think that's the move. I don't know if Shopkeeper Dog has any resistance now. No more skits on the way. That rally was outrageous. Going after the 3rd base. It's biding time. Some of the Mavericks offering themselves up to the circuits that were made earlier. And I don't even think you need the Valkyries in this situation. The Skither cores are too brittle now. The Wraith count, you're sitting at 27 of the things. There's plenty more anti-air. He's making pure Hydra at this point as much as he can. But more Larva is idle, and GG, Shopkeeper Dog is going to win the show match at the end. The knowledge check's a little bit too big for Sziky to cash. Just like that, we get our final results. I hope Shopkeeper Dog has enjoyed playing TVZ. Very impressive stuff nonetheless. Maybe we'll hear from Shopkeeper Dog at the tail end here. I certainly have to play his music again, don't I? Damn it. Also, I think Dog has to go soon anyway. Because he's got lunch. But pretty good stuff. Honestly, well played. It went the distance. We were gonna play every game that we could. So totaling up the money, Sziky has earned himself, I gave him a flat 30 for showing up and 20 bucks per map win. So he comes away with a cool 90 bucks. I was very impressed. I'm a little bit sad that he wasn't able to clutch it up at the end. I thought for real it would have been a good time, but very good stuff, very good stuff. Yeah, the fact that game one went the way that it did was pretty impressive. Yeah, the Zethson brainstorm, if he had a follow-up, dude, that would have been so sick. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I think Sziky probably will. He's writing some thoughts out, so I don't think he has time for a spoken word interview. So we're gonna go to bring Dog in then. It was really cool to see him play the game. I immediately was able to notice that we were talking about the just how it went. And just how the series of events went, and looking at his play, looking at his micro, really, really cool stuff. So I thought that was super neat. We'll see if Dog is ready for being pulled in whilst I pull up his epic music, question mark. Oh yeah.
Silence is always listening, cause me, we talk a little bit bigger. You go, the smaller it is.
All right, listen, buddy. You just walked in, woke up, had a coffee maybe, sat down, beat a pro in StarCraft. How are you feeling right now, dog?
It was good. It was pretty fun.
I feel like the matches were neck and neck, but you must have thought that like for a while you were losing Check Stealer, and then for a while you were winning Check Stealer, and then he still got you at the end. Tell me about that.
Oh, Check Stealer was fun. I feel like I was winning for a long time, and then I felt like I was winning even when I was losing, but then I just kind of didn't split my army up, and it's just kill my stuff.
I saw that you were trying to use the reclaimed Zerg to extend play, but his Hydras hunted you down. Dude, what a mindfuck of a game one for a guy who doesn't know the units, right? Like, suddenly you've just taken all of his mutas and, started building his shit. It's just pretty impressive that he ends up coming back there. But that was also a really banger way to start the show match. So how are you feeling overall coming into the way that the matchup looks? The fact that you're talking about TVZ, it's eluded you this whole time in the tournament. Were you happy to play some TVZ finally?
Yeah, it was fun. I got to show the Wraith stuff that nobody else does for some reason. I don't know.
It seemed pretty good. Were you worried at all? Because compared to the first time you did it, he never really built any units that could counter it. Although I thought it was pretty cool how much mileage he was getting out of Visera cores. But, you hit 50 Wraiths at the end, dude. It's like not really playable at that point. But the second time you did it, which was the last game on Dominator, you go the mass Wraith strat. And when you see Skither cores, do you just start having an oh shit moment? Tell me what your thought process was.
Oh no, I've played against Skits before. I don't like with Skits. I feel like it comes down to just whoever's gonna control the fight better. But like at that point, a lot of times, like when the game state gets there, like I have so much stuff anyway. Like I had like 20 Wraiths and like 50 Marines or whatever. So there's nothing. Like all I gotta do is fight, and I'm pretty sure I can win.
All you do is fight and pretty sure you could win. Was there no thought process that the first time he didn't know about skits and the second time he did, like he's learning, he's adapting in real time? And I guess I should actually rewind even before I ask that question, because you didn't immediately even know that this guy was a pro when you woke up, right? Like you didn't know you were up against a pro exactly. I kept it a pretty big secret for everybody. So
yeah, I didn't realize.
Yeah, you're going up against that. What was after that and after game one? What was your thought process? Because I didn't get a chance to talk to you before it, how you felt like you would match up. But turns out game knowledge wins the day. But when you like lose game one really tight, and you know this guy's like a professional player, what's going on in your mind at that point?
Well, like I played against like HitEmUp and like Steven.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're like really good players. Same thing with like I think Ayud's pretty good at StarCraft too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like I know that I'm gonna lose if he gets to use like all his buttons.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah.
But can't do that versus the Wraiths. Can't do that versus the 4 Folk Vault that you did on Rage Slave. Some of these wins were like more on the one-sided affair, and that happens in a best of 7 or a 7-game set as this one was. But some of them were also like really drawn out. Obviously, the Check Stealer one chief among them, but I even felt like Brainstorm was pretty hectic and pretty long. The remake of the Watch Point, which is Match Point, that one also was pretty interesting where, he just kind of ends up bisecting your army, but he did all these drop moves. The same thing on Smarty Cakes' Fridge, right? He just comes in and hits you with the drops all the time. Was that a surprise? Like, I don't think most Zergs do that, right?
I only see Hamster do that. But yeah, it's hard to play against if you're not expecting it. Like the first time he did it, I was like, oh man, I can't believe I'm gonna die to this.
Fair enough. What are your thoughts when it comes to the fact that he, like you said earlier, that he's really hard to play against early? Can you tell me more about what you mean by that?
Like he plays defensively enough that I can't kill him outright, and then he has 2 bases from the hatch, and then he is also aggressive with the drops, and he can run around the Zerglings. So it's like hard to kind of figure out like avenues of attack. And then I feel like with Zerg, especially with like someone as good as he is, like there's always a timer on me, so it's hard because like it's like a rock, and he's also attacking me.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, I feel like the way that the match was going for most of it was the early game would be him somehow managing to go pool into hatch and defend any early aggression from you, and then like suddenly that's a weird game state because usually the Zerg doesn't have their expo up that early. Do you think it played a significant factor in the losses that you ended up taking, that he's just, like you say, able to take his extra base for free?
I think if he played the Larvosk stuff I probably do a little bit better because he's gonna be stuck on one base for longer. But yeah, the Hatchfur is like if you can't kill it and you don't pressure it enough, like it jumps ahead. And I feel like people sleep on Cannoli doing it just because he doesn't have the same like ability to like explode up in drones as other players could. It's like when Hamster or not when Hamster when HitEmUp does double Larvosk. Like he just gets so much stuff and like nobody else can do that.
It's pretty interesting to see. I don't know how often he'll be able to play with all of the other games that he has to play in StarCraft 1, but if he plays a little bit more of Cosmo, he gets a little bit more unit knowledge under his belt, he could be a real tough nut to crack, I think. And so that's an interesting one. Obviously, 2 of your wins are with the air plays, 1 of your wins is with Fulcrum, and 1 of your wins is just sort of like getting up the Savant ball, but you tried the Savants a couple of times. Do you think that that's an underutilized strategy, TVZ? For example, do you think that we're going to see that kind of strategy, the Savant stuff, in this next series, Ayud versus Hamster?
Ayud might because Ayud likes it, but I don't think it's good. I build Eidolons against people who don't know the game very well because like if you don't know how to play against them, it's really hard. But like
Sure, yeah.
people that know what to do, I think they're kind of useless.
An interesting choice. Yeah, I think you are probably right about the fact that like once you know what to deal with them, you get Bactyl bounces or just the Zorius Lake is. It's really admirable to me that he did so much without actually using the meta strategies and not really knowing what those are anyway. He didn't use the Shroud hardly ever. When he did have Lakes out, they weren't protected by Zorius, so it was a very different style to fight against, and I'm sure that was palpable. But I only wonder now, because Hamster was watching most of that series, do you think any ideas that Sziky did could seed into the meta of Zerg, or as chaotic as Hamster is, do you think Hamster will take anything from that if you had to make any predictions, or you yourself think, oh wait, this is actually really good and nobody's doing that?
His early stuff is really good. Like the Zergling run bys and the dropping stuff. I mean, Hamster already does kind of stuff like that, but it's pretty good. Like, I don't understand why Zergs don't make Ovilus more often, because it's really annoying and you get a lot of value out of it.
It's definitely something that what I noticed overall was a lot of Zergs do not go for the heavier drop style, and he was doing like elevators with multiple Ovileths, like on the Heartbreak Ridgeport. That was one that he did a lot. So yeah, I'm with you there. I feel like the one of the main things to go back on and look at is that sort of style. I think a lot of people can actually look at that and say to yourself, yep, okay. Shopkeeper Dog out here, he beats Sziky, but Sziky has some ideas. He's already got some cool stuff to worry about, to think about going forward. We'll see how quickly it spreads throughout the rest of the space. Thank you for taking the time to do the show match, Dog, and I'm glad we got to use some TBZ. That was fun games. And you got to say that you ended up winning versus a pro, so that's pretty cool too. Do you have any closing thoughts or final words? Anything you want to say before we skedaddle?
Nope.
All right.
Nope. Just happy to be here.
Just happy to be here. G's. See you later, Dog. Wait, Dog, I have one more thing I got to tell you.
Why? What? You lost. You sounded so sad.
I just owned him because he took his headset off already. There you go. Easy clap. Never mind. I think I just put some pieces together. Okay, guys, I'll tell Dog about his prize winnings later. We will go figure out what we're doing for the next match. It looks like it'll be about a 45-minute break before we get to the lower final. So we will take some time to move on through and see what happens next. But it is going to be a good time because we have a banger. We got a banger, guys. It's going to be Hamster taking on Ayud 64. Hamster Chaos style Zerg. Very chaotic, very crazy, but might have learned a thing or two watching Sziky. Ayud, the reigning champion, coming in from the lower bracket. He's going to have to beat Hamster and beat HitEmUp in the grand final. The Canadian Leviathan looming, waiting, watching. We'll see what ends up happening from that. So, thanks for joining us for that one, guys. We will be back in not exactly a short while, but stick around. We'll be here. The southern flank completely eviscerated, and the Strigas, they repel the east, and that is it. Now we've got Apostles in the mix. I don't think this army's going to get any smaller, guys, before they can burrow and get any spines out. And yeah, you might have your Vilgorikors, but there's way too many Phalanxes and way too many Strigas for you to get anything done. GG! Getting themselves set up. I don't know if there's detection here for the side of Aeud, though, and he's gunning after all of those air units immediately popping and trying his best to step forward is cracked, and of course out of range of the Cestus, the Ultracorps trying to overwhelm the position. The Apostles, they're getting cleaned up by all those Lakes. We don't have any healing. We don't have any sustain. The Ancials are nearby for the detection on this flank, but this is a three-pronged assault, and two of them are already linking up. Madrigal's doing their best. All of these Phalanx in a clump, but there's not so many Lakizilisks on that side. The Zarkavakor is the main source of splash here for Krankendow, but the Madrigals have started to double back, and Krankendow will just barely crack through the defenses. Sometimes I feel like Crank is a little bit too timid, and now the Cataphract Ball demands attention. The Phalanxes rooted firmly in position. We've got Blackjacks on the other side. The Anseal uncontested, and none of the Vilgorikors have gotten a Carapace Swarm off. The Cataphracts are not focusing down individual targets, but now the bottom is wiped. Oh, it's beautiful! The stim is in. He goes in for the line. The Anseal already allowing the Mavericks to dive forward. That's one Lake is popping. He's got two more coming. Hatch, the Eco damage is good, but he needs to do a little bit more. And now he's surrounded. Now he's got to deal with those Cyprians, but GG is called. Krankendow has been defeated, and the king continues. Ladies and gentlemen, you know I had to do it to you for one final time. The hype rolls high, and we have ourselves a lower final of the ages. It's a rematch of yesteryear's lower final, Acropolis 2, just maybe 6 or 7 months ago. I can't even remember how long it's been, but it has been a hot minute. And that means we are talking about Aeud 64 and Hamster duking it out again, once in 2024, another time now in 2025. Let's see what we get out of this one, boys. The reigning champion has just touched down back at home base, and we have the map veto just about ready to get underway. But I'm not gonna be doing this kind of thing alone for long, because Neblime is joining us for a cast in just a few moments. So while we get our shoes tied up, everything laced and ready to go, we're going to be seeing the Zerg of Hamster and the Terran of Aeud 64 fight for the privilege to duke it out against HitEmUp in that grand final in just a few short hours. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of Acropolis number 3. And I have been so very deeply enjoying how this has gone, but we must continue the fight for one final day. Hamster, with the veto advantage, has kicked things off by vetoing Brainstorm, so we will not see the port of Blue Storm within this match. Aeud 64, mass destruction is upon us or not. It's vetoed immediately. We'll see if there's going to be any other curveballs as the first map pick is being deliberated by Hamster. Taking his time with 10 seconds to go before he's timed out, and it rolls random. He's really considering his options, and he will select Serenity, a map that we normally see. That's not normally something that we see picked against Terran. That's a Terran map, so Aeud would think. Already had success against Hamster, so I wonder what is gonna happen. Aeud 64 now thinking about what he wants to pick. Near Impact, a good option, if that's what he wants to go for. We also have a couple of other map ports. Oh, baby! Aeud 64 has picked the map port of Kickback. It's called Check Stealer. And that, to me, sounds like it'll be a good time. Immediately, the veto comes out from Hamster. He vetoes Decapitation, a map that I thought actually would be pretty good for the Zerg, but he doesn't want to fight up all those ramps. Blackwater Bastion will be the final ban of the series, so we only have one 4-spawn map, and it was picked, Check Stealer. The other 4-spawn maps all taken out of the equation, leaving us with 2-spawn maps only for the remainder of this series. Near Impact will be map 3. If we need more maps than that, it'll have to be Ayud to pick map 4, Hamster to pick map 5. Let's find out. Radium has been selected by Ayud. Notorious aggressive map. It was picked by Krankendow in our last series, and Ayud won that to start his campaign off, to continue his move. And Kingwa Valley will decide things if we need that last map after all. I am predicting this series to go at least 4 games, if not 5. I had the same prediction yesterday, and it came true. Let's see. Serenity will be the starter, and we'll hear from Ayud. I'm sure he doesn't mind giving us a few thoughts here. Actually, I haven't confirmed. It's bad for him to say that we were going to hear from him. He might not. But I always like to wait for the veto to conclude before the interview comes in. It's been an interesting time for Ayud64 to kick things off here. He actually decides to decline the option. He'll go for post-game instead. Wants to get dialed in. Wants to get active. And I respect that. I'll tell you that much. Respect it so damn much, I'm going to go ahead and play him through. Ayud64 is the reigning champion of Acropolis, and he comes in here as an underdog by the seeding. But is he truly an underdog? Ayud64, the Terran, who won everything last time. He made it through the murderer's row of the lower bracket, and he's going to have to do it again, this time in the same day. Lower final and then grand final in a few hours. It's going to be an exciting time to watch some Cosmonarchy, I'll tell you that much. His opponent is certainly an interesting cat, though. And certainly someone you don't want to be matched up against in a pressure match. They have already faced each other so many times in Acropolis history. And you know what? It was 5 games the first time they met in Acropolis 2. Hamster gets the better, 3-2. Then, of course, Ayud64 gets his revenge in the lower final of last year's tournament. So they are 10 maps deep, 5-5. We're going to need a tiebreaker, boys. Hamster has been active for quite a while in the community. His activity in competitive Cosmonarchy dates back 2 years now. And his first tournament ever, he made it to the grand final, but was never able to taste victory. He made it to the grand final this second tournament ever, and since then, the deepest he's got is 3rd place. So I think we need a little bit more from him. I think we need to see he can at least get 2nd again. They're fighting for the privilege, the honor of potentially being dispensed with by our tyrant, our Canadian legend HitEmUp. The Leviathan looming, waiting for his options, considering who he would prefer to fight. It's gonna be a good time. It looks like it's about ready to join me. Neblime will be talking some smack as we let Hamster's song play out. Neblime, tell me how you're feeling about this matchup. I sent you the veto. You know we're starting on Serenity. And I'm
so excited, man. This is amazing. You know, it's quite early for me. I was thinking to myself, like, oh, I've been up for a couple hours already, and I was sort of tired, like, oh, you know, it's going to be rough being up early doing this. But now that it's here, I'm freaking excited, dude. This is amazing. We have another finals coming up. Of course, we've got to get through that lower one, but man, however it goes, it's hype as hell.
It is hype as hell. I'll open up a slot for you to jump into the lobby as our players have popped in, and of course, just in case I need to, stream to you, I'll just get that started now, so we don't have to worry about interruptions mid-game. But I got to tell you a little bit of something here. You missed a show match.
Yes, I have not watched any of it because I was being busy just now, but I understand the nature of it. Tell me, how did it go? Give me the short version.
Shopkeeper Dog took on Sziky. So does that tell you everything you need to know?
That's what I understand of it so far, but I know nothing else.
Oh, okay. Basically, it was very close. I'll put it to you that way. And I thought Dog would just kind of 7-0.
That's fine.
You know, because, like, it's a new guy. Sure, he's a pro player, but it's not that I didn't necessarily have faith in Sziky's mechanics. I know he's very good, but it's a big adaptation to go from, you know, playing against the one of the top 6 players here who almost took out Ayud and made it to at least top 4. Big adjustment coming into that, you know, with all the map knowledge, all the game knowledge. But we did kind of even the odds. We played only StarCraft 1 map ports. We played no new maps, so...
Fair enough.
That helps a little
I was jokingly saying yesterday that, like, oh, since he eliminated me, you know, he's like, oh, the best player ever. And, like, you know, if you lose to him, you know, no shame. But, I mean, he obviously has come a long way since the last Acropolis. And I can't say anything because he is much better than me. And look at the run for his money he gave EUD.
Yeah.
Dog is truly one of the top players now. So definitely a fair match for Sziky. And I'm surprised it was close, actually. I would have guessed that any new player, even when your mechanics are extremely good, you're just going to die to stuff you don't know about. For example, like, you know, one of my first games, like a Lakisler's buried behind my mineral line, I didn't know I could detect it, so I was like, oh, I guess I lose, you know, that kind of thing.
Right, yeah.
Maybe Dog wasn't intent to sort of bully him with that kind of thing. I'll have to see the matches, but that's still pretty exciting.
Dog did some bullying. I'm going to ask you, how long do you think Game 1 went?
4 minutes.
If you add maybe 30 to that, you might get closer.
Oh.
So,
that kind of bullying, huh?
Well, yeah,
there was show you every unit.
There was a little bit of bullying. It wasn't that makes it sound one-sided. It was very close, even that first map. It was a great, you know, way to set the stage. So it's great.
I mean, did Sziky know about tiers and stuff? I assumed he played against bots.
He played a little bit against computer, like probably for less than an hour, I'm guessing. He played an hour and a half of practice. So he came in off of 5 games against real players, and he put on a hell of a show. So definitely go back and watch that if you guys missed it.
Again, man, that takes me back to like my first tournament games. So I was pretty much in the same situation.
Yeah. Very cool stuff. Now, we don't have too much time to preview the lower final before we get straight into it because our players are readying up in the process. But I did get a little bit of information here, and Ayud actually doesn't know this. I only heard this from Hamster, but I feel it's important to tell you. Hamster, even as deep into the tournament as he has gotten, even though he is still sitting here like, yeah, I've played so many tournaments. I know how the format works. As it turns out, he might not, because he picked Serenity thinking it was a ban. So that's how we find ourselves in here. Oh boy.
We're
getting some.
Are you going to perform the ritual about the colors, or can I talk about the map right off rip?
Well, since we have plenty of extra lag time here while it sorts itself out, hopefully it does.
Let me, no, I think I'll just dip.
Okay, fair enough. Connections are hard. This is South America. I don't know exactly where Ayud is. I think it might be Chile, but he's from Venezuela.
I thought it's Venezuela.
He's from Venezuela, but I don't think he lives there yet. And then Hamster is, of course, in, like, I think it's Western Russia, I think. And we don't have much time to talk about the map because Hamster is Iziracore choosing, but let's talk about that in a moment here. Periwinkle, deep Periwinkle, in fact, is Hamster. Ayud is the Beaster Brown Terran in the top right. Reigning champion going bio first. So this didn't work against HitEmUp, and it was the same matchup. HitEmUp rolled Terran, said he was Terran. Hamster still did this. It was obviously on a different map, different circumstances, but I can't imagine this working. It was on Kingwa Valley.
Yeah, I don't like it. Look, about the maps, though, I will jump in quickly there.
Sure.
I don't think it's that bad for Zerg. This tank drop we've seen, I don't think is really a factor for Zerg, because as long as you have those Nafra cores, it's quite easy to do drops. But he's gone for Hydra here, right? And like we talked about, I think the 3 easy rush is just not actually a strat. I think it's only good against bad players, which I guess we'll see in a minute if that gets borne out. But he's not going to have the access to the Vornaf. So he's not going to have any good anti-air right off the bat. At least not air-to-air.
Yeah.
But we'll see. EUD, I suspect EUD's not even going to think about doing that strat just because it's been revealed. And obviously already he has stockades instead.
Yep.
So, I don't know. Hard to say. Normally I'd say I don't like it from Zerg at all, but the fact that it's bio, maybe you can do something.
Well, here's the other thing, is that Hamster did do that trick where he queues up a Droleth, and he cancels it right before it's about to complete, so he gets the timer started on the larva, and then he gets his 4th larva. So the 4th Azuracore is already hatched. And it's a Hydra follow-up. Yeah. Hamster, knowing he can't dilly-dally killing that Mason Scout either. But there's a pocketed bio spot. So is that army
Well,
going to come
it's
down
not
and do
Hydra.
some work raiding, you know?
Oh, it finished. Yeah. That is very interesting, right? Is he aware of the threat, though? I would have thought as Terran, you need to put everything at home here. I mean, if 6 Mavs are ready, I guess that can deal with 4 0 cores. It's going to be tight, though. Look, he's going to run in here with these 2. It is a threat. And Hamster
this
did
is
just
rough.
start droning again after Hydra. Yeah,
This
is
is
enough
really
for Terran?
scary, dude. You said it only works against bad players. What do you mean? Well, great
Well,
spot on the
look.
Huracan. Honestly, that was... Hold
Yeah.
on. If
Yeah,
that
what are you
wasn't the
saying,
case...
Kronogo? What are you saying?
If that wasn't the case, it would have been
Oh
a
my
different
God.
story, but he's
Did he
popped
deny
it
the
back.
Lavos?
Yeah,
Is that finished?
I don't think it started, because he still got all the gas.
Still.
That
That's
is
so
rough,
bad
though.
for Zerg here.
Yeah.
He's in so much trouble because he's only got 1 production structure now, 8 workers. I stand by what I said, Kronogo. A 0-core rush, terrible strat.
Listen, I think
Use it against noobs.
if the 4 Izira cores don't just stand at max range fighting Mavericks, that means that they don't split, they don't get their multi-attack, they don't bounce as far, and they were all getting splash damage by the Huracan that was rending all of their armor. It was the worst possible fight mechanically that could have been taken. If Hamster doesn't do that, then I think that exact position would have been a winning spot for Zerg. Very thin margins here, but with double stockade and, as you mentioned, only 8 workers, we're going to have to see some really heavy committal of the circuits if Hamster wants to hold here.
Look, I suppose on the other hand, DUD can micro that more as well by pulling back the Mavs. Oh, the Huracan not repaired, man. Why do we see no Huracans repaired in this tournament? Nonetheless, he takes out that Kagrin instantly. That Circuit is in kind of an awkward position for Terran. You wouldn't think it, but Mavericks do a lot of damage. Can they...
Ooh, hold on. They're trying to focus it down. They will eventually get it, but there's only 1 Maverick left. And that very low HP Hydra was within killing range, but there will be a hold nonetheless.
Honestly, EUD split his damage like as badly as
Yeah.
possible there.
Yeah, I
Both units were on like 10 health before they died. So really bad luck there, or maybe, you know, bad moves there. But he's still way ahead. Look at the worker count. Hamster is screwed without having that Lavos early.
Yeah, he does end up having it again, and maybe it's a blessing in disguise that his circuits regressed. He can just turn it into Larvosk once he gets the Vespine for it, and he is starting to droll. I think you have to push the trigger on that button, pull the trigger on that. Izira Core will watch for a move out again, and he will have enough Hydras with the cliff advantage to hold a typical push, but we have a Phalanx rush, which does make a lot of sense in this situation when you're that far ahead.
Well, it's been proven, I think, that's the staple in the meta right now, versus Zerg anyway, because it just deals with so many problems. Especially with Hydra, if I wonder, you know, you're thinking about Bactylist, because against pure bio, Bactylist can do very well, but Phalanx do handle them okay. But yeah, we'll see what EUD wants to do here. No star pad yet. He's heading another stockade. I think he's just going to go for a 1-base push, is what I'm expecting. Just Maverick and Phalanx, and I think it's got a pretty good chance of working.
Well, there's no ski back, then there's no Shroud either, right? So it's really easy as he picks the Oh, if he didn't lose the Hydra there, it would have been a different story. But yeah, what are you going to do when the Mavs are stimming after you?
Oh, nicely done.
Yeah,
I mean, he's sapping some HP from these, and there's no healing, so it's not all bad. But he does need to kick his ass into gear and get as much military as he can. Man, if he had a pool, he'd be so much better off right now. Because a bunch of Quasilisks and Zefs would actually be quite effective against this, I think.
Yeah, he's moving across the map, just trying to, like, aura him and force him to maybe slow his push. This is really well played from Hamster to the extent that he can actually have a chance here, but maybe not so much on the micro reactions, right? His speed there, maybe slow to wake up. I know it's quite late in Russia right now, but this is the warm-up game, you know, the first game.
Well, Hit proposing in chat that he's only doing the Hydra first because he didn't want to play this map, so maybe this is just the warm-up to him. This is very hard to deal with, though, now, because you know Maverick's just going to keep rallying here more and more, and he doesn't have ski back or anything like that, so he doesn't have any long-range option. Ski back, I think, would handle this easily, but unfortunately it's going to take a long time, especially given he has no gas in the tank, if he even thinks about doing that. I think if he builds up a zero-core Hydra and tries to bust this, as long as EUD is constantly reinforcing, that is not going to work.
That Phalanx range all the way in, basically covering the top half of the map. We do have the expansion coming in here for Aoud and the star pad as well. The stockade was floated so that it could give him vision. It's really difficult for the Zerg to do much of anything right now.
Dodged. Wow. I'm surprised he didn't hurt more. Okay, he's going to go for it. Rillarokor's coming down, which will help a little bit, but they won't last long unless they start getting hits on. And then they pretty much all die instantly. Does he have enough? The stockade taking a lot of damage here. The Zerg's only getting a few hits on those Mavs. I think it's a slaughter for the Zerg.
Oh, that Phalanx stays alive. Yeah. Well, that is not a good move after all there for Hamster. He will end up dropping. And it's his map pick, even though it was a mistake. You still got to say, man, can't be dropping those in the lower final. He's got to recover, bounce back mentally, and we are going to game 2 a lot sooner than we thought here.
A zero-core rush is terrible, man.
That's what you think, Neblime.
Now wait till I lose to it, yeah. Which has never happened yet, by the way.
Oh, really? You've never dropped a game to it?
No, because it's bad. You got to believe that.
That does make some sense,
Anyway, look.
actually.
Like we said, that's just the warm. Now tell me, is this lower final best of 7 or is it only the grand final?
The grand final is the only one that is a best of 7. So map 2, Check Stealer,
Alright.
by the way. Very good veto. Very good selection here. The only thing I'm sad about
this
is
what I get.
we don't get Brainstorm, you know? So.
This is what I get coming in late. Let me look at the veto now because I haven't really had a chance. We
Yep.
just got right in there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I do like vetoing Brainstorm because it's just so cramped and you have that possibility of being sieged over the natural. Interesting that Hamster would siege Decapitation, though. I guess with the ramps, but I would have thought any 4-player map is favoring Zerg here. And what is the pick of Check Stealer?
I know.
Sorry, what? We're playing Check Stealer in
That's
game
right.
2?
We are, yeah. It was Ayud's opening pick. Well, I mean, Serenity was picked for
my
him,
God.
right? So he's like, all right, I'll pick this map for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, though, isn't it a bit of a Zerg map? I don't know.
I certainly think it is. Let's get into our next round here, ladies and gentlemen. We have Ayud 64, Beaster Brown Terran in the top right. Hamster in the bottom right is going to be our... Ooh. Turquoise? Turquoise. Or, there you go. I wasn't sure. I had to remember. Had to draw upon the data banks, my photographic color memory. I feel like with Hamster going for the gas early, he's probably going to be going for a Larvosk into Pool, which is a bit more standard.
Yeah, I think he's learned his lesson that Hydra ain't going to work. And I have great expectations of his more standard play here. You know, he's got a great position here where he can just get the circuit immediately if he needs it.
Yep.
I feel like on balance, you shouldn't need any static defense to do these stockade rushes, which is what EUD is favoring once again. But if he really feels like he needs it, he's well set up to do it. And it makes you wonder, does a flat map even disfavor Zerg that much? Because Terran's just going to come with a Phalanx anyway. So I feel like a ramp doesn't really help you that much.
It's actually
and in the
more
early
open,
game-
right? You can move your army a lot
Yeah,
more anyway. So
Exactly.
very good stuff.
And in the very early game, right, the Maverick and Huracan are just going to run up the ramp anyway, no matter what's there, so it doesn't really make a difference. All right, we do see that pool, but the star pad is very fast here from EUD. Is he thinking of fast, like, bio drops?
You know what? He might actually be doing what Shopkeeper Dog may have done to Sziky.
Yeah, maybe.
But I
maybe
think
not.
Hamster's
Which
a
is
little
what, Wraiths?
Yeah, I think Hamster's a little bit more equipped with the knowledge there. He does scout his opponent first, though, the Terran.
I would
Certainly
say
gives
this
him
is not the
some
map for it, though, because ideally you wall up the natural, the ramp rather, and with like a vestry probably, and then you have all your star pads in the back. I guess if you're talking about like a couple Wraiths to harass early game, I don't hate it. But we've had this conversation before. You know, I really favor if you're going to go Wraiths, you should hard commit to it, get 3 pads on one base, and really get in there.
What do you think about
so
5
I-
pad
if-
and 50 Wraiths?
On one
How
base?
about that? Yeah,
Yeah,
that
I'm not a
happens.
fan because if your opponent knows what they're doing and they realize it's 5 pad, but of course if your opponent hasn't played PvP before,
Yeah.
then yeah, anything can happen. Maybe they should have made Valkyries, whatever race they're playing. I don't know if Sziky came in as Protoss or what.
He's Zerg. He's a Zerg player, so
Oh, okay.
this is a repeat of the same matchup. You know, Showmatch into there was the warm up act, right?
Yeah,
You know.
yeah, absolutely.
Such notable
so it's
amateurs
here's,
as Dog
here's
and
people who knows
Sziky.
what they're doing, and here's someone who doesn't.
Well, honestly, Hamster ended up getting schooled that first game. So this actually looks
Yeah,
like it
yeah.
could be a reflection of what happened in Game 5, Ayud versus Crank. I know you were watching that series, so you have some recollection. This does look like a slower actuation point on the second stockade. It was 2 stockade, pad, 4 stockade, right? So there's like a total of 5 production on
Yes.
one base. Might be
Yes.
what he wants to do here.
If you can micro it really well, which is not easy, like having like 4 ant seals really fast is going to be really hard for Zerg to deal with without a Lakizalus out really early, because obviously that's going to get the splash damage, is going to help. But yeah, with just like Zeph and Quaz, they will die so fast, you're going to have a hard time breaking through the shields. And you know what? Dropping his play into ED's hands very well here, because he's not going to be coordinating with his army all home. There is no circuit. That's a neutral circuit for those playing at home. It's not Hamsters. And, okay, he's going to start it just now. I think he realizes he's in a bit of danger here. But what military units does he have? 6 Quasilisk isn't enough even without the Ant Seals.
No, he's getting more Quaz now, but I think his Hydra Thin is going to be way too late. I mean, the Maverick firepower isn't stupendous, but again, that's 2 Ant Seals. There's a
That's what I was
third one
about to
on the way.
Yeah, he's going to burn through this quad so fast, and Hamster knows it. He pulls back. He really needs the circuit to help, but it will go down so fast. Zeph's is what you need to get the DPS, but they also die so fast. He built another Kagran.
That was almost
It's
done.
gonna go down.
I really thought maybe he could just throw the chaff at it until the circuit finishes, but Not to
Dude.
be. So many more
Who
claws on the
needs
way.
clerics? Who needs healing? We have shields. We're Protoss now. Oh, he's killed him. It's over.
I think this is it. Yeah, GG. A very quick 2-0 start.
Whoa.
Maybe it should have been a best of 7. Because Hamster, I think he's coming home to a broken hamster wheel, buddy. There's nothing in here.
There's no water left in the thing.
Yeah, the feeder is empty.
Yeah, that's it. EUD's turning him into a guinea pig.
Dude, Ayud is warming up. We'll just go straight into the grand final with no break at all. This is his practice for the grand final at this point.
He's hoping hit rolls Zerg every time, so he's prepared for that.
Apparently.
Oh, man. How long has it been? It's been like only 20 minutes.
Yeah, these have been really fast games, right? A botched rush, near impact up next, and now, of course, Ayud just lethal. And I was really surprised because everybody does this John's talk, like you were saying, right? Everybody's like, I'm not going to win. I can't win at all. Meanwhile, like, Ayud nobody gave an opening interview. Everybody was a little too nervous. They just wanted to play. But Hamster was typing, like, in the Russian channel. We have a Russian language channel for those who may be interested in the Discord server. Hamster was saying, like, I woke up just in time for death or something like that. And so he's also Johnsing, but not even in a like public way.
That means he's about to reverse sweep. Now that we know he's throwing out Johns, he can't lose.
That's right.
Did Ayud say he was going to win?
No, Ayud. I've got no inside info on what's up with Ayud. But we are going into it. It is going to be the next map indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be our last one. We might not actually have much of an opportunity to see Hamster play. It might just be the reigning champion once again threatening for the crown. And Hamster has to be playing a little bit more standard, perhaps. Has 3 on gas.
Yeah. It could be a fulcrum. Let's not get too excited. I would be surprised if he went for the same strat twice in a row. It was just a bit unfortunate and also very map dependent, obviously, with no ramp. Wasn't I saying Zerg doesn't need a ramp, and then look what happened.
Yeah.
But, it was unfortunate that Hamster sort of prepared for this drop. That was really the worst case scenario. At any rate, he did harvest a lot of gas, but is stopping now with 50 for the fulcrum, so there you go. Very early scout from Hamster.
It is, yeah. It'll get in there in time to see the fulcrum. One thing that would have been pretty sick is if Hamster had downloaded some of Sziky's strategies, because specifically the things that man was doing, he had it down so he had pool, hatch, and either a circuit started or quals already ready to go by like 2 minutes 20. Like, it was really fast. So he was expanding, of course, because that's what you do as a Zerg player in StarCraft 1 is you expand early. Yeah. But it was really working out for him, honestly. He's giving him a lot of control, a lot safer of an opening.
Don't you remember when the meta used to be you get a Hatcheros real fast and you get like a lot of Quasilisks?
Mm-hmm.
And then two things happen. Arbus showed us that like Ecclesia's a very good unit.
Sure, yeah.
And yeah, these Terrans started getting very aggressive in the early game. So Zerg really doesn't like it now, and I think also Zerg has a better understanding that they don't need to expand that early. Although I do still say the degen strat is one of the strongest, so I do wish we saw that more. Of course, versus Terran with these Fulcrum plays, Phalanx would be a bit intimidating.
Avaleth, definitely a good option early on. You can basically pick up your creep colony equivalent with your transport and drop it somewhere else, so doesn't need any modified terrain to do that. You just unload it in some place that's buildable, and it will go. So, some quads are on the way. The first vulture moving across, and Hamster pocketing his Drolet Scout to make it so that he can use it for later, either as a rescout or as an option for returning home to mine. And the vulture will get in, which is maybe a little bit dicey. A couple quads on the way.
Yeah, will he be able to do that much though? I mean, it's hard to do much early game, and even if you kill a couple workers, I feel like it doesn't matter that much.
Well, the star pad's coming, so I think this might be setting up for a Matador drop. We'll know if the scrapyard add-ons get added, and it looks like there it is, so expect...
we still haven't even seen it in games I've cast of EUD. It's been the talk of the town.
Yeah.
But
well, we saw it started on this very map, but then, the wackest possible watchdog placement for Shopkeeper Dog killed it before it could do anything, if you recall.
Yes, that was hilarious, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to talk about that, by the way. EUD definitely not coming into this match unscathed, right? It was quite close against Dog. The final 2 games definitely went EUD's way pretty hard, but given like he was down 2-0, it's not a good look, right? So, oh man, he's brave loading up like that when there's full of ultras right there. But I guess he knows that once ED poked once, he's not going to try again.
Yeah, and the mines are good coverage, but look at this. Hamster already a bit savvy about that. Will wrap around a spot where you can't fly the vulture. It is not an air unit. Trojan on the way.
Yeah, but they
Matador's on
can
the way.
see it. That's all you really need to do.
Let's see.
Oh, he's going to engage at the same time. I mean, obviously the drop is far away, but he can distract if, you know, ED's not prepared. Oh, I don't know about this, though. Can the vultures win this? Probably not quite. They will take a lot of
with a
damage
good
if they
micro,
do.
they could, but remember, look at the money
Yeah.
float, right? The Zorkia Shroud halfway complete. So,
Man, both players, though. This is the pattern we saw in ED vs. Dog as well.
Yeah.
They both be in this intense early game fight. Look back, it's like, oh, I got 600 minerals.
Yeah.
You know?
so the drop is going to come in, but it's currently on a bit of a weird course where it will be shown early, and the blackjacks are there. So this is a little bit of a whiff from Hamster, I think.
Well, yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. Oh my god, is he going to lose it? Oh! Two of them get out, but they're just going to die.
If he could have killed that
Tragic,
Mason, it
although-
would have been a little bit funny at least. But yeah, that was really bad.
Yeah. That was just unforced too. Like he just flew straight in on the wrong angle. He did not need to do that. I gotta say though, even if they all got unloaded, are they really gonna do much? Like 6 quads don't really kill Masons unless they're unattended.
Don't tell Dog that. Don't say that. Dog might-
Why did he lose like
Yeah.
a whole game to that? Oh, but Matadors killed Drolef pretty fast. Okay, I think it's a couple so far. Wait, what? Oh, it was on fire, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be able to fend this off. That's plenty of quads units. Or is it? That's a terrible angle for the Zephs. They do start to spread out a bit. It's probably enough quads to deal with it, but I don't know, man, that armor.
It is indeed pretty good, but that's a good split there, and it looks like there's too many quads for the Trojan to risk it. That was shut down mining for that whole time, by the way. And down to 13 workers. Hamster is not doing too hot with the Ministry about to finish. Third Fulcrum on the way. I'd say that was a successful enough harassment, mostly because even though he got the 3 worker kills, the mining delay was really what set him back more than anything, I think.
Well, he's definitely in a dangerous position because it feels like if ED pushed real hard, he'd have a hard time sort of mustering enough forces. Of course, the Lachizilus is on the way. Once that's out, he does feel a bit more secure. Looks like he's going to go across the map. He is behind in workers, but given that his expansion is up, I don't think that's going to be an issue. I think he'll be fine. It looks like he wants a third. Is that Trollof looking for a third? No
He
way.
went back to mine now that the natural is finished, it looks like. So, yeah, crisis averted, because if he puts a third down, it might have been a really good read in some ways, because Ayud on Kingwa Valley versus
Yeah.
Crank had a similar situation to this, where he gets our head early, and then he just kind of sits behind and does his wall, does his stuff like that. Nice little cute move
Mason
with the
needs to
answer.
stop. I mean, I guess he got a Mason, so that's something. But yeah, this kind of portrays a defensive mentality from ED, because I don't think he needed SimCity to hold this, by the way.
No.
So, yeah, a third does seem good if ED is going to be tricked into sort of sitting back for a while.
Worker count back up
yeah.
here for Hamster as well, so he is definitely going to be, he's taking the worker lead. He'll have a better economy pretty soon.
And that's demonstration, right, of this sort of dynamic for Zerg. Now, I would have said Zerg, you cannot really drone this much because the army for ED is very strong and could actually kill him. But given that ED's sort of been intimidated, so maybe sacrificing his units wasn't even that bad an idea, he sort of has a free hand to do it. And by the time ED realizes he's been had, I think it's going to be too late, and Zerg will be able to hold on.
He's got the Madrigal in position. Obviously, if there wasn't a defensive move that needed to be done at some point, he would be in prime position to deal with it. But it does feel like
Move
this might be a
balance.
little bit too much. What do you say?
Is he anticipating Gorgs?
He's got Goliaths out, so I would say the answer must be yes. In small enough numbers, the Gorgs can be held at an
Yeah.
arm's length by Goliaths.
The
Just
fact
fine.
that he got a Madrigal instead of a Phalanx, and that he immediately gets Goliaths, I mean, he must be thinking, like, oh, he's about to attack with 6 Gorgors or something. I don't know.
Well, Madrigals in Furia mode basically annihilate smaller Zorius armies, so it's pretty good because they clear out a lot of the junk, including the Quaz units.
What was that mine sound? You heard that, right? Where was that?
Third base.
Oh, okay. That's huge, because that means if he noticed, he knows that a third is going to go up, and it's the right time to attack.
Oh, Hamster, what have you done? Oh, never mind, he's just lagging.
Yeah, just a little bit. He's just messing with the cable a bit to throw him off. Oh, where'd this come from? Well, one Lachizilus, I don't think is going to get any kills here.
Yeah, not even getting any friendly splash damage for kills.
Oh, that might get kills.
Oh!
Well, there you go.
Value!
Cyclops. Cyclops, man. Worst unit in the game, except for Valkyries.
75 gas for the Lakers, 50 gas for the Avila,
Yeah.
25 gas for the
Well-
Cyclops. Worth.
It does serve as a little bit of a distraction, I guess, but yeah, it does seem questionably timed when ED's just sitting home. And look, now
Yeah, here we go. The move out is commencing. Now, Hamster needs to get out on the map, not just to defend this base that he's got coming. He also needs to preemptively check when this is happening. And yeah.
Look, what are you doing? Get out of there. All right, they turn back before they die, luckily. But yeah, his army looks pretty small. What has he got? He needs to not be as aggressive facing this. He needs to just try and buy time. Yeah. More units are hatching. 5 more Lachesis. That's the army he needs. If those are together with this, I think he can take it, but he does need to pull back. Okay, loads. I'm not sure if that's intentional. Okay, it is. He's going to go do a counter drop, which, you know, can kill him quickly, but the fight is happening now.
Yeah, and they weren't actually deployed. Now, the Phalanxes aren't either, but now they're going to come alive, and with the rest of the structures coming as well for that front line contain that Ayud loves so much. He's doing a lot of pressure. The Zets are going to need to go overtime back at home, and it just feels like units off the rally could be enough to hold that. It looks like this could be Hamster's final stand, and it might not be so glorious. Let's see how strong Ayud actually is.
Well, he's the reinforcements. It's more the Kislev, but that's kind of all he's got. He's got no chaff at all, no front line, and look at that. He just lands the wall. What are you going to do now, Zerg? You're trapped. As soon as he sieges up, he can take out those Kislev. I don't think Hamster's going to break through, but the counter drop can take out those add-ons pretty huge, especially if he gets that Palladium. That's worth a lot.
Oh, yeah, trying to keep him distracted as the lake is just range it down, but there's no anti-air to deal with the Anseal, and so the Phalanxes will eventually have those lake is his number. A couple of them are very close to popping. There's going to be 2 of them going down.
Well, some units did get lost there, though. ED getting a bit too aggro. He takes out all the add-ons, which will disrupt ED's production significantly.
Yeah, that
may just give him the window he needs, but I'm not sure how do you break out of this. What units do you even make? Zoryus are not going to be strong enough, I don't think, and he doesn't have that much production here.
Yeah, not great anti-air. This position is still exposed just off of the rallies, but Ayud hasn't pulled the trigger just yet. Trojan looking for vision. Anseal still cycling back. Is the detector for this Terran army. If he could snipe this, the Lakers could have a field day.
Zoic's probably going to be haters about this, but I really feel like this is where Hydrift would be doing better. I think Zork's base strategies really struggle with this kind of situation.
Yeah, it's something that I think is unfamiliar territory a lot of the time. A watchdog at it. I think Ayud knows anti-air might be his main weakness as he's established the containment.
You know,
his third base is up.
Dog and I were in chat yesterday saying, well, like, why not just make a stockade? It's not really that much more expensive than a watchdog. It has so much more health.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Uh-oh.
Come on, Hamster.
Uh-oh.
Don't pull the cable out. He would never.
Yeah, that's right. You can still win, Hamster. You don't have to force the regain.
Yeah, if Hamster pulled the cable out by mistake or something, he would actually just GG. He's not that type of player. Now, Acestus is being made in this front line. It'll make this army almost impenetrable as it is a defensively minded structure. Couple more mines. Here's the lake is hitting, but some of them are already stunned, and the burrows are very awkward right now. They're so clumped up. He's going to try for one really good burrow as the Zoryus and the Zets come in, including some from that other base. This is a bit better prepared than we initially thought, but there's still so much detection, and only 4 Lakers remain. He's got 11 pairs of Zets on the way. It looks like
16.
maybe there was some kind of attempted Lakers drop on the other side with those units that came out of the third base, but got nothing done. The turret ring for Ayud, currently impenetrable. He even has a frontline Mason for repairs.
Yeah, you know, that flank from the other base was actually shockingly effective at drawing away the phalanx fire. He was so close. If he just was able to get those Achilles burrowed faster, he might have pulled something off. But now, I think it's highly doubtful. What does he have left? Zephyrs are really going to do almost nothing here. I guess they can absorb some Munsleys. Tier 2 on the way. The third base is established. Edu looking completely dominant here, setting up for his 3-0.
Yeah, this would be one of the most dominant series in the playoffs so far, in the Throne Room stage. So to see it happen in the lower final is very much counter to expectations. The Zets and the Zoryus are trying their best, but this feels a little bit too lackluster, a little bit too limp. Hamster might still have a chance as more units coming on through. He's dealt with a lot of the front line, but the Cestus is still empowering. Yeah. +2 armor when you're facing your attacker is no joke.
That is huge. And look, this is generally a favorable situation for Terran when you get these contained set up with buildings and stuff like that. He's still trying to trade as best he can. Morlicus is coming in. I don't know where he keeps affording more from. I guess he does have 1,000 gas right now.
Yeah, he does. But no actual money. He's broken the last anchor. The Zets are coming in and try to do a little bit more. This is all with the Anseal providing detection, so the Lakers are just going to be shellacked. Oh. Hamster's giving it his all.
Let alone the Anseal, right?
Yeah, that's
he's well set against burrowed units here. Blast the Kisleys fall down, but he's spent that gas bank, or at least half of it. A whole batch more Kisleys. Okay, it looks like Hamster will probably break out here, but the fact that Tier 2 is coming online and ED has his third base this whole time, Hamster's been forced on into making workers.
Yeah.
I think the damage has been done, and I think whatever Tier 2 option, it looks like it's going to be Apostles, ED chooses, is going to come on. Oh, it's Olympians.
Yes.
He's going to punch him to death.
That's right. The super soldiers of the Terran Arsenal are starting to deploy, and these phalanxes are still so damn deadly. They refuse to let the Lakers get anything for free. The Zets need to be on the front. They need to be looking at some of those hits from those smaller units just to soak up the damage and splash it around, but it is impenetrable right now.
Oh my god, the Sisters are still alive. There's no Mason yet. It's burning, but it's still there right now. One more Zoryus braves the fight.
Yeah,
doing a lot more damage to the
damage.
Sisters, actually.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I said, we can see that Hamster is chipping away slowly and painfully, but he's lost so much. He has nothing behind this. No tier 2. It's just more of the same, and here's the Olympians. I don't know how good they are against Zephs, but against most everything else, Hamster's feeling they definitely are.
I'll put it to you this way, even without the Cestus, Hamster says noted. As in, he's got tier 2. Yep, that's how. Either that or he was wondering how good they were versus Zets too, you know?
Yeah. Wait, did one just die to tank fire?
What,
Oh,
Olympian?
no,
Nope, just a vulture.
No, they're doing good. They're doing. I mean, he can move in.
He could kill this
What's
anytime
that Trojan
too.
doing?
It's
What
patrolling.
is that Trojan
It's
doing?
been patrolling, you know?
Oh, what?
A show of force, you know? 14 Lakizilisks. Hamster has spent every penny. Well, I guess he has so many.
Is
He
the
can
Kislex
sacrifice
meta
like that.
officially over?
I think.
Hamster made plenty of Lakizilisks this game, but it didn't do anything. I think it's just a matter of time till ED pulls the trigger. Maybe he's waiting for the Apostles to arrive.
Fourth base being
Maybe
set
he just
up.
wants to play with food.
Yeah. Autocrat's on the way. Ayu trying to enjoy his tier 2 infantry.
Alright, here's what you do in this situation as Hamster. You get like 10 Lavos and just start spamming on the robots till it goes away. Because eventually he has to either unseek the phalanx or leave. Alright, here we go. He's going to go in there.
Oh, man.
Oh, my
all
gosh.
those stuns. It's so hard. Hamster is going to lose all of his Lakers, and surely that is enough to convince him for GG. There is not a single thing left, and he is typing out his final message for the chat. I can, like, he's
ED
hands off
doesn't wanna
keyboard,
kill him.
right? He's totally done.
Yeah.
He's 0 APM, defeat the king. GG, well played. There you go.
Dethrone the tyrant for him.
Yeah, that's
All
right.
right.
Reigning champion just qualified 3-0 to defend his crown, and it's a rematch of our first semifinal. Ayud 64 will take on HitEmUp.
Wow. Well, we might have expected this outcome, but you know what? I sort of expected it to take longer.
You're not alone in that. You are not alone, my friend. But
ED seemed very well prepared. It seemed he had a strategy for each map, at least each of the maps that got played. Maybe if we got to the final one, he would have been like, "Oh no, what do I do?" But that's not how it went down. Dominated Hamster. Honestly, the poorest performance we've seen from Hamster in
Yes,
the tournament. Hamster was
yes,
looking
yeah.
good, but now it's like, geez.
yeah, that is the end of the line for Hamster, and it's a very inglorious end for him. Honestly, he is a player who I would have rated to be competitive in this series. I even said it's probably going 4 games, maybe even 5, but it just was not to be, apparently. As we have...
ED was saying, right, that once he knuckles down and actually plays, he'll be doing better.
Indeed.
I'm paraphrasing, but, you know, he basically said something to the effect of, like, you know, if he had time to prepare, he would have played better. And, you know, who would have believed watching this series that ED was down in the losers bracket, right?
Yeah, it looked like he just straight up outclassed his opponent, which is not what I thought was going to happen. I actually was pretty sure Hamster would take this one, but even then I was thinking, you know, there's a chance. Obviously, you can't count Ayud out. He defeated Krankendow, but, I mean, it looked like Krankendow was the real lower final with how easy it was comparatively with Hamster. So
Well, and consider last Acropolis how knife's edge the fight was between ED and Hamster. That was incredibly close. So it makes you wonder, what's the difference this tournament? ED has just gone to a whole new level, it seems like.
Oh, in a big way. And, you know, we'll get his music going. We'll talk about the man himself, and maybe we'll even get a little bit of an interview after the match to hear from him. Because as far as I'm concerned, Ayud 64, he is the king for a reason, and we are moving in to talk a little bit of smack. He's got his place in the grand final. He's challenging HitEmUp. And we'll see if he feels like sharing a few words or not. But either way, it's a really like resounding success and a very short warm up to get him ready to go versus HitEmUp. So
Yes.
that's another scary thing. Now we really got to start saying, like, HitEmUp was the favorite coming into the grand final. I predicted 4-1, 4-2. I also predicted Hamster to be the one instead of Ayud. So when we're considering that with this best of 7, it's not really like I think you're not gonna feel disempowered from playing these games as Aoud. You're gonna feel warmed up. It's the counter. It's like the perfect amount of time.
Well, are we still playing the grand finals at 7 Eastern, or are we going straight in now that this is over?
I will be asking HitEmUp how much of a break he wants to do. I think I was expecting at least like a 20-minute break or so, but we'll see what the people want. We'll see what HitEmUp wants.
Yeah, man, and I was thinking, we were planning out if I can join you for the cast or not, and I was thinking like, if it goes really long, like I've got to go to work, but so far so good.
Indeed.
No, we're about to see the most epic tier 7, best of 7, tier 7 if only.
Yeah, tier 7 is for the next game. Tier 7 is the next game.
Ah, yes. Antikythera will be released before this next best of 7's over.
That's right, something like that. So we do get to say that he is ready to go for an interview. So I say we go ahead and bring the fella in and see what he wants to say for us. Aoud 64, reigning champion, challenging in the grand final after really what was the most dominant set we've seen from you and maybe across the whole series of matches played in the Throneroom Stage. Talk to us how you're feeling, Aoud.
I'm feeling great. I can't really express the things that I'm feeling right now, because it's like everything I planned went just accordingly, exactly how I wanted. So I'm feeling pretty good right now.
Exactly how you wanted. I'm sure you were surprised at the veto that Serenity was picked. I can now reveal to you that Hamster did that by mistake, but if he had said, hey, I mistook, when it happened, we could have redone, but he just kept going with it instead. So anyway, you can't really hold that against you in that sense, even though you might say it's a map that favors you. Obviously, you look at the fact that he went for the Izira core rush, and there was a chance for that to be scary when you only had like 4 Mavs and a Hurakan at home, but really, really good Hurakan positioning ended up sparing your life there, and it just kind of felt like the whole rest of the set was a bit too easy after that. But tell me what you were thinking when you knew you were against Hamster, you saw those maps. Did you have that confidence that the veto was won by you?
Well, I was actually surprised that he picked Serenity. I wasn't expecting it at all. I was expecting the Blue Storm ban, of course, because one of the things that goes into how do you say it? That it's not in your favor. It's when you do these interviews, because sometimes you can talk too much,
Oh, sure, yeah.
So I'm pretty sure Hamster, he was paying attention about me talking about Blue Storms, because he knows that I like to play on that map. Maybe he thought that I had planned some kind of wacky strategies. So, everybody is banning that map when playing against me. But yeah, I wasn't surprised at all. But yeah, the Serenity pick was weird. Nevertheless, when we actually played the map, I think he did the right build against my bio early aggression. It's like the perfect counter. But I took the risk of not retreating my initial Maverick and Hurakan. I just wanted to hide them and try to counterattack, because when I play Zerg, I always, or almost always, open with that build. So I know it pretty well, and I know that you build like around, I don't know, maybe 3 of those guys. I'm sorry about the Zerg names, because it's hard for me to remember them all. Yeah. But you made like 3 of them, and then you drone up. But he had an Hydra. He left an Hydra behind. I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but it wasn't enough to get rid of my units. I think that was decisive, because he couldn't micro or focus into his attack, because he was paying attention of the units on his base. So it was kind of easy for me to defend. But if he micros those guys, I'm pretty sure that he would have killed all my Mavericks and eventually take the early lead, if not taking the whole series right there. I mean, not the whole series, but at least that game. So I think everything went into place. I had a little bit of luck, and it worked at the end.
Any questions for Aoud Nebelheim about the first 2 maps?
Well, yeah, about the zero core rush. If he sort of microed more, don't you think he would have microed more as well with pulling the Mavericks back? But also, two questions. Do you think it was a mistake to set aside those other two units? Because if you have one more Harak and one more Maverick, it does seem not likely that Hamster can break through.
I don't know. I think it wasn't a mistake. I think it was. I mean, it was a calculated risk. Those units, those early units, are necessary to hold that initial attack, and he made 4 of those guys. So it's impressive the amount of damage that the splash damage that they can do to Bio. So I think, I don't know, maybe it's a tough call to say who would have won that skirmish, but yeah, I don't know. I think I just played with a little bit of instinct and experience, and that's why it worked at the end.
And on Check Stealer, the Ancil bust looked extremely strong, but was it sort of a build you did just because you knew there was no ramp on Check Stealer, or did you also sort of anticipate a Hamster was going to play? Because we saw him get the cores first this time, and he also loaded up for a drop, I don't know if you're aware, before you attacked. And he did manage to bring that stuff back instead of sending it, but it sort of made him more disorganized, not quite prepared for it. Had you prepared this just thinking no matter what he does, it's effective, or had you expected Hamster to play a certain way on Check Stealer?
You know, you got it right. First of all, I picked Check Stealer because it is a map that has no ramp. So yesterday, after my matches with Crank, I played one game versus him. Well, yes. Now I don't quite remember if it was one game, but I played a lot of games with the Shambler. He actually wanted me to practice with him a little bit. Well, I wanted some games, you know. So he helped me to figure out some builds, and that one in particular, I tried several times against him, you know, trying to do different things, and I think it was a pretty strong build. So I was preparing it for this map particularly because, I mean, when you are attacking up a ramp, it's easier for the Zerg to hold. But in a map that has no ramp, it's really, really hard. I mean, I'm not sure how can they hold versus 3 Anciles. You know, the Ancile is, I've noticed that if you are not prepared, it's the first time you see the build. It's really hard to stop that timing push. So I just went for it. I was pretty sure it was going to work as long as Hamster didn't do some crazy rush, which he didn't. So, you know, when I came into these matches, I had a plan for every match, and I just tried to ignore the fact that Hamster can be too unpredictable, and just went for my tactics, and they worked pretty well.
It's definitely been borne out that sticking to your prepared strategies is usually the strongest thing to do in a series. I have to remind you of sort of how things went last Acropolis, with how close it was between you and Hamster. And I'm still, you know, personally, I'm salty about it that I was hoping it wouldn't be you in finals, and it looks like Hit and Hamster had their chances, but alas, you made it through. But this time it doesn't look like you really broke a sweat. Why do you think there's such a difference this time around?
Because, I mean, I think Hamster and I haven't really played in a long time, and I've oftentimes changed a little bit my style. I think for this tournament, my repertoire of different, you know, builds have increased a lot. So it's kind of difficult to prepare for a specific build, especially if you have not practiced or played against that opponent in particular. So I think you know, it's not that Hamster is a bad player, because he's a beast. You know, he's really good. But maybe he didn't have the chance to practice against Terran that play similar to me. So that, I think that's why it worked. I knew that if I played, you know, more passive, that same thing could happen to me. So I decided to shape my destiny in a way, to be the actor and the doer. So I had more chance to win the series.
All right. Well, given what you were saying before, would it be impolite to ask you about the match that's coming up? So as far as I'm concerned, I think we can leave it there. What do you think, Bruno?
Yeah, listen, we're going to hear if HitEmUp does want to give us an interview. We'll hear from him in a moment. But first of all, we got to decide exactly how long of a break we've got. So we'll figure that out behind the scenes while we wrap things up and sort of give Hamster his swan song for a moment of analysis. But with that being said, you've got one more match to come. So I am very excited to see about that. We'll get that veto underway as soon as can be as well and give the people their playback, their information. But thank you for joining us for the interview and giving us some of your thoughts. I'm guessing, as my final question, that you have some pretty good confidence coming into this grand final, just off the back of that alone?
The matches versus HitEmUp are always weird to me because he's a player that I believe he's mechanically superior, so he's able to have more actions per minute than me. So I mean, he's a pretty tough player, and every time when I play against him, every time when I think he's about to break, he suddenly comes back with I don't know, a lot of units. So I don't know how he does it, but his macro is fairly superior. So I think it's up to me to apply some innovative tactics and try to surprise him in the long run.
Sounds like an exciting time to me. Ayud, thank you and congratulations. We will be seeing you for that vaunted grand final as you are going to be staring down the Canadian Leviathan. So let's see what happens in just a few short moments for that. And we'll be in touch about the timing, but GG's.
GG's, thank you.
Neblime, with all that said, there is one other thing that I think it's due some time here. So why don't you talk to me a little bit longer about none other than Hamster? Because there's some people joining us for the first time who just probably think, oh, Hamster must be a noob or something after a game like that. He's anything but. He obviously was able to defeat Krankendow ZVZ in a 4-game set. Before that, it was Shambler in a 4-game set, who really in the first game, it felt like he was toying with him, trying to get a funky strategy there. And the upper final, HitEmUp versus Hamster, that ends up going the way of HitEmUp in a 4-game set. But then we find ourselves in the lower final, and that is where his undoing is. What do you think about his run in the Throneroom Stage? Obviously a disappointing ending, but just in general, your thoughts on him as a player.
Well, let's go back to when you introed this stream, right? And you talked about Hamster's previous performances. He has not taken a championship, but honestly, It's kind of a travesty. The close runs he's had, definitely in Acropolis 1, I considered him like my most dangerous opponent, and it was me who won that one. In Acropolis 2, EUD who won, like I was saying, had a very close series with Hamster. So he's come very close. In fact, in Ascension 7 as well, He was in second place. So he's always been lurking on the periphery. It's been very unfortunate he hasn't got a finals, but it shows that he's really a top-tier player. And honestly, with quite little practice, based on what I've seen, he comes in here and he still makes it to a third-place finish here, which is crazy. And before this tournament, I feel like no one's really talking about Hamster. Krankendow is in the know. He would mention Hamster as a big threat. No one really saw him coming, but I think it goes to show his quality as a player. That even when we're not expecting him, he still just kind of cuts through plenty of people. And anyone who's looking at that series thinking like, well, Hamster isn't very good, I would like to see you 3-0 him. It's not easy. EUD showed a really high level of play. It makes Hamster not look as good by comparison. But like EUD himself said, he is a beast. He can do things no other player can do. There's no doubt. He's definitely one of the, I guess, pantheon of gods of Cosmonarchy.
Yeah, certainly. And one of the more chaotic ones, I think, is safe to say.
Oh, definitely.
His style, I think, is just enough off-meta to be confusing to those who are otherwise maybe set in their ways. And I think it's telling that Ayud actually ran 3 separate strategies, even though there were some commonalities with the Phalanxes being impactful. Ultimately, there was one very sharp timing in Game 2. In Game 1, it was more of a bio reaction where he did indeed have that Phalanx. So you can see the commonalities in all 3 games, but also the openings were all different. And I think that also maybe made Hamster feel a little bit under the pump. Plus maybe veto woes and such like that. So unfortunately, we won't be seeing any more from our Russian Zerg player. Hamster will be out to pasture. He's got to go find another Hamster wheel, come back next year for Acropolis 4 and see what he can do. But he does score his invite back in.
Year?
So
hang on, spoilers, Acropolis 4 not going to happen this year?
I'm pretty sure no, because instead we're going to have a little something called the fourth race drop this year. So we're trading
Yeah, that's
trading
exciting.
Acropolis for that. That being said,
Race 4.
That being said, I do think we're going to see more tournaments this year, just not Acropolis ones, because we got to. I was already telling you about this. We can maybe podcast about this briefly while I get ready for HitEmUp versus Aoud.
Well, I got some unofficial ideas floating around. If
Sure.
you know they're allowed to be aired on the stream
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they're pretty wacky. Well, you know we got the gridlock idea. Biddy B's like come up with a lot of great maps for that. We're going to do like a small map tournament basically with sort of territorial control. It's going to be cancer. The players are going to hate it, but I think it'll be a good spectacle.
Well,
I
you said it
definitely
wasn't
wanna
meant to
do-
be in one sitting, right? Or could it be adapted to be played in one sitting, do you think?
It could be, but with so many players involved, it's not
Yeah.
a good idea.
Fair enough.
So it would sort of be over time, especially with no tournament coming up. So keep an eye out for that. I think that's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
also want to see more tournaments like on a specific game mode, especially Faction Wars. I think Faction Wars, just regular 1v1 tournament, would be really hype.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I have some balancing to do in that case, but you know.
Don't worry about balance. Faction Wars is not made for balance. Don't worry about that. I feel like it's just on the players to pick the best faction. you know?
Okay, fair enough.
They don't, too bad.
And hopefully there's
Uh,
enough disparity that it feels like, oh yeah, this one's maybe objectively better, but I like this one's playstyle more, and it's
Yeah,
not so out of whack,
exactly.
right? Stuff like
That's why it'd be exciting, right? Also, like various just maps we haven't really seen that I think would make for good games. Would so important. Juggernaut as well, and not so well known game mode. I think would also be hype. 2v2s. We need a 2v2 tournament, man. Team games in Cosmonarchy are pretty sick. It's not my wheelhouse, I'll acknowledge. I'm pretty bad at them, but I think they're very exciting.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of possibilities. Obviously, this is just all my random stuff I'm going to throw out there. What are your official plans then?
Okay, so I'll tell you guys a little bit about this while we await the grand final here, as Aoud has taken to that spot and HitEmUp awaits. We will be tentatively starting in about 20 minutes, so you guys have time to check things out, take a break if you want, but we will be talking about some tournament plans, so I'm sure those who are really dialed into the community are going to be happy to hear stuff like this. Normally, I only tell this to the people who donate at least $3 a month on our coffee page, because that's the donor privilege. You get all sorts of audio, like podcast stuff from me. I will say, one of the things that I think is really cool about this tournament is that the main stages felt like they came pretty thick and fast, and I don't mind that. I think that's actually really cool. But when it comes to the qualification stages, that's what took way too long this time around. We had the tribunal stage, single elim, best of 5, pretty solid, pretty tight. Then we had 3 double elimination gauntlet stages that we needed to wait for each one of them to end before starting the next. So that took, by itself, I think, you factor in all of the 4 stages of qualification. I'm pretty sure that took at least a month and a half, if not 2 months, just to get that sorted. Comparatively, the main stages of the tournament, it was about a month long, which I think is a lot more solid. So I do think that there's something there that could be considered. One of the thoughts that I had was we'll have more like one-day tournaments or shorter tournaments like the tribunal stage, and it will just qualify like one player. And then when we have 2 more players qualified in that way, in addition to the top 4 invites, we know that we have the 6 battlements groups, just like Acropolis 3. So we're going to have 6 groups of 3 players in that battlement stage, that group stage. And we need to then grab 12 players in total. We can do that through gauntlet stages or maybe some other promotional tournament in addition to the gauntlet stages. We can just go back down to having 2 gauntlet stages instead of the more open competition. That's a little bit different.
Hopefully, if we can organize a lot of these smaller tournaments, what do you think about a WCS like point style system?
Yeah,
So, we earn points in the sub tournaments and like the top 8 or whatever.
Guarantee that if you're class 1, you get the invite or something. That's the only thing
that sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Unless you're planning on demoting me after my performance, which I wouldn't be surprised.
I think I would need
to
to find 5 better players than you, and I think that is actually, even though you technically didn't place the top 6, I don't know if that's actually true. You know what I mean?
Oh well. Anyway, we'll see how the chips fall after the tournament,
Sure,
I suppose. But yeah. I do like the idea of having a lot of little tournaments because I love the Tribunal and the Tyrant's Tale. I think those things are great. Of course, I'd be pleased with the Tribunal because it went pretty well for me. But even though I had a terrible showing in Tyrant's Tale, but I still think it was a good tournament to have. So hopefully that shows I'm not biased.
Yeah, it was pretty good. That was a shocker because of Mystery Meat returning and defeating you in a best of 5, which I didn't have on my bingo card. He qualified in.
I've never had good series odds versus Mystery Meat. There was only that one time, you know?
Yep, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the reverse sweep that happened with the Anchor and the Wraiths and all sorts of stuff in Ascension. That was Ascension 5.
I still can't believe I won that Anchor game, by the way. I should not have won that one.
Yeah, on
anyway.
Otherworld, I think. The Ashworld map.
Ah, that map.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Man, the maps have come a long way. No shade for putting something like Otherworld in, I guess, but good lord, I'm glad we're not playing on that. Otherworld is the new crossguard that I complain about all the time now.
Oh, is it? Well, I guess it was around for longer, and but it's still, it's kind of ancient.
Oh, well.
You know?
Let's not name it today, but you know which map was around for a really long time. One went saying an infinite amount of time.
Ah.
Let's not speak anymore on that particular map.
Fair enough, fair enough. I am just about ready to reveal something that I didn't think I would be revealing, guys. Let's switch over to a different view, as we are going to dial in onto that grand final. The maps are in, the picks are in, the vetoes are in, and boy, is it funky.
Check Stealer Decider. I'm hoping.
I thought, okay, never mind. So the veto came through, and it was, I thought they were both just hitting the random button, but actually HitEmUp was hitting the random button, and Ayud was AFK, so it automatically randomed him.
Does that still stand?
No.
Because, I mean, it's on AD that he hit ready.
Yeah, but I don't think HitEmUp took it seriously, so I'm pretty sure that's what happened. We're going to go ahead and do that again, and I'll tell you the play-by-play for the veto here while we get our ducks in a row. Man, that would have been really funny. All right. It is going to be random stuff yet again from HitEmUp. He is absolutely taking hands off the keyboard.
He is a random player,
He's random player, random picks, random bans.
It only makes sense, right? Because there's no point picking any particular map. The one the Iron Blood or Iron Rose, whatever you called it, didn't get put in, right? So the one he
the plasma port, Iron Rot.
Iron Rot, that's it. Yeah. So what is he supposed to pick, man? Veto Decapitation just to spite me?
Well, actually, his random did veto Decapitation first. Ayud countered by vetoing Mass Destruction. And then HitEmUp as the host here, as the one with the veto advantage. He vetoed a second time, and his random vetoed Kingwa Valley. Then, first pick, Near Impact, random by HitEmUp. Probably not happy about that. Ayud picks Radium. The random ban final from HitEmUp is Blackwater Bastion. Ayud bans Serenity. Interesting choice. HitEmUp randoms Check Stealer for map 3. And then we have Crisis Vector for our next map. And that will be map 4. And then Brainstorm is map 5. So that is our first 5 maps. Now this is a best of 7. So the remaining maps after Decap, Mass Destruction, Serenity, Kingwa, Blackwater. Let's see here. Doing some mental math. I think we got pranked by something else, actually, because I'm pretty sure... Hold on. I think I configured the veto sage for best of 7 a bit in a bit of a scuffed way. It's supposed to be 3 bans.
We don't have any maps, though, do we?
Yeah, it's supposed to be 3 bans and not... and then the last 2 were supposed to be picks.
Oh, you mean 3 bands between them?
Yeah. So, let's try that again. That was pretty whack. So obviously, we have some technical issues here. This is not what it was.
Let's take this chance. Since we didn't do an interview, we didn't really have a chance to hype HitEmUp either, right? Because we've talked about
talk about him.
Yeah. I'm just thinking that's what we haven't talked about, right? So probably already you notice coming in here as random, right? He's pretty strong. That I think maybe he feels that like if he goes Terran, it's going to be too easy even. Because he is a Terran player mostly, I would say, but he definitely can play all races to a very threatening degree. Last Acropolis, correct me if I'm wrong, he was in 3rd place, so definitely a very strong showing. 4th place
for last Acropolis, yeah. He was eliminated by Ayud in Elimination 3.
Oh, I was just getting the order wrong, yes. I do remember those lower games, but I thought it was Hamster then him, but you're right, it was the other way around. So yes, he had a very good showing for his first tournament, and we knew when he joined. Both ED and Hit, by the way, I put them in the same category. When they joined Cosmonarchy, we knew we were in trouble. They were very dangerous. This was like sort of before Tyrant's Tale. We were playing a lot of games, and I was thinking like, God, how do I beat either of these players? They're both kind of the most dangerous we have in the scene. And ED mentioned as well, HitEmUp just has superior macro. There is no doubt about that. He is just going to be able to macro better than anyone else. Of course, micro is another big consideration in Cosmonarchy, but HitEmUp is no slouch there either. He has excellent engagements, always thinking about sort of the angles and that kind of thing. You won't find his units idle. Is very formidable and hard to take on. Even finding a weakness is almost impossible, it feels like a lot of the time. Now, in past games, he's had a bit of issues with tournament play. The term practice bonjour has been thrown around. But this tournament, he's sort of looked quite dominating. Hasn't had any of those struggles. He did have that previous series versus EUD, but he did triumph after various shenanigans. Against Hamster, he had pretty impressive games as well. And now he's here in the finals to finish him off. Will this be the rematch you needed? Last time they clashed, it was incredibly close as well. Going down to 5 games, and the final game was rather down to the wire, as I recall. So every indication is that HitEmUp, if he's overcome the sort of demons from last time, probably is going to be able to take it. I don't know. But EUD looks like he's sort of got a head full of steam as well. So who can say?
Well, I'll tell you this. The only thing that wasn't a random decider from the veto mission was mass destruction banned by Aoud. That's all he wanted, and that's all he got, only being able to ban 1 map. HitEmUp could ban 2. They banned all of their maps at once. It was Near Impact, random, then Mass Destruction, then Blackwater, random. Then HitEmUp picks, random, of course. But so does Aoud. Aoud rolls random as well for all of these map picks now. I think he realized how...
I mean, why not?
He was, he only has one ban anyway, so he was a little bit unfortunate there, and he knew HitEmUp was going to random. Brainstorm, Serenity, Radium, Decapitation, Kingwa Valley, Crisis Vector, Check Stealer. We could have a Check Stealer decider on Kickback's port, really? That could be where the tournament ends. Woo-hoo, baby.
Man, I hate that map. But yeah, why would you even bother picking? There's sort of a point to this. Because you don't know what race your opponent's going to be, and that completely determines your map pick as far as I'm concerned. I suppose there's maps you could say are not as good for Terran versus both races, so in that case, I'm surprised that Mass Destruction is a veto for ED. I would have said that's the map that's good for Terran in both matchups, both number of matchups.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised there, but I do think Mass Destruction is just a map that Aoud himself doesn't quite like. Anyway, it's time to hear from the man who we haven't heard from yet, and we were talking about gassing HitEmUp up. How about we do it now? HitEmUp is here to talk to us about his grand final appearance. His second time in a Cosmonarchy tournament, but his first time in Acropolis. HitEmUp, how are you feeling?
I'm pretty dead right now.
Is that why you were, get your warm-up in, I saw, but you're also hitting that random button? You feeling confident as ever, just being the random player for real? Thick and thin?
I mean, I just decided, because, it doesn't really matter what maps I play at all, I'll just press random, see what I get. I kind of wanted to play Mass Destruction. I don't know why he banned it.
He doesn't like that map. He's really not a fan of it for some reason. So that'll be interesting to keep track of. That being said, the order of the maps, so obviously you didn't care too much about which maps ended up getting vetoed, but to start on Brainstorm and to end on Check Stealer is some kind of idiot sandwich moment for the maps themselves. These are the wacky ones. These are the ones where, really strange game states very frequently take shape. So how are you feeling? Because the last time you met, you rolled Zerg on this map, Aoud picked it, and he ended up taking the game, even though it was a fairly close one. It was one of those games that ended kind of early. Tell me about how you're feeling about this opening match. Are you, thinking of any particular race you want to roll? Is that also something that doesn't really matter in the same way that the maps don't really matter? What are your thoughts?
I'm just going into it, not thinking, and hopefully my... the one brain cell that's left can carry me.
There you go.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I'm going to wing it all.
Wing it all? Total.
Do you plan to follow your own advice? If you recall in chat, you were saying this one thing you got to do, this one trick. Terran hate him. Are you going to just make units today?
That's all I ever do. All right. I don't know, if people haven't noticed yet, but I'm not the smartest cookie when I'm playing the game. I just do random things and it just works. So we'll see.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, I do think that the make unit win game strat has obviously served you very well so far. You have only dropped 3 maps in all of Acropolis number 3, and maybe that's the magic number. Maybe that's all we will see from you. But Ayud obviously just slaughtered Hamster on the way over like it was nothing. How are you feeling about going up against him specifically? Would you have preferred to have seen Hamster? Obviously, Krankendow ends up getting dispensed with, but I don't think you preferred to see him anyway. So kind of over-under 50-50 doesn't really matter to you which one it was that made it through here, or any thoughts on Ayud specifically?
I mean, I kind of wanted to play a PVZ, so I wanted Hamster to go through, because I wanted to see if the build I theory crafted would actually work. But everyone's dodging me lately, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Now I get to
even
play
Hamster,
Terran.
Hamster dodging by losing.
God,
Biggest dodge
God damn it, Hamster.
That's the way. That's the way. Well, hopefully he's gonna be, you know, he was actually saying at the end, like, well, if you killed me, I hope you also, you know, beat HitEmUp. But you know, now you can pay him back for dodging by beating his champion, apparently his chosen one. This would be a denial of a repeat from Ayud. So far, we actually haven't had a repeat champion since the Mystery Meat days. It was Mystery Meat, then it was Neblime, and then it was, well, I guess, no, that's not true technically. If you count the Ascension stuff, Ascension into Acropolis, Acropolis 1 was Neblime's 2nd tournament in a row. And then after Neblime, it was obviously Ayud in the grand final over Neblime. This time around, it could be you to be the, you know, for every Acropolis, a new champion. That could be what's coming in. I'm looking forward to seeing how the games go, but it sounds like you're pretty much just, like you said, winging it. You're just going to sort of let your fingers do whatever they want to do, your hands go wherever they want to go when it comes to which units to make and where to move them and when to do it and all that stuff. A very intuition-based play. So do you think that in this particular series, random is actually an advantage for you because it kind of predisposes you to those sorts of make unit win game moves?
Oh, by far, yeah. Like, I can get away with so much just playing random. It's great.
See?
I don't need to worry about anything. I just make random units. Let's go.
Random race, random units, random strats even.
That's right. Randomizer has hit.
So, is that to say it's just a throw of the dice whether you'll win this series or not? No one can say one way or another?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I in all honesty, like, I wanted to, like, not go so hard last night and just come in and be, like, prepared and practice and all that. Obviously didn't work out the way I thought it was going to be. But, I mean, I'm still going to win.
See?
Still going to
There you
happen.
go.
Still going to win. It's still going to happen.
It's inevitable.
It is.
AD did sound a bit nervous, right? He was saying, like, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do because, like, his macros is really good and he doesn't feel like he can match it, which I think is probably accurate. So, I don't know. Maybe nerves will play in your favor this time.
I'm praying for that.
It does feel like it's a possibility. Everybody gets at least a little bit nervous. So as we get into things, with Brainstorm being the first map, we are going to decide right now who's going to win map 1 in the Twitch chat. We got the Gamba up, you know, just for Shambler, who I don't even think is here right now to benefit from it. But just getting that in there so we get the predictions coming in. You know how it goes, the Twitch predictions.
Shambler's just busy trying to curse me.
Oh.
Why is he trying to curse you here? Like, I don't know.
Because he practiced with AU.
Yes.
So.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
Yeah, there's a whole, like, cabal against me right now.
Well,
Great.
okay. To be fair, Shambler can claim a lot more, like, whining in that regard, don't you think? Because we have a whole clan. Which, by the way, you're our only hope. You have to win this for us. Hamster has fallen.
For the
I've
ass.
definitely
for clan
fallen.
ass, yeah.
Ramen has fallen, but we only got you. This is how it happened last time. ED blazed through all the ass people, and we weren't able to stop him. We've got to stop him this time.
It was actually 3 in a row, wasn't it? It was Ramen hit,
Indeed.
Hamster, and then you for 4 in a row, technically. So that's pretty
Yeah,
wild.
right? It was a disaster.
Yeah.
We thought we had it for sure when we got to that point, but no.
All right.
Don't put too much hope in me, man.
Ah, come on! Everyone had to put pressure on me last time. So, look, man, you had your chance. If you'd taken him out last Acropolis, we wouldn't be in this situation. But here we are.
Well, you say that, but Ayud could still have. He already got taken down by HitEmUp. This is a rematch of that semifinal number 1. It went 5 games, but HitEmUp still did it. Let's see what happens this time around. Hit, thank you for the interview. Good luck in your games. I'm sure we're going to see some pretty epic stuff. I'm going to go ahead and bump you into one of those channels in case I need to squeak your POV real quick, but should be all good, and the lobby is up for you, my man. GLHF.
Hey, I'll be there in a minute.
Yep, no worries. So while HitEmUp awaits, while we await him, it's going to be a pretty fun damn time in this grand final. I'm thinking like we got clearly the most qualified player to challenge HitEmUp is one that already took him to 5 games in a best of 5. Why not 7 games in a best of 7? Be even better than that. We have ourselves a very solid, interesting selection of maps here. I wasn't expecting it to be random, but it does kind of slot in, and I feel like this is a great way for HitEmUp to decrease the nerves. That has been something that he had to deal with before, and I thought it was admirable for somebody of HitEmUp stature who does have, like, you called out the Proctus Bonjour term. The way that HitEmUp seems to play back in the day, say last Acropolis, is he'll play the first map, he'll win. Maybe it takes a little bit more effort than he was expecting, or maybe it just goes a little bit long for whatever reason. Adrenaline dump hits, he then loses the next 2 maps, and he's out. Like, he just doesn't have anything in him anymore. And that's what I thought was going to happen in that semifinal, because if people don't remember, it was HitEmUp wins the first map, TVT, kind of long, but not like it was HitEmUp comfortably winning the whole time. Then he ends up dropping the next 2 maps, one of which was pretty close, the other of which was just a one-sided sharp timing from Ayud. And then he ends up finishing the job, getting 2 maps in a row. HitEmUp wins the series, and it was pretty narrow margins at the end. Like the last 2 games felt very, very comfortable by comparison. So,
yeah, I mean, it's a good point that he did win that series, right?
Yeah.
And I would say last Acropolis, it was sort of like, well, he didn't really have any challenges until he did go down to the loser bracket, and after that, like, wasn't able to claw his way back. Whereas this time, he's obviously already come across a player who matches him and beaten him, and now it's the player who's rematching indeed, who's already defeated. So I think he definitely has a strong chance here.
Well, strong chance indeed. It looks like that prediction is just about locked in, and HitEmUp is already starting to the mind games in the chat. We love to see that. So let's ask when our players are ready, and we will get into our first map of our grand final, and grand it will be, guys. Looks to me like we are going to have a great time here. Readies are exchanged. GLHF, it's time. Let's do it, boys. We are getting into Brainstorm for our first map. HitEmUp has been calling out his race every time, by the way. I don't expect that to change, even if he goes down 0-3 to start. That seems to be some challenge he's left himself. And he will be going for his patented Larvosk opener on this map. So he doesn't... I've never seen him do 2Z. I never seen him do double Larvosk as the opener. But this is actually a Mason cut fast stockade from Ayud. So very fast moves already, Nebula.
Yeah, I think he just wants to replicate his success he's had with this build so far. Now, I would have said coming into this that, like, Hit probably wants to get Zerg. It probably looks pretty good against EUD. But after what we just saw against Hamster, I'm not so sure anymore. EUD looks like a TVZ beast just now, just like, today.
Yeah. So
maybe Hit was not hoping for this. Now, about Double Lavos, like you say, yeah, I like it, but this is certainly not the map for it, because this is going to be a very aggressive map for Terran. Terran doesn't really want the game to go long here, but they also do have very good attacking options. Now, I don't think HitEmUp is as much of a, acolyte of the Zorkis as some, but I would be surprised if we didn't see fairly Isla-based plays, but we know he loves Bactylus. Honestly, he talks about Bactylus all the bloody time. So I wouldn't be surprised if once he starts Stockade, he's actually thinking about doing that instead.
Well, let's see what the scout turns up, because it doesn't look like it's going to be Larva, the pool. It's double Larvosk, like I mentioned earlier. I was saying we've never seen this.
Can he do it with Rills? He was saying in chat, or maybe it was in Discord, I don't remember, that Maverick rushes aren't any good because Real Oracles sort of handle them. And this is why I keep being told to people make Hurakan first. I'm still not sold on it. I feel like if you lose any units to a single Hurakan, that's on you for not microing well, but we'll see how he does.
It's a Circuit, not a Larvosk. He actually holds the greed for a moment, and that will make it a lot easier for him to hold. It doesn't really slow down the explosiveness either. And then there's a harasser. There's a guy nagging me inside the mineral line. Can you get this demonstrator out of here, please? Apparently not.
Oh my god, is he going to get a kill? He's not paying attention. He pulls back even without being attacked because he's sort of nervous. But yeah, he sees everything. He sees it. That's the production cut. Is a Ministry going to go down right away, or is it going to be a Fulcrum? That's it. Oh no, that is not a Fulcrum. That is a Star Pad.
Okay.
Is he thinking, well, okay, if you're going to put defense at the front, I'm going to drop in. Is he going to go for the Ant Seals? Who knows? No tech structure for HitEmUp yet, which I do think is the right call. If you're going to get this static defense, you might as well get the economic advantage out of it. He's getting a second Circuit. If this is is a Trojan, it actually could completely counter HitEmUp here.
Well, even if it's an Anseal, I feel like there's definitely room for it to outlast or just walk past the circuits. The Riddler cores don't provide collision. You can't body block with them. Units walk right over them. They're like little rats on the ground. But remember, with this double Larvosk build and the Hydrith Den on the way, there is room for some kind of counter here, and I think this double circuit is actually going to be really good at defending initial moves. Just for you guys to know, it's Zinwaldite Brown, HitEmUp, and it is Beaster Brown, Ayud, since I saw people talking about colors in the chat. I haven't forgotten.
He made so many more builds.
Yeah, this is really, really good.
He's not spending any money. This is such a genius way to play against this Stockade Rush, because he's not even spending anything. He's got plenty of units here. Like, even if Eody had 3 Anseals out right now, I don't think he could pull this off. Like you say, a funky move like a run-by is definitely possible, but a direct attack, there's no way. Now, I know Cosmonarchy is a bit more forgiving about this than Brood War, but I gotta say, that Hydra position is not going to be doing him any favors.
He's going to need 4 workers on the ridge, I think, or maybe it's just like...
Maybe he's like, no, I mustn't go for a gas-heavy strategy. I must put this here to dissuade me. No, okay, that is not the case. He's going to mine. Oh, dear.
It might just be 3, actually. It's not too bad. And yeah, the Stockade is pretty close.
Yeah, so I assume he's going to float that in to sort of tank and stuff, but there's no air attacking units here.
Hydra's
he can get vision, I guess. Yeah, and Hydras are going to be really good against this. Hydras are pretty good against Bio. Bachelors are devastating against Bio. No Fulcrum was made. It's Anseals, and Hydras are going to be good DPS. All right, here we go. Relurkers do need to commit.
Yeah, they got to slow. They just got to tag them to slow down their attack speed. Kind of cancels out part of the benefit you get from Stim. And the Hydra's finishing up just in time. We got 3 more coming. Core finished, and 2 more are queued up behind it. So it looks like it's just enough dancing around the greed. Let's see if the committal is going to be enough, because we got 16 stimmed Mavericks coming in. That's a lot of DPS to deal with.
I was going to say, I wonder if he needed a 3rd circuit here. I don't know if it is enough. I think EUD's going to bust it, actually.
Yeah, he's got more units coming. Oh, man, falling back now. Waiting for those Cores to finish. The most offensive position, but it's not it. GG is called. HitEmUp knows he was being a little bit too greedy. And you're right. I think even a 3rd circuit might not have been enough. Ayud just hits him with the bust. And you can write off Brainstorm as a Terran-favored map, but HitEmUp was trying something a little bit cheeky. That always ends up happening, but we got a big distance to go before we're crowning anybody.
Yeah, I think if you got a 3rd circuit and then another Larvos behind it, and I think if you sort of anticipate what your opponent's doing, then you're just going hard on even more circuits and Rillaroko's behind it, I think it can be held. But yeah, man, ED's showing this is a really strong strat, this Anseal Rush, when there's no ramp. And I don't know if HitEmUp was listening to the interviews, but maybe he should have tweaked to that when on a rampless map, that was going to be the case. If he survived, he would have been in a dominating position, by the way, because the Hydra tech would just be so overwhelming to Bio, no phalanxes out. But ED knew what he was about and committed hard.
Yes, indeed. HitEmUp and Ayud taking to the stage for Game 2. This is going to be a tight one. It's Serenity up next, which is another aggro map, albeit one with a ramp. Ayud posting the first dub. We'll see what race we get next for HitEmUp. We are getting ready to do the business, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a good time, as it always is. And now we've got some Protoss for a change. HitEmUp in the bottom left is our blue Protoss player, and Ayud, still Beaster Brown Terran, in the top right of Serenity. Now, this map is very bad for TVP in a lot of people's experiences, and I know you've had your own experiences, Battlement Stage and in the Throneroom Stage against Terrans, but look, it's Stockade. Ayud is not going Fulcrum.
That is surprising. Look, I'll say this about my loss on Serenity. I certainly didn't have the right approach, but I think it still demonstrates the problem Protoss is going to have here. Aside from potential phalanx drops in that nasty back position, you can just easily get contained, and Protoss cannot deal with Terran in a narrow engagement angle. The 3rd is very hard for Protoss to defend here. This is the worst case scenario for hit, but EUD going Bio gives him an in. I mean, I feel like there's just certain strategies you can do that are just very dominant against Bio. We'll see if HitEmUp wants to adjust, or if he wants to play a sort of like middling way. But I feel like the best thing to do is just throw down a Grand Library. Pretty much every Grand Library unit has really strong advantages against Stockade.
That's right, that's right. Those unaware of how Protoss work in Cosmonarchy, functionally, Nexus acts as a power field. You don't need a pylon before your first structure. Since we removed supply from the game, there's no need for that opening pylon to be perfunctory. Another quirk to note, when they hit any Tier 1 structure, they unlock all of their Tier 2. And then when they hit any Tier 2 structure, they unlock all of their Tier 3, and so on until you hit Tier 4. Now, that
we
being
got
said,
Lattice.
Gateway Lattice, I think this is probably going to be Hierophant into some idols, but it could be something else. I know HitEmUp likes the Simulacrum.
Yeah, but against Bio, I'm not so sure about that because Stim Mavericks can chase it down.
Sure.
Now, the idols are pretty good against Mavericks for sure, but the problem is they struggle against Hurricanes. So as long as there's a Huracan front line, they really don't do well. Now, it is just a matter of if you just want 2 tier 1 production structures, it is quite good to have a mix against almost anything Terran can make. So I don't hate it. I just feel like once you see Bio, it's better to lean in hard to that vulnerability. And, I think what EUD's thinking here, by the way, is that he took the first game so easily and he knows that, nerves might be a factor for Hit. I think he wants to just try and be aggressive and end these games quickly and hope that HitEmUp's unstable against rushes. Because surely he's not thinking that Bio in the long term is a good choice.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it can be an excellent choice, but there's time to decide.
Oh, man. It's going to be the same build. It's just going to be Anseals again.
Starpad, yeah. He wants to try it against Protoss.
But idols will handle that, no problem.
Yep, the splash damage will, if they can get connecting to the Anseal, which they kind of have to in order to do much damage. If he does end up going for heavy idols, might be an
look at these
opportunity.
hidden mavs. I think he's expecting the Hierophant poke, but Hit is a wiser man than me. He's not going to send that out to get killed.
Yep, the stim rundown can be pretty good.
I would have lost 2 Hierophants already if I was in this game.
Yeah, he hasn't even made his second one to lose yet. That's the, only way to win is not to play, I suppose. Getting Protoss on Serenity is so daring. You know what I mean? Like, HitEmUp is, he probably is already thinking, damn. But, then he scouts Bio. Maybe he thinks he's got a chance. It's a fast Stargate.
Yeah, I think Hit favors Gladius against Bio.
Yep.
I'm not really sure I like it, to be honest, but I think you can make it work. Now, it is going to be Anseals, not Trojans. He's not going to finish that guy off? Okay. Let him live. If it was going to be a drop, I'd say something could happen here, but I don't think ED should be able to bust as long as Hit is in position. That said, he did only make 2 idols. He made a vassal for scouting, which, you can't blame him. He's got to do it. But I think it did spot the move out.
Yep.
I don't know.
Preparing.
This looks dicey for Hit, but with his characteristic very good Dracodon micro, I don't think he'll have any trouble.
Now Stim Maverick to try to deal with the vassal. Can't just harass him for free. But this is a lot of Mavericks. And, again, it's about 16.
Yeah.
It's sort of like what happened at the same timing on Brainstorm. Stargate is going to finish
see.
as the fight starts, but the cliff advantage could help out here. He's got to get that Dracodon in a good spot. Sim on the front
Idols
just to
need
tank.
to be kept alive. That's the main thing. I mean, yeah, the Dracodons are better at staying alive, but the idols are what he needs.
Good
If he's
micro.
splitting them back. Yeah, nicely done so far. Idols will get focused out immediately, but without much Anseal energy, these Dracs can go to work.
Oh,
And
yeah.
You can see that he's going to have a hard time actually breaking through. He's going to get one of those Dracs.
They're
The
all
Stim's
stimmed
taking a
so
lot of
low,
health.
yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, no problem for Hit. And like I said, characteristically, he's very good at microing these Dracodons back. So pretty easy hold. Now he has to take advantage. He's going to be Gladius coming up. A lot of money in the bank. I think he wants to go down and make a Nexus now. We'll see what he decides. Fulcrum's coming up. I imagine Goliaths are going to be made.
Excellent spacing. The Vassal will come in and confirm no expansion is on the way. We've got double Fulcrum. If that gets scouted... Oh, the Vassal might actually be able to get deep enough to do it. He sees the ridge. He sees the Fulcrums coming. So he's got perfect information, and he will drop the Nexus as his first Gladius is about to pop.
Now, in patches past, I would have said Goliath Zealot could sort of handle... Goliath Zealot. Gladius Zealot could match a lot of Goliaths, but now I'm not so sure. I feel like the Gladius is not really up to the task anymore. So I don't know. Hit's going to need something else here. Maybe if he just stays on the one gateway, really just to force out Goliaths and just focuses on a lot of gateways besides, maybe that can work. But I don't know. I just feel like this comp is not going to work out that well for Protoss here.
Well, it's before the
We'll see what he
Goliaths even
makes.
hit the deck. Look, he's actually only got 11 Mavericks and the 2 Anseals. Like, I don't know that he can lose here, but this is going to be a bit on the scarier side. And we know Ayud has a harder time spending the money in times of duress than HitEmUp. Those macro mechanics really solid. The Gladius yet to start connecting any shots. Anseal starting to
no
drop their
healing.
shields.
Oh, Gladius, get out of there.
Yeah, it needs to fly
it's
over the lake.
bouncing.
Yeah, it's getting that
Oh,
bouncing,
that bouncing.
going. First manifold drops. Oh, the Dracodons are so tanky. The Gladius will be gunned down. No, Ayud actually cycles back at the worst possible time for that, and he is going to start hemorrhaging.
God.
Again, look at the bank. He spends it down on a Madrigal and a
say
Goliath.
He can't lose here? Is ED going to kill him with 4 Dracs and a Gladius? Is that
I
all
think
it
HitEmUp
takes?
is going to kill him. Yeah, he's got only the 4 Dracs. He got the Gladius
Well-
recharging.
Magical and Goliath coming out. You know, one Goliath will make a massive difference here.
Oh, boy.
And he dives in, but those are so low.
Yeah.
Once the Ansel energy is gone, that's it.
That's it. And we are about to find out how long can you hold on. The Goliath will be done. The Madrigal also joining the fight, and he interrupts the Ministry at max percentage. That's a little even more
wow, look at
heartbreaking.
it,
Down
so
7
close.
workers. And he's going to be down some more after that one.
Alright,
Yeah,
he's
really good
compelled to
damage.
retreat, but as you said, HitEmUp's multitasking locking in now. He kept his bank down that whole time. He's 9 workers ahead.
Yep.
Oh man, HitEmUp showing why he's such a threat here, and he's ready for round 2. 1 magical, it's gonna do something, but not that much. He's got zealots to attack now. The insulators are getting reduced for free. Gotta watch out for that magical shot.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
two
he's gonna
Gladiuses
crush through
now.
this, I think.
Well, the Goliaths aren't focusing down the air target, so those Dracodons might end up losing a lot of HP faster than you would expect, and there goes the Gladius. Now, at the same time, he does reduce a lot of the standing army, right? A lot of those Mavericks gave so much DPS, even to the armored targets. And, well, with 3 extra gateways on the way, we are starting to see Exemplar come out. He's got 1 in the queue and 1 out already.
Yeah, you know,
He straight up
surprised
canceled
he
his
didn't use the Drax
Gladius.
there.
He didn't even finish it. It was like almost complete. And so he definitely wants Mass Exemplar now to deal with the mech.
The problem is the Gladius have to get so close that they cannot survive against the Goliaths.
Yes.
The Exemplars, they're not doing well against Goliaths, make no mistake, but they're far away enough that they can sort of like try and run back and get those shots when the army's engaging the ground. So I think Exemplar makes a lot more sense. That said, I'm still not convinced the Stargate is really going to contribute that much, but I suppose it makes sense to keep making them just to force out these defenses. And if your ground army is enough to hold Terran back, you can start doing things like poking the Exemplars into harass, and they're extremely good at like deleting chunks of workers. Prostration Stage and second Stargate coming up. Surprisingly, second Stargate.
Yeah.
Once you get high enough numbers of Exemplars, they do handle pretty much anything at tier 1, but you need a lot. And if Terran hits tier 2 and starts getting cataphracts, Exemplars are like one of the most useless units you can have.
Another thought, Trojan on the way. We are going to see the Phalanx drop, hit the back pit. Now, if it gets there, and there are Exemplar back at home, so as long as HitEmUp isn't out on the map with those slow-moving orbs of death, the Phalanx isn't really likely to get too much damage. HitEmUp just needs to react to where it's likely to be focused. And you can't attack multiple key details. A little poking Zealot there to scout out. You can't attack multiple parts of the econ line from the pit from the same angle. You have to telegraph which spot you're going to attack. So pullbacks should be more than possible, and he's got really good presence here for where that drop is coming in. Like, he can immediately react if he has the wherewithal on the minimap. For some reason.
Well, nonetheless, a lot of scribes can die very fast depending where it drops, though.
Yes,
so it's
yeah.
still a threat. That said, he can afford to lose quite a few scribes here.
It's up by
He's very
15.
ahead.
So.
Yeah. No third ministry, by the way. It's just another fulcrum being built. He sees the move out. He knows it's coming. Now, he's electing to stay back in his natural. Normally, this is pretty bad for Protoss, but the Exemplars can at least give you some opportunity to chip away at besieging forces. Pariah coming up. I am kind of surprised he made the Pariah. I kind of expected he was making that Prostration Stage just to get the Ancestral, but he does get the Pariah.
Yeah.
Not going to try and rush the Objections too fast. Going to rely on the Exemplars to hold off here. And I think he has sort of barely enough, but it's pretty dicey.
Well, the other problem here is that Ayud is definitely in a committed position. He is not saving up for another ministry. He is instead adding more production, as you called out earlier. So let's see how the attack is, because usually Terran is not so good at entrenching into a spot and finishing the job. The Phalanx drop is going to go after the economy while this is happening. We'll keep tabs on how many kills it ends up getting. It's actually targeting the ground units, and meanwhile, the Exemplars are cracking shot after shot off. No Ancial energy left over now, and that is going to be all gone. Now, 4 kills have been made. It looks like it's only going to be about 6 before the scribes start to be pulled, and the Pariah stays alive for way too long for Ayud to have any military left over. Look at that. 9 kills, it will be evacuated, but the Pariah, it soaked up so much damage during that fight, and HitEmUp's just going to move across. All of his Exemplars still alive.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think Hit would care if he lost his entire natural full of workers. I think it is screwed. I don't think he can stop the army, but he is turning his Exemplars back. And honestly, pretty sloppy of Hit. A, he had no defense in that mineral line in range here, and B, he just kind of like pretended he got the Phalanx when he didn't and went back to work. Only Zealots here.
Yeah,
pretty poor defense, but ED did not make the most of it during the fight. He sort of just targeted his runes. Oh, he's going to lose it. Wait, Hit, why'd you pull back? You could have killed it.
Yeah, that's a bit of a whiff. You know, the Exemplars could have... There's one that finished during that time that he could have just tasked onto it, so I'm kind of confused why he didn't do that. But getting back into it, a rare slip-up from the Protoss, as Auroras have been made, and they will finish the job, but that was 21 kills on that Phalanx, and almost all of them were workers.
Yeah.
This is now an even game when it comes to that, but we still don't have Tier 2 for Ayud, and he is getting his 3rd Ministry. That doesn't really feel like a winning position. Remember, his military was hardcore reset, whereas the Protoss has stayed alive and is stacking up all of those threats.
Yeah, definitely. If Hit just stays Tier 1 forever, Exemplars will win. That is a given.
Ayud does, yeah. It's really difficult
sorry,
to
yes,
do much there.
Yeah, Hit staying Tier 1 would not be good. All right, there's the Ancestral as expected.
Uptecton.
And this is the even worse thing. Even if he gets Tier 2, he's still in trouble because Uptectons will be out in time. And he's got so much gas, man. Like we pointed out, Hit's multitask was doing well. And that's the funny thing. When he only had a single problem to deal with, he was very sloppy and lost a lot more than he should have to that drop. But when like the fight's going on and he's macroing at home, he seems to do really well.
Well, you weren't testing him hard enough, so he just got lazy, I guess is the
I guess that's it, man. I don't know how else to explain it, because that was not good, that he kind of got equalized from basically a winning position. Now there's a lot of anti-air here, but look at all those zealots.
Yeah, Zealot Pariah, I think this is way too much. And remember, there's no Anseal with the army. There's one halfway complete, so there's no shielding available.
And this is what I was saying about Goliaths, right? Zealot Exemplar is actually quite good here. He's going to get right on top there. Huracan doing what it can. The ground army is going to get decimated, but the Exemplars do so much damage.
You say that. The splash damage is so good. And remember, the Pariah is increasing the attack speed of everybody that witnesses its victim's demise. And that is a wrap on the ground army, relegated to only 5 military units. One of them's an Anseal, doesn't even count. HitEmUp is about to lose every single thing.
Yeah, ED is, yeah. Oh, the Exemplars. Oh, we get some nice hit.
Yeah,
honestly, I think he can still commit, but he pulls back.
He's being very cautious. The expansion landed at 3 o'clock is hilarious to me.
Yeah, that's an odd spot. Very hard to defend if it's found, but I don't think he's going to get a chance to saturate it. He's coming in for another round. I guess he wanted his shields back. Exemplar's hitting those workers some more. Luckily, splashing the Anseals at the same time is kind of convenient.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's so many workers over there. Maybe Hit figures if he just keeps trading, his victories are short, or he wants to wait for that Uptecton plus Mind Tyrant combo.
Oh, he's going for the workers. I think that's what he's actually going for here. And it makes sense.
And this is the problem.
Yeah.
Once Terran is sort of pushed back on ground and they can't threaten the Protoss base, this is what starts happening to you. And you can't really stop this with ground units. You can push them away, but they'll be back once their shields are back. Or even they won't go away. Oh, no.
One-shotting Blackjacks at this point is absolutely vile.
Yeah. Goliaths can handle it, but he doesn't have that many in position. Oh, magical. You do want to run away from that.
Well, the stack was pretty good. He does a lot of splash damage there on both sides. And I think his Exemplars are pretty close to finding the 3 o'clock position. A Mind Tyrant is out. It's going to be waiting for that Uptecton to finish up. And the third base is already on.
Building? Oh, there is an Uptecton. He's just trapped.
Ah, very impressive SimCity from him.
You got to build that Xenolith. Its sole purpose in life is to stop Uptectons from being trapped in your base, man.
Oh, he's committing the Exemplars. He's committing them.
Yeah, he might as well. He might as well, right? Because he doesn't really need them to win the ground fight. If he can just delete the economy a little more, Uptectons will do just fine.
He keeps all of them alive, and he will be using those to harass the mineral line. A taste of your own medicine, Ayud 64. Going to have to struggle. The reigning champion being run around. This base is mostly depleted.
Drop this, Terran. Drop this.
Yeah.
He's coming in the same angle Phalanxes would.
That's
beautiful.
beautiful.
My God. The Goliaths can do their best, but the shield will recover, and the Goliaths have no healing available. You know, this is a common thread we've seen from Terrans recently. Shamans seem to have fallen out of favor, but I don't think that was a good decision.
Here we go. Uptecton going to be sped up as it is now a Malefactor, chosen as a champion of evil by the Mind Tyrant. It will control every unit that it participates in killing. You have to watch out. You have to give it credit. And that should already make Ayud feel very, very dire. And I love this from HitEmUp. He gets for that wombo combo of individual tech units and goes for Archons afterwards from the Ancestral Archives. He knows that what he needs right now is a lot more chaff just to soak this up and guarantee the victory. But look at this. The Goliath will be turned over. That's going to draw fire. The Pariahs and Zealots are clumped up a little bit. But with the Auroras drawing some of the anti-air fire and the Zealots crashing through, that's it. Ayud 64 has a lot of work cut out for him. And I don't think he's going to have it left in this game. GG, the Exemplars raided the Goliaths in the meanwhile. Brilliance from HitEmUp.
Well, I think we can say that he's not worried about, like losing one game and having nerves. He kind of handled him that game.
Yeah, it's hard to say anything other than that. I'll tell you that much. And now we are looking at Radium for map 3. Since there was no rhyme or reason to the veto, it's sometimes hard to remember what comes next, but you know.
Look, I got to call out EED there. I think opening bio, kind of a throw against Protoss. I don't know. And like we talked about, I don't think Hit even really exploited it to its fullest. Obviously, the Gladius worked out okay. Stargate turned out to be pretty good there. But if he just throws out a Grand Library, gets something like Cantavis immediately, you really can just delete everything on the field. And we saw EED struggled once he was locked into having 2 stockades early. He even stopped making most of that stuff.
Yeah, it does feel like really the what major difference we saw between those two players was that crisis management in multitasking. And HitEmUp was very, very calm and collected. And you can say he had a faltering moment where he stumbled when the phalanx drop was still alive during the big fight. But at the end of the day, it looked like he was so comfortably ahead that, like you even said, he could lose all those workers and still be in a winning position. And he showed it.
I mean, yeah, he kind of did lose all those workers, it turned out. Yeah. But Dog in chat, by the way, saying, like, he forgot about Valkyries. That would have saved him. Man, it takes a Valkyrie so long to kill an Exemplar, by the way. It's not going to help much in an engagement.
Indeed, indeed. Well, I do think that really what happens there at the end of the day is a little bit of a lackluster mid-game management, but we've got a little bit more to go here. This is a best of 7, and you might as well call it a best of 5 right now, because we're about to fly on in and check this one out. It's Radium, and it is, again, Protoss with a very fast scout from HitEmUp. He wants to know what his opponent is opening. He is up here in the top right as our Eggshell Blue Protoss, Ayud Beastra Brown Terran in the bottom left.
Well, hang on a minute. Is it about what he wants to know or what he wants to do?
It could be a proxy. I haven't seen it yet in Cosmonarchy.
Okay, this is crazy. Hear me out. But I think Cannon Rush is actually very dangerous against Terran. I had prepared a strategy, but I'm not going to show it now, of course, because I've been eliminated. If you do a Cannon Rush and bring scribes of your own, it's actually pretty tough for Terran if they're opening Fulcrum. Now, I wouldn't have said this is the map. Okay, and he's going to make a gateway at home. So I guess I can stop with my conspiracy theories now. He is just scouting. But I would have loved to see something crazy like that.
Well, is your strategy that you're talking about, because it sounds glorious, have you actually practiced it against a player? Does anybody else know about this?
Yes.
Okay.
Only Jack and Biddy B. Because, of course, it comes from the deranged mind of Biddy B.
Oh, yeah. Well, that guy is absolutely off his rocker. What a legend. The two of you donating a collective 1,000 USD to the prize pool. Actually, a little bit more from you, because obviously you had that Battlements qualification, so...
Man, if you just rig the games in my favor, the prize pool would be that much bigger, but look what happened.
Look what happened, yeah. Yeah, at least last time you managed to get the second place prize, but it kind of you're not going to return on your investment this time much at all, right? So that's too bad.
Oh, Shopkeeper Dog is saying Hit did practice Cannon Rush. Well, what do you think about it, Dog? Do you think it's good? Now, this early scribe is annoying enough, by the way. Able to just, like, harass that Fulcrum. Looks like he really wants to keep it alive when the Vulture comes out, though, so he is going to run far away. EUD is saying here, like, all right, fine. I guess I can't just roll you with Bio. I got to play for real. Yeah. So he's throwing down the Fulcrums now, the Vultures, the more standard look, and double gateway reply from Hit. And I'm surprised this is where he goes to gate, because I would have said against Vultures, the Lattice is actually extremely powerful. But of course, against the Blackjacks later, gateway units I think do tend to be better, especially against the Phalanx. So where Lattice really becomes useless is when Phalanx are out.
We'll have to see what ends up coming of it as the second gateway's already done. First Dracodon about to pop out to kill that Mason, who is erroneously trying to skirt the edges. Just a little bit of time delay so that the Vulture can make it in, but we'll see if it makes...
it now. He's going to go Ardent here. That's why he's getting this gas cap so fast. Either that or something crazy, like, I don't know, he's going to throw down a Rogues and go into Prostration. But I'd be surprised. I think he just wants to make a Cantors here.
Going up to 4 Vultures is Ayud. Might be 6. Keep an eye on whether or not Vultures show up again. It's a star pad, so Scrapyard. We're going to see the Matador drop once again. But this map is not as good as Kingwa Valley is for it.
Hey, that's another thing you're going to struggle with without a Lattice. No gateway units are very good against that. Obviously, the Dracodons would be the best because they're kind of the best single target damage, but without... Wow. Hey, look, he's making the Rogues. Didn't I say? It could be something crazy like Rogues into Prostration Stage. Is he actually doing it?
One base Prostration. You get your Mind Tyrant on.
No, you get Pariahs first, of course. But yeah, you could throw some of those out as well. This build was like created by Hit before the Mind Tyrants were on the Prostration Stage. Ooh, committal from EUD, but that's not a good decision. You cannot take on those 3 Dracs. But HitEmUp not going to take the bait and run down into the mines, so just some free damage going down there.
Yeah, the one that backside here, that like a little bit of a backfire for Ayud is he's basically kept the Protoss contained, but his drop is not going to do anything if that's the case. So he's making a Wraith right now and going into Blackjack, which is pretty good for scouting. You know, you get to see what your opponent is actually doing behind all of those Dracodons. At the very least, he'll have something there, but I think he's already recognized, well, if my opponent's not going to move out, I have no hope of actually killing him with the Matadors.
Yeah, you know, I do think Starpad's a very good structure because it gives you that flexibility. Of all 3 units you make, Valkyrie's not a real unit, let's not talk about that, all give you different options, right? The Wraith, obviously great at harass, is cheap scouting. Remember the days when we used to use Anseal for scouting, that's changed.
Oh, yeah.
Anseal, as we've seen, very deadly attacks, and of course, dredging the drops. You just have so many good options with Starpad. I think it's always a pretty great and flexible opening. The only thing is, like, if you want to do some like really heavy attack, you're sort of sacrificing some of that brute force. But ED not looking at that. He just wants to play it safe here. And it is going to be a Kabbalist coming out. Now, we have a witness here. I was surprised he didn't go straight for Artisans, because I'm not sure what his plan is to keep up, because obviously ED's expansion is going to be way faster. I don't expect this Kabbalist is going to do the kind of damage that's going to equalize that advantage, but let's see.
Well, if he waits for it to be on the bottom, the Kabbalist will kill the Mason before the Blackjacks can do anything about it. Now, the Scribe gets sniped on the way to try to expand, and that feels a little bit sloppy because the Witness was there for detecting the mines. But also another thing to note, the Kabbalist doesn't get detected by mines. Mines have to see the target now, and so that does allow this unit to get a little bit deeper. Now, unlike in StarCraft 1, Kabbalist Cloak will decloak once it attacks, but it also empowers its first strike. So there we go, already up to its usual antics, and it will two-shot those pesky units. Oh, he could actually... He's going to wait for the charge up and then go after the Blackjack as a one-tap, I think. But other units are already here. And that has caused a little bit of a fluff. Yeah, and... I mean, he's up by 5 workers right now off the back of good, just like a little bit of a slip-up from Ayud, but also those 2 kills. I think he's already feeling pretty good about himself, and he's entirely canceled Ayud's aggressive plans while getting a good scout off.
Yeah. I feel like that's kind of on EUD, though. I feel like 2 Blackjacks in the middle can handle this. And I'm not that impressed by this Kabbalist so far. I feel like 2 worker kills has not really made it worth it. Now, and he just loses it.
Yeah,
right.
Fat finger on that
This
one.
is the kind of the issue with the Kabbalist. Terran, will not have that hard a time. I feel like leaving a couple units. The Masons don't die that fast. And yeah, you've invested quite a lot for not much benefit. Now, probably the intention here is just to play with the Rogues Gallery in general, which I don't think is that good against Mech. We will see how that goes.
Couple raids
because he's going to have to deal with the push. Yeah. Also, not something I like that much from Hit, because from EUD, because as I said before, I think if you're going to go Wraith, you're better off going Committed. These few Wraiths are going to have a hard time really paying for themselves. So both players going for the sneaky cloaking units. Old Man Nebline disapproves.
Well, I don't know. They've already kind of paid for themselves by forcing Matrix Ward and Bulwark in the mineral line, so I think he is a little bit concerned about it. But you were probably going to get some of that defense anyway, so how much of it can you chalk up specifically to the Wraiths? I'm not so sure. Witness narrowly avoiding
he's totally
death.
Protected from any later drops, right?
Yeah,
you're right. If he gets found... Ooh. Okay, now he's left himself undefended. So, unforced error from Hit maybe, that these Wraiths are going to come in and get a bunch of Scribe kills now, whereas Hit really has no chance of pushing in here.
Yeah, there's so many Blackjacks. Yeah.
There is no anchor, so the Drax could maybe do some poking, but in the end of the day, it's going to be stopped. But EUD also turns around. What is going on?
Well, the Witness flies into death. Bit of a sloppy play from both sides. I think when you see this many
Surely
Blackjacks, you just gotta...
this works.
Yeah, you gotta back up, man. There's no hope for the Drakidans alone to clear this.
Like 100 of those things.
I know. It's been a really heavy, unit-heavy composition here from Ayud. He has focused a lot on his military.
Man, he wants the fight. He wants to make this happen, but there's just so many of them. I don't think you can make this happen.
Yeah, he's got to cancel. He's got to go back. It's good that I think it's automatic, but he splits his forces so that the Blackjacks have to choose what to focus down, and now he's got to prepare for the hold. Ardent Authority, Warden, Second Warden. I don't know if that's going to be quite enough, but I do like the Zealot inclusion. If he can get enough of a ranged, sort of backline, I don't think the Blackjacks are going to have an easy time busting. He really needs to set up, honestly, more static defense if I'm going to be comfy with this position, and even then, I'm not so sure I'm happy.
Wardens are pretty good against Blackjacks, but yeah, only 2-gate production, right? The Rogues, I guess.
Double Ardent.
Not really that. Yeah, I have to question here. Is he really getting much out of the Rogues Gallery instead of just going straight up to Ardent?
Yes,
The units have really not performed well. And I'm surprised he's trying this without some crazy plan, because I feel like it was pretty well known how that's sort of going to go against Mech. So I'm surprised he didn't go for a Prostration Stage, some other Tier 3 straight away, or just make the Ardent straight up. And we've got, of course, the Ardent and the Natural just to make Nebline mad, but I guess it makes sense to get the Acantals out in the front line. But yeah, I think he'll hold no problem, because there's no phalanxes here yet.
There's one, and another one is halfway across the map. So this is going to be a pretty tight hold, I think. We'll see, though. It'll take some time.
With the phalanx, it's another matter.
Yeah,
but all he has to do is snipe that one, and he buys a bunch of time. But maybe ED's just going to get set up here. He is at a really long range, which is a very good move. Oh, man. This is really hard for Hit now. ED very smartly not getting very close, not even in range of the Wardens. Knows he just needs to sort of set up and get in this very narrow position, and it's going to be almost impossible for Hit to do anything about it. Now, the Acantor on the high ground can sort of bully these phalanx back a little bit. He can buy himself some more time, but it's going to be very hard.
Well, he's got to watch out. He's got to keep his units cycled back from the Phalanx fire. Good dodge at the last second there, as the Zealots are also taking a little bit of licks. The Phalanx.
Oh man, Cantor on the wrong side. Oh, he's committing. I don't know about this.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like it's going to be good. I mean, the Stockade's going to soak up some damage, but most of the fire is going on to the appropriate sources. The Charlatans get dropped on the left side. There's still one over here to multiply the Cantor projectiles, but I'm not so sure that it's actually going to connect. Yeah, it will not. That Cantor needs to double back. It can't be targeted by multiple Phalanx. Well, right now it's only one, but it will eventually pop, and there it goes. Is there going to be any more power left over to clear it? That one Phalanx at the front is cleared, and back down to the Wardens he goes with HitEmUp, losing so many units. He needs to double back behind that. Another Cantor has arrived, but so too has another Phalanx, and that's within range of the Wardens. But all the Blackjacks, they're dead.
Yeah, it was a big overcommit from EUD. I mean, it almost worked even, but he overplayed his hand as good as it was, and now I think Hit's going to clean this up. Although he needs to focus fire. Oh my god, kill it. Kill it! Okay.
Yeah, the Shamans are pretty damn good, and there's a couple Blackjacks streaming on in. I think HitEmUp might have been a little bit too lackadaisical. Oh no, another one goes down.
Okay, but he will survive. He will certainly survive.
Yeah, he will. Third base is up for Ayud, but it's not mining just yet. And he's got a big bank as well. Could go for tier 2 at some point. Does he feel comfortable?
He needs to stop rallying, man. He's going to lose this game if he just keeps rallying in units, because Hit will have the superior army just with the Cantor production here. So he needs to go home and start with the defenses. Then he's in a great position with this third. But if he keeps trading, Hit is going to snap back and kick his ass.
Yeah, it does feel like it's a little bit too much. He's like, both the armies are really scrappy. I love the scribe body blocking as well. Both of the zealots, both of the players have very, very minimal armies in terms of sizes, but we're adding 3 rogue galleries?
Why the rogue galleries, man? Is he trying to prove some kind of point? Because he really wants the Charlatan and Cantor combo, and it's not like that isn't good, but is it really worth how much it costs? I have my doubts about this.
Atlas on the way for Ayud. We're on about a 2-minute timer before tier 2 Terran starts to hit the battlefield in a position to actually be used. That's assuming Ayud keeps up to snuff. Has been a scrappy game indeed.
Yeah, Ayud needs to go home, man. He cannot be on the map right now. If he's going to lose this game, that's how it's going to happen. If he has another engagement, just resets his army over. Because he's not under any pressure. I mean, he doesn't know it because he's not scouting. Dog pointing out in chat that the reason he probably attacked is because he's worried about Obtectons coming out. But I feel like it wouldn't have been that hard for him to float Watchdogs in and see what Protoss is up to, and realize that he has plenty of time here. There isn't even any tier 3. So Hit's not really going to be hitting up Teclons anytime soon.
Big whiff as well.
He has the economy.
Yeah, Ayud also has these 4 Wraiths in between his main and natural and third there, sort of the Bermuda Triangle. He never used those for scouting. Now, the Zealot Servitor army comes in, a little bit of support. It's just going to trade down some of the Blackjacks, but it's still kind of annoying, and worse, it is going to cow Ayud a little bit further, allowing HitEmUp to take his third in somewhat peace. He's been maintaining a worker advantage this whole time. This is a map where the resources expire at around this time. You can see the main is depleted for HitEmUp, and pretty soon will be depleted for Ayud.
Yeah, this looks pretty good for ED, though, with tier 2 coming up. Very wasteful of that little engagement here. Is permitting ED to try and engage in the middle of the map, but he is going to lose all this stuff if he isn't careful. Maybe it was worth it. Like you say, it was sort of a bait. The mind games of losing some units to kill the main army. I don't know. EUD is really just getting very antsy here when he has the advantage. If he just stayed home in defensive positions, I feel like it'd be a lock, but as it is, Protoss has a lot of play trying to get in here. Now, this is going to be tough.
Oh, no.
Have the rev against all those.
That's a lot of splashed, clumped up units, and there's the Phalanx count to reset the army amount. That's pretty good. There is a bit of a, you can call it a raid if you want. It's just pylons being warped in bizarrely over at the third base.
Well, if he was able to make wardens, it would have been good, right? You got to try it.
Sure, yeah. Well, Cantor, Vagrant, Charlatan, that's all they've got, and there's not really any way to get close to the Phalanxes here. This is a death march for the Protoss to engage in, but is it going to be enough for anything else to come of it? I'm not sure. The answer is yes.
Oh, that range!
Yeah, the cliff advantage, getting +1 weapon range on it. He loses just about everything. Does scout out the situation. He's got a much better saturation on the third base, dude. Like, HitEmUp is ahead in the economy, which is not what you would have expected after how this game started. And
I mean, given, its play in general,
sure,
I would have expected that sooner or later.
Zealot, Charlatan, Vagrant, Servitor, it's still going across the map right now towards that third base. Argosy halfway down.
4 starports, man. It's going to be those Gorgons, the weapon of choice at tier 2.
Oh, well, what do you make of this situation, right? As a Protoss, what do you do when you have only 1 Argosy? I feel like you would need at least 2 and make an Empyreans, and then you could be in a good spot. But with the Gorgons out already, hold on. we already have a big self-stun. That's going to drop both of the Gorgons in terms of their combat efficacy, but I feel like the Vultures are an okay chaff at this point, even though they don't do as much damage as Blackjacks.
Well, I don't really even see Hit's concept here. Like, how is he going to deal with the tier 1 mech with just rogues units? The Akanto's not here. Now, there's a little, like, sort of run by at the 6. I don't think it's worth the amount of army he loses, and indeed, EOD is barreling down on him now. He may be able to hold with his Akantos, but he may not. These Gorgons getting in, slowing stuff down. The Vulture's going so fast, a lot of mines being laid. What does HitEmUp have back here? He's got, like,
Solarian
8
has started. That's his gambit, and he's got Positrons finishing up to try to deal with the air units, but they're not even bunched up right now. The Vagrants can deal with that Gorgon, trying to focus down individual Acantors. There's no micro back, but it doesn't matter. The Zealot's holding the line. The Zealot's holding the line. HitEmUp is still diving forward. He refuses to relent. This has been back and forth, a move fest. The players refusing to stop for a moment and smell the flowers. And with Positrons out, you can't clump over with those Gorgons.
Yeah, shockingly, he forced that 6 o'clock to retreat. I'm surprised that he got that much out of these Vagrants. And he might even get a Gorgon or two.
Yeah.
Kind of not the best play from ED. Very lazily trying to clean these up, but no focus fire from ED, so I guess he doesn't get much either.
Well, the Vagrant
ED
having
this whole
that
game.
revive passive, the self-revive to speed up and attack faster. I think maybe people don't really remember it that well because it's been a while since we've seen it en masse, but there it is. Solarian has arrived.
Yeah, I think about Empyreans, by the way. Yes, they would be one of the better units against Gorgons, but the problem is they're kind of just pretty bad against everything Terran has on the ground.
Or
So you
Cabal
don't
is
want to
dispatched
commit a
the
lot of
third,
money
by
into
the
them.
way.
Yeah, I kind of like it in these late game situations. If you suddenly show a bunch of harassment, as you can see, ED not putting much static defense. I've noticed he does adapt per player how he does that, but HitEmUp I think is definitely someone who engages in harassment. So I'm surprised he didn't put any Sentinels or even Watchdogs down. And these 4 Cabal is probably going to get good damage. Now, as long as Hit can hold at home, which looks likely with the army he has, I think he's looking good.
Yeah,
Does he have enough anti-air for those Gorgons?
Positrons for
Maybe?
splash. He's got an Empyrean finishing up. I feel like it's going to be good. Now the Kabbalists strike 2 of them at the third base, and it looks like 2 of them are heading to the main as well. So this is definitely going to cause some problems.
Huge. And yeah, there's no way ED breaks in here, I don't think. Unless somehow the Positrons are taken out. And he does make that Empyrean, by the way. So he's going to have a long-range splash there. He can
Oh
probably take this thing out,
no,
boys.
they all melt immediately! Positron Charlatan destroys the air. The Empyrean missiles don't even connect in time. They're rubble! They're dust! HitEmUp has crushed the army and the Kabbalists still at large. This game is over.
Man, he's pulling it off. He did so many worker kills, and of course his own worker production never stopped. It never does. So look how ahead he is now, and his army does just look superior. Once again, EUD's like, no, I'm going to go across the map. I'm going to kill him now. He's not going to wait for his T2 to build up, or even with the Gorgons. Like I always say, I think their best use is harassment. They're so strong at just like sitting behind a mineral line, but instead he commits to the fight, doesn't respect the splash. Now he's in a world of pain. He's got this tiny force. Cataphract's a good unit, but one Cataphract really is not great. Doesn't do much, especially against all those zealots.
Yeah, there's
Here
a
he
couple of
comes.
mines that can try to stun him up, and you know, it's a good first few connections, but there's just no follow-up. Even the Cataphract, the Gorgons, etc. HitEmUp's taking a 5th base while this is going on in the top left. And it just feels like it's way too much Protoss. Honestly,
He's got a lot of work to do.
yeah, no kidding. Well, the Phalanx is doing pretty well to splatter the Vagrants, but look at the little extra boost that they get when they die, getting that time to life where they can get a little bit more efficacy. They attack faster, they move faster, they take damage throughout the whole way. Solarian getting stunned by a lobotomy mine is hilarious as well, but it's all just Pyrrhic as Aoud is going to crumble. He cleaned up the Kabbalist inside his main and his third, but it was crippling timing that forced him to attack, and it was not a good move. As his last units
GG.
fall, GG is called 2-1 in favor of HitEmUp so far.
Yeah, he takes the lead. Will he give it up?
It's a fair question. I don't know. Will it ever be equalized is a good thought to consider.
People in chat pointing out, once again, the HitEmUp like anti-IQ aura descends. Every time, you know, EUD specifically, when he plays against Hitman, he just starts doing dumb stuff. And it's borne out that last game. He just kept attacking for no reason.
Well, very interesting stuff that we find ourselves in here. Let's talk about it. We're going to Decapitation for the next map.
Yeah, man, I like this one for Protoss, as you know, but will he roll Protoss again?
Yeah.
What's he even hoping to roll at this point, man? We would have thought going in Zerg was the race he wants, or Terran probably. If I think about a mirror versus these two, I feel like HitEmUp probably has the edge, but who can say? But yeah, I'm surprised Protoss is doing his best so far. And I'm surprised EUD went bio into it. Let's see if he tries that again later.
That feels like it wasn't meant to be. That's not real. That's not real.
I'm just pointing out that the Charlatan is effective against the air stack. I suppose that's true.
Yep.
And in the later game, as we saw, those Roche Gallias were good. But it's such an investment early game. I really think it put him in a lot of danger he didn't need to be in.
HitEmUp Johnsing in the chat saying his single brain cell is fried now.
Oh no. He's doomed.
Yeah, it's over. Aiden's not going to win another game. Let's see what happens on Decapitation, folks. We are about to get in to the next match here, and I am very excited about Decapitation. We do end up with cross spawns, and it's TVT. So this should be very comfortable for HitEmUp. Let's get that prediction going. Let us know if you think it's going to be HitEmUp to take the Terran Mirror. Last time he did it twice in the semifinals versus Aoud. Rolled Terran to start and end the series, and both of them were HitEmUp victories. So I feel like he should have the comfort here, but let's see what he does, because he's already talking about, he's Johnson, man. He's got, my brain cell. What am I going to do? Well,
once he gets into the groove, he's going to destroy him, I think. If it had to be TVT, cross positions on decap, which is quite hard to attack cross positions, is exactly what HitEmUp wanted. I think he's looking pretty good here. Now, if he sort of loses his nerve, goes something crazy early game, or vice versa, if EUD tries to attack too fast and pulls it off, I guess he can lose. But man, I'm calling it. If this goes past 10 minutes, I doubt HitEmUp will lose.
Beaster Brown Terran is Aoud 64 in the bottom left, and HitEmUp is the electric blue Terran in the top right. We are going Fulcrum all, and it is going to be cross spawns with the first scout going HitEmUp's way. He's going to go to the bottom right. And they're actually going to meet in the middle there, but that should telegraph to HitEmUp that it's a cross-spawn game, which should actually let us explore the Terran tech tree a little bit more at Neblon. I highly doubt we're going to see a fast game here, but with drops, it is possible.
We did get to see Tier 2 last game, at least.
That's right.
I wonder, if he just turned down Mantles only and focused on the Cataphracts, if it might have done better for him. Because I don't think he'd really had anything that could deal with Cataphracts well. Solarian's not great against Cataphracts at all. And I feel like the only other unit you can make from the Argosy that does anything there is the Arbiter, the Didact rather, for stasis. So, I don't know, would have been probably a stronger strat, but EUD was pretty blind, and maybe that's the story of that last game. Like you said, the Wraiths were out, but he did not use them to scout what Protoss' plans were.
Yeah, it feels like that was an opportunity that he missed. And ultimately, I think he knows that kind of thing. He did rediscover at some point that the damage was there, that the opportunity was there. He saw the Wraiths and sent them out again, but they just got intercepted by the army in the middle of the map, right? So it didn't end up being really that good. Now, unfortunately for Aoud, he's not going to get any sight on how many Fulcrums there are, but he might be able to just assume that it's going to be the 2 Fulc opener. That is fairly standard right now.
Well, here's the thing. I think if Hit got scouted, he would not have thrown down those double scrapyard, because if you're EUD and you know your opponent went for double scrapyard so fast, you might actually try and attack here, because it's such a disruption to production, you sort of have a bit of an edge. Now, it is cross positions, I suppose, so maybe what I'm saying is kind of crazy. It's unlikely you get enough units across there real fast. But hey, it's a 2-unit advantage Hit's going to have, right? Because 2 more Vultures made ED, which really are not the superior unit here.
Well, Scrapyard and Palladium, so a bit of a mix for Aoud. I'm sure that'll become more meta as time goes on.
Thrickery saying there's going to be Valkyries. Man, I hope so. Oh, no, we lost Kasuga's patronage. Kasuga said, Arbors in Nebula no longer his favorite Protoss players now. HitEmUp is.
That's right. HitEmUp rocking out the people's champ, perhaps. I thought that was going to be Shopkeeper Dog forevermore, and the reigning champ, Aoud, the actual champ, HitEmUp, but people seem to be enjoying HitEmUp playing. Always good to see that.
Well, is it going to be Shaman from Hit, whereas it's immediate Phalanx from EUD, right? Big divergence. Ooh, Starpad. What is he thinking here?
Oh, I think we're going to see Black... I don't think Blackjack drop is coming, but I do think that we're going to see Matador drops, and HitEmUp...
Hang on. Karakan? What the?
Okay.
Is he going to go Anseal and sort of try and bust directly?
So, as the Monuments of Sin are being brought down in the middle of the map, which makes a lot of sense for cross-spawn, on Aoud's side, he's going to go ahead and open up that path. One thing I want to point out here is that with the Covenant coming... Okay, never mind. I was going to say that what we could end up seeing is Blackjack Huracan. That was a strategy back in the day, and it will be a Blackjack drop, by the way, not a Matador drop.
Okay. Well, it's less expensive, I suppose, and you're more easily able to pick up and run away.
Yeah.
But why not make the Matadors, man? They're good.
It's still a possibility, and maybe he's just keeping his blackjacks there to kill the Trojan that comes from Aoud. He's expecting the blackjack drop, but now he's actually going to see the army moving out in the middle of the map, which should probably surprise him a little bit. They're most likely going to make a beeline for the monuments on HitEmUp side. Ministries are down for both players, although Aoud's is a bit faster.
Eidolon. We talked about this, right? Can Eidolon play against Phalanx and sort of snipe them out? HitEmUp says yes. Everyone else, I feel like, is saying no. We'll see if HitEmUp can prove them wrong.
Well, he's going to have a good flanking position here, but we do have double Phalanx. And, yeah,
Ooh,
the army sighted.
Yeah,
Immediately
he can't
deploys.
really engage once there's siege. He needs to be careful. In fact, he's going to be like, nah, I don't need to fight you here. I'm going to leave. But now he's getting baited with half his army, taking huge Phalanx shots.
That's right.
Oh, this is way too fragile for Hit. I don't think he can win this fight, man. He needs to get out of here.
No, right now what he needs to use his army for is a tactical distraction while he masses up some reinforcements back at home in a more defensive position, and he needs to basically threaten that he's going to move in and attack his opponent's base. But his units are kind of getting stuck there because the monuments are telling the units conflicting stories, such as the Sin.
Well, mission accomplished to drag the army down there, but he lost so many units just there without killing pretty much anything. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not a good look.
He cleared 2 vultures during that time.
Yeah, and he has no phalanxes of his own.
That's right.
So surely AD can easily just like push in here.
Well, he's gonna have 4 Eidolons for the push. I don't think that there's gonna be any forward detection because Aoud does not have a star pad up that I can see. So there is that at least. You were talking about like, oh, can anybody do that? And look at this. He's trying to wrap around just the one monument. He wants as fast as possible a move that he can use. And HitEmUp refusing to show his army just yet. So those phalanxes are here for the contain.
Build up the cloaked units, right, and use that secretly. He's going to try and stop that phalanx right off. He needs to be careful about splash. Yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, he's just going to focus it down pretty steady. Now here
Ooh,
come the
here it
vultures.
goes.
Oh, no!
The stuns!
Yeah, the lobotomy mine standing on top of them was not the play. Now he does have wraiths, and there's no anti-air here. Really, not much anyway. Still has to watch out.
Yeah, going to get that phalanx if he's not careful. Okay, pushes him back. So he did lose all the Eidolons, but they did do their job and sort of force the trade, and he pushes it back. So, okay. And man, the multitasking coming in again. EUD had 1,000 minerals for a second there.
And
he's like,
5 workers
crap,
down, bro. Oh, no.
Yeah. And somehow HitEmUp with like this inferior army. Well, he just made units. And HitEmUp, like EUD did not just make units. He just microed units. And now he's like, all right, well, here's my random ass composition pushing you back.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Big stun on the Blackjacks and Wraiths, but I don't think it's going to turn into any damage. Or what are we getting out of the army? It looks like he's switched away from Eidolon entirely. He was just using it to survive the push, it looks like. Or maybe as some kind of surprise, but now the trigger is pulled. His 4th Eidolon that never joined the fight earlier is the only remaining vestige. Oh, actually, no, he is going to queue up some more, including another Covenant.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's committed to the bit, right? I think I have a good handle on how HitEmUp thinks here. I think he's just like, all right, this game I'm trying the mass Eidolon, you know?
Yeah.
And if it's like being completely hard countered by something that's dying without getting a shot off, he might stop. But if he's not losing yet, he's going to keep doing it.
Up by 12 workers.
Yeah.
The 3rd Ministry is
we talked
floating
about
over to
this
9
before.
o'clock because that's how far away he's got to go.
He's going to get away with that? That'd be hilarious if he gets like the hidden base up and Hit never finds it.
Yeah.
Oh no, man, this drop's going to run right past it just by chance.
Yeah, it looks like it will.
Yeah.
He's got 4 Hurricanes in it.
Unlucky.
Tier 2 on the way for Aoud. That's his gambit now, but I think he's just going to get overwhelmed. The tech advantage could even the odds. We do have a very committed bio-oriented play as a 3rd Fulcrum is put down as well. So I guess it's Eidolon Blackjack, the blast from the past. That's Acropolis 2's winning composition, but not in TVT.
Oh, who said Eidolon? Who said Eidolon? He's making savants, man. I don't know. That was really mean.
Ooh. Well,
Man, he's not taking this serious, I feel like.
No.
I think he thinks he's won the game, because I don't know if that's a good choice. But I mean, we'll see what he does with it. Man, when's this drop going to happen? I guess it's actually better the longer HitEmUp waits, because the more workers will get made there. Although he's getting some gas out of this. And Tier 2 for EUD so much faster.
well, he's not even looking at it now. He will see, hey, what's going on here?
How convenient.
He even finished the 3rd worker, SMH.
Oh no, cancel those. They don't have to die. Alright, there he goes.
Scrapyard number 3 on the way for HitEmUp.
You know, we could talk about the HitEmUp effect, which I think in the first instance is the anti-IQ aura we talked about. But there's also the second HitEmUp effect, where because he macros so much better than anyone else, I feel like he just makes whatever units he wants, and then he wins with those units, and then he's like, oh, those units are good.
Yeah.
Because he just made 100 of them, his opponent made like 3.
Well,
so I do question his comp here, but I don't think he's necessarily going to lose because of it.
listen, I have seen a lot of stuff, but I was not expecting to see an Eidolon like walking in and just shooing blackjacks behind phalanx. One Eidolon.
I did not see that.
Yeah. That was
I see the phalanx aiming backwards. How did it get there?
No, that was. I think that's just because it was aiming that way when it's siege, because the turret
okay.
is reversed. Eidolon is still
Oh,
around
okay,
somewhere.
okay.
Yeah, it died in the middle of the map there. That one random blackjack.
Well, HitEmUp's trying to keep him back here. And, even though the phalanx are kind of impossible for him to engage, he is just keeping him held back. And anytime ED moves out of position, he will get sort of surrounded by the Terran swarm. He's sort of playing like a Zerg. He's got all these little units running around. And if Terran isn't properly set up, he'll get slapped. Now, ED's going to try it.
Well, the
His
Ministry
ramp
will
is
block
instrumental.
the Savant shots, by the way, as long as they're not in their
true.
deployed mode. The Blackjacks on the ramp is going to be cost-efficient for HitEmUp as long as he stays out of those phalanx, which so far isn't happening. He's going to come down the double ramp. And there's the Ministry to try to block the Savant shots. He needs to deploy them if he wants to get anything out of them.
Yeah,
but
I
that
don't
was
know about
really
this.
good play from AU to defend.
Was really overly aggressive of Hit. He kind of moved Commander in because he's like, no, I got to get past this Ministry. But it did not work out. He lost a ton of Eidolons there.
Yeah.
Now, the other half of stuff he lost was just Blackjack, so he doesn't really mind that much. But what did he kill? He only killed Blackjacks and one phalanx.
Half of a Ministry health pool, that's about it, yeah.
Yeah, right. ED's looking pretty good right now. He's going to secure this third, no problem. Now, Hits is already up, of course. 20 workers up. But this Tier 2 is already working for ED, where it's just not started for Hit. He's only getting more star pads. Like I said, is he really taking this serious?
I think he's going to be going Wraithman as a transition point from this, but Cataphracts are going to be really hard for him to deal with, and he is going to go for the attack, including leading with the
I don't know about
Anseal.
this.
Yeah, this feels
The
really
phalanx gonna
awkward.
do so much splash. Well, the Eidolon's not revealed, though. The Eidolon's not revealed. Actually, once they take out that Anseal, they can kill these phalanx with impunity.
Whoa, look at that switch. Yeah, all of the other non-phalanx units were split from the pack, so all just
They
like
can't
that.
do anything.
That's a rep.
They
There's no
helpless.
more phalanx. Now, there are still some units coming in for Aoud, but this is a disaster for him. He was supposed to be
Cataphracts?
very comfortable.
Well, he has to kite back. It's like the PPTs of old we used to play.
Oh, yeah.
But the Huracan's making those Cataphracts retreat.
Love to see it.
There's little guys with their flamethrowers. And
Big
the Cataphracts
impact.
like, no, return around.
Anseal out again. The Eidolons can't quite snap the neck. More Huracans and Blackjacks joining with the fray. We've got 11 Eidolons cracking shot after shot, and it doesn't look like Tier 2 is going to be enough. It starts for HitEmUp at the same time as he forces another lift from the third base and massacres the standing army of Aoud.
And that armor range plus the Eidolons, absolutely deadly to Cataphracts. There's nothing left. There's 5 units apparently for ED, I think even including what's in production. HitEmUp continuing to reinforce. He's going to come in here. Once he kills his Cataphracts, there's nothing left. They do have a superior angle, but they can't get enough vision.
Well, it's going to be very cost efficient, but let's be real here. With Tier 2 started as well, I don't think we're going to see anything here. This is going to be a 1 game for our random player. He's got his 4th base done.
What did I tell you?
Yeah.
What did I tell you? Gas caps everywhere too.
Contained on 2
Bunch of
bases,
race
dude.
thing.
This is, he can't complain about the matchup either. This isn't like, oh, Protoss are really good, Zerg are really good on decapitation. It's really hard. This is a Terran Mirror, man. Like,
Yeah.
some really good moves. And honestly, none of us were expecting the Phalanx break, but I think maybe that's a lot of that is just false confidence, right? Like, or false doubt, really. It's that nobody wants to chance it, but HitEmUp sees what we mere mortals cannot and dives forward with Huracan Blackjack Eidolon to break an entrenched Terran position. And with Tier 2 done...
Yeah, who else would have tried that, right?
know.
You show that situation to any other player and they're like, oh, I better pull back. But Hit's like, no, I'd win. And he does.
He does.
Showing that Eidolon do counter Phalanx. I mean, we thought about this. We sort of floated the idea, but who knew that it was actually this effective? Even the Cataphracts having a hard time. Now, the Ministry is instrumental. We'll be able to get the detection. I think that's the missing unit from EOD's comp, is buildings.
Yeah, yeah. We talked about this with
Get out of here,
Flash
I
in StarCraft 1. Why not talk about it in Cosmonarchy as well? But the Anseal's down, so no further detection. The Ministry will force the decloak, right? Because of the fact that it gets close enough.
You actually can't do anything as long as that's there, because the Cataphracts are just so overwhelming. A random bunker with 2 Blackjacks in it delivers its payload, but they
Did
won't
somebody
get very far.
call for a delivery? Now, the Ministry is going to be brought down eventually. Wraiths being the first in line. The Phalanx is only now deploying, and HitEmUp just cycles back, says, all right, that's half the HP gone from the Ministry. Thank you very much. More units on the way. Holy moly. There are 6 mantles inside the base of HitEmUp. Good God. And I don't even know if he's going to need it.
Engaging again.
Very
the front line
cost-efficient.
evaporates.
Yeah.
But what detection is there? Once he kills everything he can see, then he won't be looking so good. He'll be picked off.
The Ministry's trying to float back over, but the Cataphracts, they're being focused down. Now, he still does have enough.
The Ministry!
As a Ministry
It's
sites
so
him.
funny, right?
Yeah.
Even the remaining 2 units he can't deal with as long as he can see these.
Yeah.
He needs witnesses, man.
Just float the structure. He couldn't ever land this third base, so I might as well use it in a different way. But now, the Harakans are here. The Eidolon cycle back,
Battle
that clears the
Ministry.
last of it. The Battle Ministry retreating, the only survivor of that conflict. And he
The
still
natural
can't expand,
evolution.
dude. He still can't expand. Oh, it's not going to
You've
get
seen
out.
battle workers. ED taking it to a whole new level. Where's his cataphract?
Durandals
You
are
can
out
see
now.
that they are just a superior unit if they could just shoot the enemy.
Yes.
Man, how is ED the one floating 1,000 minerals when he has less than half the workers?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Hit him up's multitasking just dominant here. Look at his production tab. He's making so much stuff. He's making whatever he wants. Here he comes again. The Eidolon count is still high. The Battle Ministry trying to engage, but he doesn't even need the Eidolons. GG.
GG indeed, guys. That is a wrap for the next match. We are now
That was
looking.
amazing.
We are now looking at 3-1 in favor of HitEmUp. This could be our final map of the entire Throne Room stage of the entire tournament. And we are going to what map? Kingwa Valley. 2 spawn with 1,500 minerals to the bank. It's going to be easy to mine out. Matador drops highly effective. Let's see if it's going to be enough.
Once again, tag me in. I'm in the top slot.
Classic move. Classic.
That game was crazy, man. We saw some stuff we never could have imagined, but I mean, Hit is adept at just sort of pulling out this random strat and knowing how to exploit it perfectly. ED mentioned this. You don't know what he's going to make. He just goes in the game and is like, oh, I guess I'll make Eidolons this time. And like, look at what he did. He like invented the whole new meta, right?
Pretty wild stuff. Even in a situation like this, you cannot count the man out. Even when he's making mass tier 1 versus tier 2 equipped Terran, as long as he keeps denying that eco, make worker, make unit, win game, well, he might just win the whole damn tournament with that kind of mentality. Series
Yeah, it
point,
really shows,
tournament
right?
point for HitEmUp, and we are getting into map 5 of the grand final. Kingwa Valley could be our final showing. Let's see what's behind this door.
Yeah, 3 match points on offer here for HitEmUp. He's Protoss again. Who would have said Protoss is struggling? That's bullshit. He's about to crush him, I think.
Could very well be. Ayud in the top right as the Beaster Brown Terran, and HitEmUp in the bottom left, rocking out. He is the dark green Protoss.
Well, once again, this Insta-Scout. I think he's thinking, like, if it's Stockade or Fulcrum, I want to be able to adapt to that immediately, which makes sense. Although I'm still questioning how he chose to adapt to Stockade. But at any rate, he's going to come in here right away. I expect we'll see a gate again. There it is. It is going to be Fulcrum as well.
Maybe a Protoss will technically win, right? Like,
Yeah. If he wins only Protoss games, that frees me from my oath as well.
well, he did win a Terran game, so does that still count? I don't know.
Oh, he did. No, right. For some reason, I was thinking that was Protoss just then. I don't know why.
Because he was building cloaked units.
Oh, look at this. He's in the base. Is he going to build something?
Yes,
Please.
yes, he's going to build something.
You think so, or is he just hiding for a
He's
scout? Maybe I'm getting too
1,000%
excited.
He's 1,000% making. There it is.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Give me the
What's
proxy
it
a
gonna be?
Cantor, dude. Give me the proxy a
You
Cantor.
think so?
I don't know.
That's so ballsy, though.
I mean, it's that
Like,
or
how do you even
rogue.
hold
It could be
home?
proxy rogue for a Kabbalist inside the base. You know, like you're gonna just assume, oh, it came in through the front gates, right? Nope.
And then another one shows up.
He's gonna do Sims.
Ooh.
Is that what it is? I mean,
I expect idols, actually. Well, Sims could work.
versus
I don't
Terran,
know.
it feels
Hard to say.
bad, but yeah. I guess it's hit
It could
scan
definitely
damage.
work.
Yeah.
No, here's the thing. A Sim can absolutely 1v1 a Vulture, no problem. The only thing that stops it from doing so is mines. So if all the mines get laid on the map, suddenly he's in your base, oh, you're in trouble.
Dude, there's no way Ayud is expecting this.
Dude, is this going to be like Acropolis 1 all over again? The rush to end it?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, he sees only one gate, though. You've got to be suspicious. You see one gate, you're like, what the hell are you doing? And also, the problem with this is it makes EUD like sort of run across and attack you. How are you going to be able to hold your ramp exactly with only one gate?
Dracodon, and that's what it is, yeah. I mean, listen, HitEmUp is familiar with holding ridiculous aggression with minimal units. Playing around the theater of greed is where HitEmUp has done some of his best work.
It
is
is
an idol.
So he's
Okay,
going to
you were
get
called out. Yeah.
probably 3 or 4 and try and run in and kill the workers, I think is the idea. bit dicey because you can block them with buildings. Man, Hit didn't even have a unit. He has to use his scribes to stop this because the Hierophant must stay on the ramp. It's going to be very dicey for him to hold this ramp, man. I would not be surprised if HitEmUp actually loses this game because even though he does a lot of damage, he just can't hold his main.
Yeah, but think about, again, nerves regulation. Now he's on series point. Now he's thinking, damn, I'm supposed to win from here. So let me do a troll game. And if I win, it's obviously amazing. And if I lose, well, who cares? I'm trolling. You know what I mean? I think that's what it is.
I do think, like, strategy-wise, it's definitely a great choice to go for some crazy cheese here. But just in terms of how this is going to work out, I mean, look at this. What can it do to stop this? His other Dracon's Vals away.
Ooh, that was a really good pullback on the Hierophant, but it will be brought down. We've seen this from Shopkeeper Dog. We've seen this from plenty others. And there's the drill to counter, and you can't move forward from here.
He needs to commit with his proxy, right? Otherwise, he's just going to be losing for nothing.
Well, he's allowing it to whittle him down on the worker count, but it can soon turn the other direction. Mines are being laid out everywhere, but it does look like it's a bloodbath, not just for the workers, but the vultures are not long for this world either, right?
There he goes. He has to kill, like, every worker now, though, because, like, he's actually going to, like, lose his main. Like, we might even be in a base race already. I suspect Hit can overcome what's at home. So can he actually win this? I guess he has the advantage of having a lattice in his opponent's base. So in a base trade, he actually might be very advantaged. Hit has killed so many workers. He has not even responded. I think actually Hit is still going to win this.
Well, he's got the scribes battling the vultures, and he took his hand off the gas. The multitask not there. He's got 2 more vultures, 4 more vultures. He can overcome this position, but the idols, he's microing back at home, trying as one of the salvaged vultures has already fallen. A manifold adds the armor penetration, and it is definitely over for back at home. It's just a question of who's going to win first. There's no money to make any units. He could return that mineral field and get a Legionnaire, but that's it.
No, it's a draw. It's a draw because Terran can lift and float to the corner, and there's nothing ED can do. Wait, no, wait. It's not
he kills the idol! GG!
Oh
the last shot from that vulture wrapped around your neck. It is over. And just like that, we are going one more map.
Dude, that was extremely close to being a draw. If he holds the ramp with his idols, for example, after killing everything, and ED can lift his stuff, that would have been crazy.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but it's not going to be the case. And you know what? Like I said, I think it's nerves regulation. It's kind of what we predicted. We go to Crisis Vector for our 6th map. And remember, it could be Check Stealer to decide things if it goes all the way.
I can't believe that was crazy. You know, like I said, strategically, I think it's a great idea to try it for Hit, and he almost pulled it off. It was damn close, but Ed is very astute. He scouted one gate and is like, yeah, I'm going to kill that. 100%. There's nothing you can do. If he got a warden in the mineral line, maybe that just ends it right there. Who knows? Damn vultures, man.
It was very close, even with the vultures there, and it was a lot down to, like, you know, it could have been so much more one-sided in favor of Ayud, but the pressure, it really does get to you at some point, and it adds up. It's a really big issue that Ayud is going to have to overcome, because in crisis moments like that, he is not always the best reactor. And we have another round of Protoss, baby. Give it to me.
All right. He's got one Zerg, one Terran. It's all Protoss from now. He's calling it. He's calling the W. He only needs 1 out of 2. Now, this map, I feel like this map is like EUD's stomping ground. I think that's the exact term you probably used before. He is pretty good on this map, man. Very strong at these 2 base pushes. Gateway's coming up. No insta-scout this time.
Well, let's see what it's going to be. Could we go all 7 games? This is, listen, this is the most we've ever gone, because it was 4-0 for you over the Shambler in Acropolis 1. Acropolis 2 was 4-1 Ayud over you, and now here we are, watching Ayud take it back and get at least 2 maps. This is my prediction. It was 4-1 or 4-2, and I was, depending on who he was up against, I was kind of leaning 4-1, to be honest. But, you know, this doesn't surprise me. What will astound me is if Ayud is able to finish the job and bring us to a decider for all the fans worldwide to enjoy, as we do have a gateway into a single fulcrum right now, but I'm sure that'll turn into a second one soon.
Let's see what Hit's thinking here. No, the second gate yet.
Second
there
gate,
it is.
yeah.
Okay, so he's going to play middle of the road here, and I think we'll see a second fulcrum. So, man, I don't know. Can we fast forward this game 5 minutes? Because I can see how it's going to go from here. A few vultures, a few Drax and a Hierophant. Blackjack's coming up, and then who knows what from there. Arbors in chat. It's like, do it again. It'd be funny. Well, actually, hang on a minute. No way. No, that's not allowed. Disqualified from the tournament. He can't do this. He can't do this.
On this map, I don't think he entered sight unseen. Like, surely you just... I guess the idea is I'm going to go 2-gate, and I'm going to delay it more. And so you see 2-gate. I'm not going to do that again. Look, I have the second gate.
Yeah, no, normal opening.
Yeah.
Normal. Oh, okay, you're right. He did see it.
Yeah,
okay. Fair enough. I got excited.
Hey, I was right there with you.
Yeah. All right. Well, he's going to clean this up, and the what I was saying just before is going to happen. We're going to have the normal opening. You know, I do question the Drac heavy opening against Vultures. I really don't like it very much. I think a mix of Hierophants and Zealots is much more effective. Although, as I've said, I do just prefer a Lattice in that case anyway. So the thing is, the Dracs are better later in the game.
Yep. So we don't have any Vespene being harvested anymore. It's going to be, I think, triple Fulcrum, and it's just going to be powering up on Blackjacks. Ooh. So this is going to be a more deadly comp. We do have that one base Sedent coming out of HitEmUp, so he might be able to get the tech units necessary to respond. But if you're not across the map with the Dracodons to kind of kite shoot, wait for your shields to regen, manage the Blackjack count, get them all very low HP, if not killed outright, then really what are you going to be able to do to hold the push? That's what we've got to see. I mean, actually, on second thought, with the gas coming, maybe that's actually a Palladium for the Phalanx, right? He could be sieging.
Yeah, probably. It's probably a good build. The thing is, on Radium, he just built a lot of Blackjacks and obliged him and attacked right into it, lost most of his army and almost lost the game off that. So maybe EED's thinking the same. Well, what if I just make a lot of units immediately and wait for HitEmUp to screw up? Now, Hit's build does seem to match this pretty well, though, because with the Embassy really fast, he's not going to be rushing down to his low ground. He can come across and scout it. So I think he's looking good at Goliath coming out. So that does say to me that EED is intent to attack early.
Yes, but there's no add-on. He's not even waiting for actuation time, right?
Yeah. Without an expansion, though, what vulnerability will there be for Hit? I imagine he'll wait for the scout to actually commit to anything. He can just stay up his ramp and be pretty well set.
Yeah, he wants to play it safe from here. He wasn't able to pocket that scribe for further scouting to see what the build order is, and it's a good thing Ayud cleared that, because imagine you scout this, 3 Fulcrum, only 2 add-ons, like you're definitely, especially if you see the Goliath come out, you just know this is like a one-base unit build, right?
All right, well, there will be no push because an Ardent's coming out. As long as EU doesn't kill all the units somehow on the map, there's no way he's going to be able to attack. Now that said, he can still just expand because obviously Pro's had an expansion. He's moving across, but as long as cooler heads prevail, he doesn't overcommit. I think he's still here.
Well, you see some of the units,
armies, right? Yeah, obviously this army is overwhelming for Terran, but with the ramp advantage to be able to kite back, I think it's pretty clear that Hit should be able to hold. So I think it'd be unwise to attack. I think the best move is you just throw down your expansion and pretend this never happened.
You say that. He's adding a Warden because he is aware that he might need to fall back all the way to his mineral line.
Yes, that will be the play, right? You fight on the ramp just for a second, but once the aggressive assaulting units are dealt with, the Drax are just in the back taking pot shots. 2 more Drax finishing will give him really a critical amount. And EDC no expansion. Is he game to try it anyway?
Yeah, Witness
he seems very committed.
Witness spots it. 3 Fulk. Ayud ended his 5-game set against Hamster or against Krankendow yesterday with this map, and it was with a similar build. Hierophant tagging down. That Goliath very reduced in terms of how much attack speed it's got. Now the next one's soon to fall. The Dracodon's really gunning it down, but they do need to cycle back. And now there's no mines on any of these Vultures. No, I tell a lie. There are still some more, but they don't end up playing. Not end up laying it. The Acantor, 2 more Dracodons on the way. They need to be microing. They need to be kiting back. And the mineral line isn't as vulnerable as Ayud would like with that Warden. Now look at this. That's a bad rally on that Dracodon. The workers get pulled. Neblime style here.
Yeah, that's right. They will do the job. He's going to get a few. He's the head in workers now, but I feel like this army's going to be cleaned up, and then we'll put him in an awkward position. Mine's still being laid, though. I guess this isn't over yet, but are you really going to break through a few Blackjacks?
Yes, if the Acantor is not there, Dodge is coming out, and that should be a very powerful move. Now, there are still some gateway units coming, and a Servitor for emergency defense as the last of the mines are dispatched. He's got more Vultures coming in, 4 more to reinforce. Workers
really
once again
sloppy by Hit not to rally that Acantor the other way. Now he's in a world of pain, trying to fight Drax. The Servitor comes out just to get it out quick, but it dies so fast. And he's pushed back by these mines. The mines really causing him a lot of heartache here. And he's going to try and harass these workers. He might actually pull this off. Another Dracodon gets the mine hit, though. Very nice. He's whittling down these Terran units, but EUD has managed to multitask somewhat this time, continuing to reinforce.
He's got more Vultures. It still feels really close somehow. for the hold, and the question is what happens after that. The Acantor halfway complete, but the Ardent is so tanky. There's still some mines left alone. He doesn't use the Scribes to pop them, and that means that the Ardent will die, and he's only going to have the one Zealot.
Built a gateway that he lost in the same spot. Means mine's getting absorbed.
Oh, timing on that. He's trying to use the Ardent's last bits of HP. It goes down with just a little bit left to go. And the last of the mine hits should cement it. We are going to Game 7, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, yeah, he's going to take him out, no doubt. That Warden not lost any time. No GG. It's over. We're up 3-3, the decider.
God damn, son. Aoud cannot be stopped. Or can he?
I'm shocked that EUD won that. And like I said, I think it was very sloppy of Hit not to rally that Cantor in the other direction. Or maybe he should have just done a full worker pull from the beginning. I don't know what the move was there, but I'm surprised that worked.
Where it all began, Check Stealer. We started this in the show match. We end it in the grand final. We just have one more to go.
Well, this is going to be it. It all comes down to this. Like didn't I say when the map video was starting, Check Stealer final? Here we are.
Yeah.
Now, last time these two played on this map, HitEmUp just made a bunch of Legionnaires, showed up at EUD's base, and killed them instantly.
Yes, this was in the Elimination 4 match, actually, that last Acropolis, so...
Yeah. So will he be able to pull it off again? Do you think he'll go something like that? I'm just assuming he rolls Protoss, to be honest.
Yeah, it's quite a possibility. Well, it all comes down to this final game, ladies and gentlemen. Two-time champ or first-time tyrant. Waiting on the ready from the reigning champion of Aoud.
I guess he's not ready yet. That's why he isn't picked.
Yeah, he's taking his time. He's taking a moment.
And in a shocking move, EUD hits Zerg for the last...
Yeah. We'll take
Chamber making his bets. He is gambling in chat.
Yeah, he's trying to set the... He's trying to set the money, trying to set the style points. This would be the ultimate test of HitEmUp's mental game, right? And maybe, I think Aoud genuinely, earnestly needs this moment, and we do allow for a 5-minute break at least between each match, each map if need be. That's like the maximum. Like, hopefully you don't need that every single time. But HitEmUp, like, there's two ways I can think of this, right? Either HitEmUp is like, you goddamn hooligan, I just need... He would use different words, but I just need to play now. Come on, let's go. I gotta get out. Or, you know, he could be like using this time and it could actually be sinking into him like, wait, it's just one game. I'm a Check Stealer. If I roll Terran, I'm favored. If I roll any race other than Terran, well, he doesn't want to play on this map. You know what I mean? So that is it.
You can always win one game on a bad map.
That's right. That's right. Let's get another confirmation for HitEmUp. Let's go. GLHF. Ladies and gentlemen, is it going to be Protoss again? Let's find out together. No, it is TVT to decide things. We are in for a treat.
Dicey for EUD. If I was EUD, I'd be going, God damn it, why did it have to be Terran?
That's right.
This might be the worst matchup for EUD, to be honest. Because when all else is equal, as we saw, EUD's macro is just so much stronger. But this map, man, I don't know, it's open to abuses, to violence and threats. We saw Dog try it against EUD, but it went terribly. Let's see what Hit has in store here. Hey, we got one Zerg game, Helios in chat. The one Zerg game that lasted like 5 minutes.
Yes, it was Zerg. And it was a greedy build on Brainstorm that gave Aoud the first victory. Again, Brainstorm starter, Check Stealer Ender. This is such a wild veto, but that's what you get when you just rely on RNG for the map selection. So it will be Fulcrum, of course, no bio shenanigans. And, I mean, I wouldn't hate if one of these two players decided to flex into Starpad, but I don't think Aoud is the type to do that. HitEmUp is the type to do anything. We saw him do that on Decapitation already. So, yeah.
And it's not even like a bad thing if you go some random comp, right? Because like we said, he just kind of makes it work.
That's right.
Now, you don't have much wiggle room on this map, though, because there's not really much happening in the middle. It's just quite, you know, a straight path to your opponent's base. There's the one choke you hold. Not much space to move around. So I feel like Hit does have to play pretty conventionally. And so far, both players doing the standard opening.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Hit, he gets the right scouting rotation.
Yeah, but this will even out pretty quick when the Vulture moves to the immediate right location for both sides, so they should be dueling in the middle if they are going to send their Vulture out aggressively. That will actually tell us a lot about the mental of either player. Aoud normally plays a bit more defensively TVT, and I think part of the reason why is because it's against HitEmUp in this case. You know, he knows it's not a favored matchup for him, like you said.
Well, he rallies all the way out onto the map, though, whereas Hit does not, so he may give up some space here. Gonna lay defensive mines. Looks like he's just going to stay back. Now, I assume ED would not be so bold as to run into that, right? That'd be crazy.
No, he's going to set up a more forward position, which I think is exactly like what happened on Decapitation. Technically, HitEmUp doesn't know where his opponent is, but he can surmise, and now he's confirmed the location, even though he doesn't know the comp. Not going to lay any further mines
ground here.
Yeah.
This could be a critical position for ED, though, if he can maintain this later into the game. And he can lay mines all over the place. And as we saw in the dog games, you know, just random mines anywhere on the map can be huge, like 10 minutes later. Yeah. Now, Scouting Warden, Watchdog coming up from Hit.
Ooh.
And he's getting those Cyclops. You know, like I was saying, I do like
players.
the Cyclops in the early Vulture Wars. Yeah, okay. So mirrored builds except for this Scout, and here's that third Fulcrum now, the divergence point. But you know what? With this Scout, as long as it goes in immediately, Hit's looking good. As long as he maintained a defensive posture. Getting a star pad up here.
Mines to scout out any drops or airplay, at least anything that will show on the minimap. The Watchdog is moving in.
Little does he know, not coming from that direction.
Yeah, certainly. Cyclops will be able to defeat that, but honestly, the counter to that, if your opponent is trying to kill your floated structure for the Scout, the counter to that is, they've got Cyclops. Just stand in their mineral line. And exactly, that's what HitEmUp is going to do with his Mason, it looks like. So.
Well, seeing the third Fulcrum, by the way, is really what's key here. That's really what he needs to see. And he does see it. Does he react? Knows he's in defensive posture here. And I mean, how is ED going to attack exactly anyway? He's not getting any phalanxes. Mines will stop most stuff on the ground as long as there's enough Cyclops.
Well, here's the problem.
He's just sitting there.
We do have a Trojan on the way, and it will be a Cyclops drop. So take everything that HitEmUp has, subtract the Cyclops from it just immediately, and he's not immediately.
He's going a bit early though. He's giving away his intentions here, and Hit not reacting, not killing that
the
Mason
mines are already almost all gone. Now there are more that can be laid, and that last one was really important because it stopped one of the Cyclopses from doing anything for Aoud.
Maybe he was thinking he wants to make sure that ED actually attacks because he thought he could handle it, which is true. So maybe he deliberately let him do that. But yeah, this counter drop could be devastating. Now, he's going to have minimap vision, but as you've seen, ED's multitask can struggle when he's attacking.
Yeah.
Is he going to move in his forces at the wrong possible time?
Well, it's about equal units, and especially with the Cyclops still being left there, at least 2 of them. It's 4 Cyclops in the drop. That could be deadly. This all comes down to this early game stuff. They've both decided to opt into it. They also both expand at the same time, and the mine coverage did reveal the drop. You can tell because Aoud's movement does sort of track with that.
Dude. He didn't even move his camera over there. He just saw it on the minimap. So pretty on-point plays here. Will he lose many workers?
Listen,
he loses 1, but I think he'll be able to pull back. Killing his own dropship. Not a good move.
Well,
but where's he going to run to?
Yeah,
he's going to get
all
stuck
clumped.
in here. Okay,
he's clumped. He's so clumped right now. It doesn't look like he'll get any more kills. There's a chance that maybe one of those Cyclopses can get alive. Yep, there it is.
Okay. Well, still looking pretty good for HitEmUp, though. Worker lead, inevitably. Slight army lead for EUD, though. He still has this Watchdog. He's just chilling.
Yeah. And
man, he should have put that in the mineral line. Imagine.
Yeah. Disrupt the mining. I mean, the Masons would have attacked it, surely, but...
No, don't land it. Just float it there. Because the units, even if ED isn't trying to kill it, they're just running around trying to defend it and drop. They would accidentally start doing some damage, maybe. And, I think Hit might be thinking, well, okay, I can see you have no Watchdog in here. What if I just start making some Wraiths?
Well, laying more mines now is Aoud, and his army is still back at home. And, of course, he's going to fly over the same mine as before. So this really shouldn't, Aoud shouldn't have any problems with dealing with this. He is trying to deal... The Watchdog does land and try to disrupt his attention a little bit. But,
good distraction, right? Yeah. You're going to let him drop behind here, but ED's all at home, like you say. It's usually not a great idea to try and drop when your opponent is just sitting home, and he loses that one, all 4 Cyclops. Not great here for Hit. He's keeping the economic lead, especially with this faster third, but he is in a big problem as far as military goes.
On this map, you've got 1,000 mineral fields in the expansions inside your quadrant and 2,000 in the main. So they do deplete it around the same time, which means that you can basically jump up a little bit and then go, whoa, I have no money. What happened? So you got to watch out for that.
Yeah, if only there weren't blackjacks out, single Wraiths could probably trade just by getting Cyclops friendly fire. Yeah. At any rate, it's going to be Phalanx now. We're going to return to normalcy soon enough.
Well, you say that, but I'm still waiting for 8 stockades to suddenly go down and hit up space and just to start eidoloning again.
Oh, maybe the Ming strategy decided for this round is Cyclops.
Oh, he's kind of...
Because he's still making them.
Yeah, he is kind of cornered as well, but he will end up being just fine. He scouts that it's pretty low saturation. He should feel pretty good about that. He's got a slight worker lead. He's got the third ministry done way sooner than Aoud. Should be up to like 5 or 6 workers by the time that's done, and that's assuming Aoud doesn't slip up, as we know he sometimes does.
Despite keeping the pressure on, he's not able to get much harass in there, but he doesn't need to get ahead. I mean, this Anseal's kind of in danger. But again, I wonder, with enough Anseals, can you just get Cyclops Splash?
Problem is they don't proc their passive if the shields are up. It gets absorbed, so there's no on-hit effect there.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That would have been sick.
Otherwise, Anseals would be a really hard counter to Cyclops. And I've thought about whether or not I want to change
as long as you keep
that,
moving.
But, yeah.
If you stand still, obviously they're going to get destroyed. But if you just keep moving around, it can be huge.
But
he just scouts what's around. I think he realizes now how many mines there are on the map.
Yeah.
I mean, this goes to show, if Hit was more aggressive early with the vultures and didn't give up that high ground for free, I mean, assuming he didn't like lose his vultures trying to get out there, then that drop might have ended the game right then and there.
I do think that with mass Phalanx coming out front, and look at this, it's Phalanx tank. I mean, Phalanx Wraith. That's weird, but interesting.
Ooh, I like it because the Phalanx just hold down the position and the Wraiths go in and poke enemy Phalanxes, right? It's just like in regular Brute War. Even when you have battle cruisers, you still need some tanks out just to splash ground stuff and hold down positions.
Hey, you'd go for fast tier
I don't
2.
mind. Given that, like, it was an impossibility for HitEmUp to just play like steadily and do like normal stuff. I don't mind this at all. I think this is going to be pretty dangerous. But yeah, the tier 2 is on the way,
and the
but he
Anseal will
needs
see it.
Valkyries. He needs Valkyries.
Yeah, he does. If it's going to be Starport play like Aoud likes, so.
Aoud, again, not scouting, right? He didn't scout in that other TVT. Not scouting in this one, and that TVP as well. Does not know what's going on in his opponent's base, whereas Hit is constantly checking up, able to adapt. He sees the tier 2, and I assume this will trigger him to attack a bit sooner than he might have. Now, he certainly can't bust this high ground position. That would be a disaster, but he can get those Wraiths in, maybe?
He's making lots of Phalanx. He's making lots of Wraiths. Let's see what else he can do. As the Vulture's trying to sideswipe, and the Anseal just checking in. Sees where some of the units actually are. The Vultures are going to meet each other.
Ooh,
or are they? No.
No, he's sneakier than that.
Wow.
Oh, he could get in. He could get in and do massive damage here. Do they have mines still? Oh, yeah, some of them certainly do. He could do almost game-ending damage here. If he gets in and cuts off the army, this could be huge.
Yeah.
Is he going to go for it?
Well, let's see. He can even focus down, add-ons and things like that. He can disrupt the
my
construction
God.
of the tier 2. So he's going to go ahead and start laying the mines, just like you said. The Blackjack not long for this world. And there we go.
Free Phalanx.
Free Phalanx indeed.
Oh my God. Disaster for EUD. He's going to do insane damage. He still has more mines to lay if he wants. Starts hitting those workers.
Big
Man,
transfer
he's
from
splitting
that.
them in both bases.
Yeah, but there's already 4 Vultures ready, and it only takes 4 to one-shot a Mason, but I don't even know if he's going to bother microing at this point. I think he feels like he's done enough.
Why would you? Yeah, just go home and make your own stuff, right? You've done a heavy blow here, even just forcing the workers to run around. Let your opponent waste their APM, because he knows he can take this position now, because EUD's pulled back so much stuff, he's going to hit it. He's got a whole lot of Wraiths to pick off Phalanx as well. There are Blackjacks there, but not protecting these ones.
Yeah, still a little bit cost efficient, with those Phalanxes clearing some of the ground, but there's so many more where that came from. And even though the mantles are done, there is no time for him to actually make anything with that tier 2 stuff. Aoud really under the pump right now.
Yeah, very nice moves. And honestly, this is like classic Brood War TVT moves. You pull them one way, hit the other where there's not many units. Even though you sacrifice more units than you kill, you take that key position. And look, he's continuing to just get harassment shots. Needs to be careful of those Cyclops.
Ooh,
okay.
Splash damage could be really big, but he does still have 13 Wraiths to go. And there's way more Phalanxes than that. The other ones are just deployed in the middle of the map. So he's going to take his time.
Magic boxing or something? I don't know. Oh, we have a tank, of course. I was going to say, how did he get them so compressed? And I realized. Here he goes.
Some time for Cataphracts to show up here, but Phalanxes counter that.
Yeah, it's an impossible dilemma for ED because he can't engage the Wraiths without getting splashed by the Phalanxes. And I don't think he's going to wait for those Cataphracts to be out in any numbers. Well, they will deal with Wraiths pretty handily, I expect.
Oh, he's got to cycle back. He's got to cycle back. He does end up losing about 8 Wraiths there. But there's more where that came from. And the Phalanxes are going to stop the Catas from being able to contribute. There's one almost dead Cataphract. Now the Wraith's trying to pressure inside the base, where, by the way, the Phalanxes can attack the Ministry if they want to. That's a dead Cataphract. And the Wraiths are just adding more pressure. More reinforcements streaming in for HitEmUp across the map.
You know, that probably wasn't quite worth it for Hit, but he
No.
probably doesn't feel too bad because the Wraiths sort of did their work.
Yeah.
And they've put him in this very dominant position. Now, neither player wants to extend out to a fourth. So as far as economy goes, it's only the workers that EUD's lost. Oh, the Azazel are going to be pretty huge here, actually. The counterfeit can actually do something this way.
Well, its shields are going to be down pretty quick there because of the phalanx, but you're right that it helps out a little bit.
This is so awkward. Oh, no. Gets hit again. Where's the energy? Okay, there it is.
Wraiths for
That's
vision,
scary.
more of them on the way. Ministry moving into 9 o'clock, calling the bluff.
Yeah, he's going to see it with the mind, though.
Yeah, it is. It'll even be on the mini-map because that's when it'll land.
Well, who has air superiority? It's not EUD with some Valks out here. He's only got Gorgs. Cost for cost, Gorgs beat Wraiths.
Not cost for cost, and especially not when it's 6-1 in the production.
Yeah, right? Well, it's not bad, though, because the Cataphracts will just handle the Wraiths in an actual fight. I don't know. EUD still has play here, but it is a very tricky position. Needs to use those Azazels to the utmost. I wouldn't mind just using the Gorgon sort of poke with D-Matrix. And Ramsey's, of course, going to splash Wraiths pretty easily as well. Oh, I don't know. Hit's just making stuff, though.
Yeah, he's just making units.
Though.
And
He's
the
got
phalanx
so
count
much
is so
production.
damn high.
Gonna commit here.
Yeah, I don't know
Once
about the Wraiths
Gorgon-
being thrown away like that, but he can start deploying phalanxes within range to attack the mantles. And there's nothing that you can do from Ayud's position, right? He's going to try to maybe like play around max range with the phalanx? I don't know, but the Azazel's like one hit away from death from all that Wraith.
I would love to see him just make like 4 or 5 Azazels and just get many D-Matrix, because then you can really deal with enemy phalanx. Look, he's starting to do it.
Yeah.
With his own D-Matrix, he can be very efficient here. And Hit may have to pull back from this position.
Well,
Oh, he's going to commit.
Yeah, that's a mistake. There's so many more, and some Goliaths even got rallied down to try to deal with some of the air without relying on the
Oh,
Wraiths.
nice D-Matrix.
Yeah, there's a Watchdog here as well, though, and the Cataphracts just can't hack it. They can't deal with all this. The ground army's wiped.
Valkyries!
They come in, the grand
Oh my
final
gosh.
winning unit, the Valkyrie, showing
He's going to
its
get that
stuff.
Azazel, even if it kills him.
Yeah.
If he gets that Azazel, the game's over. That's EUD's hero unit. Azazel must survive. I think HitEmUp is our new champion.
I think
I think
HitEmUp's
he's
done
done
it.
it.
I think he's just about cracked him open. It was a heroic attempt to hold at the end, but there's no units left. Desperation in Game 7, and it's the Valkyries that totally earned him the victory. And also, you know, the fact that he made a ridiculous number of phalanx.
Yeah. Like I said, he's playing Brood War TVT, man. He doesn't want to play Cosmonarchy. He's like, no, I'll make tanks. He's using only Brood War units. Look at this. Oh, no, it's Cyclops coming to ruin it.
Yeah, there you go.
Another Cataphract pops out. I think EUD's typing it. GG, we got a new champion. HitEmUp takes it.
And just like that, GG is called. HitEmUp is our new champion, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a big one, a big turn of events, because let's be real, I don't think we were necessarily expecting that HitEmUp's mental would hold in Game 7 of all things. You know, he goes up 3-1 and he drops 2 games in a row, a lot of momentum on the other side, but we've got him. It's confirmed. And you know what his music said? He's got his death metal going. He's a big fan of that. But he shall not be denied. HitEmUp is our champion.
I mean, that last game, he honestly looked the most dominant in almost any of these games. Didn't really break a sweat in that one, I feel like. And he did it, pulled it off 4-3. Some questionable decisions along the way, but on the whole, really did just outplay EUD. But a great showing from EUD, going out in second place. It could not be any closer, and that's just the same as the last series these two played. Are we seeing the dawn of a new rivalry in Cosmonarchy? I think we are. But for now, HitEmUp has the upper hand. Congratulations to him. His first championship, a long time coming. I think well deserved. I think he'll be pretty pleased with himself.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's hard to say anything but good things about HitEmUp, because let's be real, he is the champion, but not just that. He did get tested quite a bit, and even though it was so damn close, it just wasn't enough for Ayud this time around. Like, no shade to him. The reigning champ gave it his all, but that will be the end as HitEmUp is our champion. And I'm sure after a moment of just chilling out for a sec and relaxing and taking a breath, I'm sure he is looking for that winner's interview. So we'll see if he is down for that in a moment. But guys, congratulations over to HitEmUp. He ends up taking the whole damn thing, and I can't say that I am surprised, even though it was in quite the banger of a fashion.
Dude, that's crazy. I gotta say, I can only imagine, Hit always says he has adrenaline. How must it feel to have won now?
That's right.
I imagine, he's just like running circles around his room or whatever, wherever he is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who can imagine the ceremony?
What is the ceremony? I mean, he was already hungover to start today, so is he going to do it again? Like, is that the move?
Yeah, he's chugging right now.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Guys, HitEmUp as the champion is here with 4 wins over Ayud64, and that's all it took. We'll see if he wants an interview or if he needs a moment. Otherwise, of course, we will be talking with Ayud64 as a little bit of a closer.
Well, I would love to hear what ED has to say as well, because he did sort of say that the problem would be the comparative macro, and that has definitely been borne out. HitEmUp just made units, man. So many of these games, we have a fight going on that maybe barely goes HitEmUp's way, or who knows. But then you look back, it's like, well, HitEmUp has like 20 units. What does EED have? EED has like minerals in the bank. So HitEmUp really showing why he's such a strong player. And you can't knock the tactical moves either. In any fight as well, he's making the most of it. And EED seemed a bit antsy. Like we talked about in game 3, getting in very aggressively when he didn't need to. That final game, trying to bust out rapidly when he probably could have just kept playing with tier 2 out. And HitEmUp, despite what we keep saying about nerves, when he gets in the game, he does just tend to play pretty steadily and doesn't tend to make those big unforced errors.
Yep, honestly, there was some pretty steady play out of him, even when there was some more nervous play elsewhere. Let's bring him in. The man himself, the man of the hour, the champion of Acropolis number 3 is HitEmUp. How are you feeling after such an exhaustive 7-game series to finally have that Acropolis championship, my man?
I'm feeling good. If I lost that last game, keyboards would break.
Second round in a row, yeah, that would have been it.
Surely you have something ceremonial to break in celebration instead of anger.
Nah, I got nothing. I gotta work tomorrow, so I gotta be responsible and nice.
There you go, there you go. I was debating, and I said it. I was like, he already was hungover to start today. You think he's going to be like that tomorrow after, celebrating? But apparently the answer to that question is no. Obviously, we got to talk about the games that were played, but it is a momentous occasion that you make it through here and you don't drop a single series. I said earlier that you had only lost 3 games in your run to this position. One of them was to Hamster, 2 of them were to Ayud, and then we get to the grand final, and it's 3 more required of you before you can finally cross the Rubicon. Before I ask you about the earlier games in the series, I have a theory, and I want to see if you can corroborate it or not. Obviously, in the 5th game, there was an opportunity. You're up 3-1. It's series point. You've hit championship point, and you've got a couple to spare. So in my thinking, as the sort of trying to plan out the moves, you go for this ridiculous proxy strategy, and I have a feeling, I have the sneaking suspicion that you're like, man, I had this opportunity, I have this opportunity to win. The pressure is now as maximal as it's going to be. Let's do it basically a troll build that probably shouldn't work just to release some tension, and then I can go back to playing more normal games. Was that anything like what you were thinking, or was that also autopilot play?
I was just thinking I wanted to kill a mineral line with idols. That was all that was going through my head.
It was pretty cool. That's been the dream, man, but I've never been able to pull it off. So you did get all the workers at the end of the day.
Yeah, it wasn't worth it. I don't know.
Fair enough. So that was actually a legit thing that you were planning and not something that's like, oh, let me just see if I can meme him up.
Oh, no, I just decided to do that randomly when I noticed that he sends the workers late sometimes. So I'm like, I could just sneak a probe in. I wanted to do what I did to Ramen on, was it the Rush Hour port, Rage Slave?
Yes.
Where I proxied an Ardent in his main.
I was waiting. I did say, give me the proxy Ardent when the pylon went down, but I didn't think that was real. One thing I thought about was proxy Rogue Gallery. If the Kabbalist gets in, they just assume it came through the front door, so they wouldn't think for the proxy. You just keep doing that forever, and they're like, where's these coming from? But that was definitely a fun little spot there. Obviously, at the end of the day, you are the victor. It does go to you. How were you feeling after Brainstorm? All the way back in the first game, that was the one where you go for this Larvosk play. it's not super greedy, but at the end of the day, you still end up, getting beaten down by the bust. Was that something that you were worried about happening? Did you foresee that happening? Because you'd obviously played a lot of TVZ in preparation for that, and so it ends up going his way in that opening, but also a map that he likes, right? Brainstorm.
Oh, the second I got Zerg on that map, I just wrote the game off.
Hmm.
I'm like, I can't hold. I'm like my Zerg style. Like I hold up a ramp, and I do very
Right.
well with that. I don't. I refuse to build a shroud. So.
Okay. Well, I think we agree on this though that it's strong if you just sort of get set up and don't rush too much to expand. I did think your build was very effective though. That you got this early circuit and didn't rush to get a tech building. It looked good. If you'd held that attack, I think you're winning 100%. So it was just a tricky thing that EED had sort of come up with. Did you watch the games before?
Him against Hamster.
Yeah.
I think I caught like one of them.
Well, he
They
did
were
do
over
that
pretty
exact
quick.
strat on Check Stealer, though.
Yeah.
And it was very strong. It busted through Hamster pretty easily. So I think, and he did say in the interview, he thinks it's a good strat on a map without a ramp.
Yeah, that, even if I go pool, I can't really hold that unless I invest a lot into pool units. And, without a ramp, I'm just dead, so that's a write-off. You can have it.
He can have it. And it turns out it wasn't necessary for you anyway, as you're able to piece it together every other time. Now, you don't take long to hit back, because if we go back and take a look at the other maps that were played, Serenity obviously is a bit more of a struggle to start, but you actually go for this Stargate-based style, and it just feels like you outplay him. Like you're always making more workers than him pretty much throughout the entire series. There's never a point where your macro slips. Meanwhile, he's out here really struggling to make ends meet when he's trying to micro versus you, but not able to make units behind that. So I don't know if you intuited that based on what you scouted of him. That was another thing I think you did a lot better in general, is getting constantly apprised of what you'd had. And at the end of the day, with the exemplars coming out to splash down the army, and that brilliant timing where you snuck the exemplars in the pit, like a taste of his own medicine, that must have felt good, Serenity. Tell me how you were feeling about that.
Oh, I was just trying to do something new there. I thought that Stargate might be good on that map, and I was hoping he would overreact to it, and he kind of did. So, I mean, it worked out in my favor. I think he had a good timing early, but I'd have to go back and watch the games. But I feel like he did something early that gimped him, because his push should have been much stronger.
Well, I think maybe that was Make a Stockade versus Protoss, but hey, I'm a man who likes the Mavericks, so I respect it. But I wonder if maybe he was doing that as you typed toss or something. But it did go down after you typed that. He could have pulled away. He just wasn't mining gas to start with. I don't know what was the thought process there, but interesting nonetheless. So, with all that said, Serenity goes your way. Were you worried at all when you rolled Protoss on that map? That has been a graveyard for Protoss in this particular matchup, PvT.
I don't think it's bad for Protoss and PvT. Although there's the Phalanx drop can be really annoying, and sometimes when that happens, I just can't be asked to micro or pull my probes, just let them die.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of open area in the middle. There's ramps I can attack down from. There's a lot of things about the map that plays well for Protoss.
Actually, I have a question within that, because I actually said on the cast after you stopped the push, he could lose all the workers in the natural and still win. And, it kind of did happen, like you said, the drop actually killed a lot of stuff. Did you sort of feel the same where you're like, oh, well, I've killed the push, I'm going to win now for sure, and you sort of, eased off, really trying too hard to stop the drop?
Yeah, I knew my army wasn't going to really be stopped. And, I think after that point, I was already trying to go for an Tecton, although I got it, blocked. That was kind of annoying.
Yeah, you got to make that Xenolith, man. That's how you get him out.
No. I'm not making that ever.
Why not?
That requires too much. I don't have it in me to try to use 17 different buildings like you do, man.
Okay,
use
when I get good, you'll see. When I have one of every unit and I'm still macroing properly, it'll be good.
I use 5 hotkeys, 4 for macro. That's all. I'm not going anymore.
Well, that's the pro-broader way to do it, right? I still don't use hotkeys macro as much as I should, because it's so tempting to just bring the camera back. But I know it's not the better way.
Yeah.
When you're talking about, obviously that's not where everything ended, but that is kind of where the comeback came. And I think the mass perception is that Serenity is a good map for Aoud, right? Like, I know it was weird for the vetoes here because everybody just randomed their picks and you also randomed your bans. But the fact that we go from Serenity into Radium, like, on its face, these are two maps that historically Terran has done very well versus Protoss. But despite some early setbacks with an early push, I think you showed a resilience that most people assume Protoss doesn't have in the matchup, even when they're being pushed to their natural. I will jump ahead very briefly to mention Crisis Vector, even though that goes Aoud's way. You last way longer than I think people thought you would. The Kingwa Valley match also kind of had some of that with the Draconins versus the Vultures in the early game. So going back to the way that Radium plays out, and the fact that you do, in my opinion, get behind only for you to just come back with your superior micro and macro, your mechanics just really singing their praises there. What was your thought process like sort of like as that game was going on? Were you worried at all, or did you have confidence that you'd be able to hold whatever he comes at you with?
I saw his army, and I honestly, like, I still think he was missing cycles or something. So like, I was still fairly confident.
That's definitely true.
Like,
I can say with the caster's eye view, he definitely was managing a fair bit.
Like, it's one of his main issues. Like, he gets a little bit too cute with some of the stuff he does, I feel, and it hurts him mechanically, but like, he's way smarter than I am, so I don't know.
That's another question I have, by the way. It seemed like he sort of, did have a strat for every map, at least for his Hamster, and he sort of stuck with his plans in this series. But you did kind of do what you said you would in the interview. You kind of did something random and different every game. Did you like plan anything out, or was it literally as soon as you get in the game and you get the race, you're like, oh, I guess I'm going to do this?
It was just like within a minute of the game, most like starting, I'm like, oh, I just want to make Eidolons, so I'll make Eidolons. Here, I'll make Cabbalists because people don't like them. I'll make those.
Okay, for my money though, the Cabbalists, the first one anyway, still didn't really do anything, so I stick with
it. Never was good at.
Yeah. Anyway. Are Eidolons viable in TVT? Are they the meta, or was that just one game? We shouldn't take it too seriously.
It's actually difficult to play against Eidolons in TVT. Like, it's you need so many Anseals. Like, the way that I did it, like the only way that I found out to like actually deal with it in the mid game is to skip tier 2 for a while and go like 4 star pad Anseal, because you just need a lot of them. And
if he had mastered the Battle Ministry tech earlier, I think he might have been able to hold on.
I need to go back and like rewatch that game, but
what's the cast? It was pretty hilarious, man, because like he was dying, you were destroying him, and then the Ministry shows up and like 2 cataphracts push back your entire army until you can kill it.
Look, like when I saw that happening, I triggered PTSD of Shambler games. Like, God damn it.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Well, the real thing that I think is really funny about that situation, too, is that that's his third ministry. He's trying to take a third base. You find it with a Huracan drop, and then he's, like, lifting it. That migrated. That was, like, the most moved unit in the whole game, and it was a structure. So that's really impressive, I thought. But definitely an interesting setup. I also noticed that he only busted one of the Monuments of Sin on your side, and you never busted the other. You were content to just conga line through that section, so that was also good. But I did think Decapitation was a really excellent display of, just a different composition than most people think. And there's a specific moment where you're coming down the ramp into where his third was eventually moved back to after you forcibly exiled it from the 9 o'clock position. He goes over to 8 o'clock at that point. You come down the ramp versus like 6 Phalanx in a defensive position, and you clear him with Blackjack, Eidolon, Huracan, maybe a couple other small units here and there. Like, most people look at that and think there's no way I can break this. So what made you confident that you could?
I wasn't confident. It's kind of like that meme with like the ape scratching his head. Like I'm gonna try this. And once his Anseal died, like I knew it was kind of over for that. Like I don't know. That was luck. That was all luck.
All luck, he says. Well, it does show us that it's possible, and there was pretty good micro on display there as well. So I guess at the end of the day, you must be fairly like reasonably happy with the maps that you end up winning. Also, the fact that you roll the races that you rolled so often. I think at the end of the day, so you roll Protoss on Radium and Serenity, win those, and then you rolled Protoss on Kingo Valley and Crisis Vector and dropped those. So you're even in PvT. You obviously win both TVTs, a critical aspect of your matchup versus Aoud, the same thing that happened in the matchup in the semifinals, and you drop the one TVZ or ZVT from your perspective that you played. With all that said, you feel like Random had your back today with giving you chances in all the matchups?
I mean, yeah, I kind of wanted to play ZVT one more time to get my lick back, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, that'll have to be the game that it's played after the tournament's over, yeah.
Well, we can say, based on this series, that Zerg needs some nerfs, because that's the only race that wasn't able to win.
Look,
Sorry, did I say nerfs? I meant buffs.
Look, we're not
Zerg won 0
going
games
there.
in the finals, man.
We're not going there.
Okay, alright.
I think if somebody really good with Zerg comes around, like Sziky, if he plays a lot, like you're gonna see some scary stuff with Zerg.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask you how much of the show match you even saw, because I think you came in or woke up or whatever, what have you. What was that like? Did you see any of those games where Dog was playing?
Yeah, I watched that. I thought
okay.
Dog was just trolling a lot of the time, but it was fun.
It's definitely, there was some
Sziky
fun
played
moments.
better than I thought he would.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. And of course, Nebulum hasn't seen it yet, but I think the cliff notes of, you know, adapting mid-game as much as he could. He had 5 games against players, and one of them was against Shambler. Sorry, Sziky. And then he had like 1 or 2 games against the computer, I think, yesterday. That was also when he set up his config. Like, super green, super fresh, but agreed to do it, and it was pretty cool to see. So I just think stuff like that is pretty nice. It's a nice little spectacle for us to see a StarCraft 1 Pro do it. And they did it so weird, right? Like Ziki's moves with the like pool into hatch, like very Brood War coded, right? And he's still able to get some really nice initial setups versus an aggro Terran. So I'm sure there's ways to break that. You probably had your own thoughts on that when you saw it, but I don't know if that's the only scary thing that he has. I think he also has some really nice early game unit control, right? So that was pretty cool. Definitely pretty cool. And maybe, I don't know. I do have a couple of ideas that I want to tweak because I think they'll make the game more fun. But my ultimate sort of thought process here is that there doesn't necessarily need to be changes. There will be some because I think it'll make the game more fun, as mentioned. But imagine this, HitEmUp. Like a year from now, we've already played out Acropolis 4, added the Escozy. Obviously, that's a big change. But like the races themselves mostly stay the same as they are, or even just forget about Escozy because a lot depends on them. Hypothetically, no balance comes for a year. Do you think the game is broken, or do you think the game actually has a pretty good shot at being reasonably balanced with all the races?
I think it has a chance of being reasonably balanced. I do have things that I've mentioned them before that I do feel like are kind of unfun in certain matchups, but I think there's a chance for it to be reasonably balanced. But I don't know. I've stated my qualms about Protoss as a whole and how I feel about Shroud many times.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. What would you say? A bandage, allowing for subpar play to still find victory. Which is one other reason why it's so Chadley of you to not have made it. And, Sziky barely made it either. So I guess it's evidence to the point, right?
That's why Sziky floated so much money in every game, because he can't.
Yeah, he needed more hatches. Yeah.
He more.
So many Lavos with Quaz units is kind of crazy.
Shroud's funny. Like, you even watch that I saw the one Hamster game against EUD where, like, EUD made that goddamn wall in the front.
Yes.
I was laughing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. Like, Shroud's supposed to be like, oh, you get a few units, but they're, like, really powerful, and then Hamster just keeps making, like, 15 luck useless at once.
Yep, barely.
To be fair, he did lose that game pretty soundly.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, Terran OP, apparently.
Well, about that series, Edie obviously came with very well prepared stuff. Look, your proposition about like leaving the balance for a year makes me mad, because why couldn't you do that before you nerfed Hurricanes? Why did you have to fuck that up? And then you're like, okay, hands off balance.
Hey, Hurricanes are still pretty useful. HitEmUp used them to beat Aoud a few times.
Okay, they're good at different things. Let's put it that way.
Yes, different units.
We will never reclaim the glory we once had.
Look, they're blind. You're stuck as Protoss forever. Just be happy.
I know. I'm doomed, man. Zyky's gonna come in as well. Let alone you and EUD and Crank and all that. It's Dog, apparently. You know, my new nemesis.
I know, yeah. The fact that Shopkeeper Dog is so good now, like, what the hell do we do with this? Hit him up. What are we going to do?
Not far off beating EUD, right? It could have been him versus Hamster in the bottom, and then it would have been, I don't know, who knows?
Dog versus Hit him up.
The dream run, man. Dog versus, yeah.
Right, I am never telling Dog what to do again. He did too well. It got to him. I'm done with it.
Yeah, all right. No more coaching Dog, because Hit him up will start to create a monster, right?
I'll only coach Ramen. No Dog.
No Dog. Okay, fair enough. Well, then he's just gonna be like, "Hey, Ramen, what did Hit him up say?" And it'll be good.
You know, there is a gem of hope for me not playing Protoss anymore, because if I don't get into Throneroom, I'm not going to do it, and I have to run the gauntlet this time. So I've got my work cut out for me.
I do feel like it's a hard idea to imagine. It's really difficult for me to imagine you not getting through one of the earlier times to qualify.
I don't know. Think of the last 2 battlements I played. They were pretty shaky.
Yeah, it was second place last time, first place this time, but it could have been second place to Doug. You never know.
Yeah, very easily.
Yeah.
Just play more games.
True.
Who's got the time, man? It's not that I don't love Cosmonarchy, but who's got the time?
Move to Canada. Come on.
Yeah, I keep saying to an American friend as well who wants to play games with me, I always say, like, yeah, just pay me like 100,000 US, I'll quit my job right away.
That's right.
No doubt.
Well, I am
So,
interested.
when are we going to get that kind of money for, like, second-tier Cosmonarchy players, Panoga? Come on, break the scene already.
Listen, that's the dream, right? That is the dream. It has been a glorious tournament. It is excellent to see that we end up getting a 7-game grand finals. We also went 7 games on the show match, although it was always the plan. It did end up requiring that 7th game to decide it, which was very cool. And then, obviously, the lower final, a little bit of a dud for Hamster, unfortunately, but just fuels the story that Ayud looks really rejuvenated after upsetting Crank and Dow. You could call it an upset versus Hamster, but it looked really easy, so it's hard to call it that. And then, obviously, took it to you, hit him up as well. Any thoughts about Ayud's run and the fact that he definitely tested you in both of the times you faced him?
He did what he was supposed to do for the most part. I mean, I just think he hasn't been playing as actively as he did last time. Also, blackjacks are nowhere near as good as they used to be. So, without the practice, it's obvious that there's some mechanical issues that he's having, but like he still has the brain. He came up with stuff. I haven't seen his games against Crank, but I assume he did some fun stuff there that I need to go watch.
Yeah,
same with Hamster.
Definitely an interesting prospect. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm never going to do anything that he does, but I don't have the brain for it.
I do feel like there's I don't know that we're going to get regular attendance from the sort of like the pros around Zyky's level, like Bonneth and DeWalt and stuff. There's a lot of StarCraft 1 events for them to participate in. So it does feel like them committing for an Acropolis seems really quite difficult. But there are going to be some one-off events, and there will be, opportunities for them to participate and compete for money. And so I am interested to see if we end up getting any more adaptation. But the question that I have for you as now the newly crowned champion is a lot does depend on Escozy, like you mentioned in a previous interview. But assuming we don't get any other big candidate like a professional tier player or, really good foreigner from StarCraft 1, or even like a high-level StarCraft 2 player, like it turns out Swarmlord, Steven was, although he tragically wasn't able to play this tournament. Even if we don't end up getting somebody like that, or assuming we don't get anybody like that, is anybody actually going to challenge you for the run? I know that almost sounds like AU didn't challenge you here, but do you still find yourself as the favorite going forward if the community mostly stays the same between the games?
It depends. It depends on how people practice, how active people are. I'm not that far above a lot of people, and there's the legit thing that I saw a message earlier about the IQ nerf when they play me.
Yeah, it's real, man. It's fucking real.
Look, Would you play like a bunch of practice matches with me and like I do the sillyish stuff sometimes. It's like, okay, everybody's scared that I'm gonna do something super greedy or super aggressive. They don't know what I'm gonna do, so they start playing dumb. Like, they'll learn not to do that, and then I'll start losing.
Okay, fair enough. I was telling you, or sort of talking with you about this concept recently as well, how until you start like losing a lot of games in practice, and it's while you're trying to play fairly standard, I think until that point, it's going to get to a position where it does feel like it's pretty much destined to be you as the man to beat, the top dog, the tyrant indeed. But it's very interesting nonetheless that you end up making it through the upper bracket. I'm glad that we got some really good tests. I was saying in the donor casts that like the way that I was, imagining the hardest possible run potentially would be like if Crankendown makes it through and takes you close, then you have to play against all the other top players. You have to best Aud, Hamster, and Crank. But besting Aud a second time when he was the one who took you closest, and it happened again in the best of 7 here, I think that's also pretty sick. So, if this had been a best of 5, it would have been a 4-game series. You would have won 3-1. If the fact that it was a best of 7 took a little bit more endurance, and he was warmed up off of the original series, it feels like it was a pretty difficult test for you to overcome. Do you feel like this tournament and the results that you've had in it have given you any more confidence in your own mental game? Because you mentioned that, like, if you had lost that last game, keyboards would have been broken again. But that not only did that not happen, you also did have to recover from losing some momentum, not just in this series, but in the semifinal as well. So do you feel like you've gotten a little bit more, like, I guess you could say grit to you now?
It's hard to say because like there was multiple points in the series where like I was shaking real bad. My right hand went numb after one game. Like it's still happening, but I can at least temper it a slight bit more and not just throw the matches. So I got that. Like it's not like the that event where Nibline beat me twice, and I just decided, screw it, I'm just making Mavericks, and I'll lose. But I still ended up winning somehow. But like, I got that out of my system, so.
Well, that's good. Yeah, that was all the way back at the Invitational when you defeated Ramen in some very bizarre games, including one on Serenity that will forever live in my head. So fair enough.
Mavman.
At the end of the day, you are the winner, but do you have any thoughts about the veto being fully random? Does that just embrace your style? Are you happy that happened?
Look, when I saw Check Stealer was actually going to be the 7th map, I was scared.
Yep, fair enough. When you rolled Terran, though, on Check Stealer, you must have been feeling more confident.
It's hard. Like, I didn't know what the hell he was gonna do. I thought he was gonna be like super aggressive, and like that game was a crapshoot.
Well, you got massive damage with that vulture flank, and I kept thinking you were going to meet his. He was laying mines in the other path that you could have taken to his base as you went the long route, the scenic route, all the way around. So very close margins for you to get a lot of that critical damage and reset him just in time for you to get your Wraith stack online and your Phalanx count up to a really critical mass. And even then, he was holding out for as long as possible. He really didn't want to type that GG, Being in Clan No GG will do that to you.
Look, it's like a tidbit of information for people that play Terran. If you're playing TVT, please don't go Cataphracts. Don't. They're not good. Like they tank a lot, but like if the other Terran just has a large Phalanx count, like you're not doing anything with them.
Yeah, it feels like the contingent of Phalanxes was way too much for the Katas alone to deal with. You needed some kind of air stack, and he only had the 1 starport for his Azels, so...
And look, I made Valkyries, so does this count in the blind? Like, do you donate the 100 now?
No, that was only for that one series, FYI.
Yeah, unfortunate. I did feel like when 11 Valks came in at the end, that was almost the equivalent of building a scout in StarCraft 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right?
It's like,
hey, you got that Azazel. That Azazel had to be dealt with.
No, I saw one Gorgon, and I legitimately thought, like, the only way I could lose that match was if he got, like, a big air stack. So, like, I'll build Valkyries.
he did only have the one starport, which, by the way, I think he would have been better off just making more Azazels than making that Gorgon out of it. Look, I feel like that last game, it wasn't necessarily over. He could definitely have pushed you back with the Azazel for some patience. Not to say you would have lost by any means. I think it was not in a good position for him, but I did think it was sort of like he lost patience or hope or something, and then attacked and got decimated.
If he lets me set up shop at the front of his natural, even a little bit out of there, there's never going to be a point in time where he breaks down the ground. It just can't happen. So he has to be very impatient with it.
Yeah, fair enough.
He had one timing to try and break out, and it just didn't work.
Despite a lot of pressure, despite it going to game 7 after you were up 3-1, you don't let it slip. You end up taking the crown. Next time we're in Acropolis, that little crown that I've been putting next to Ayud is going to be next to you instead. So that's obviously going to be a nice little reminder. What do you think now then, HitEmUp? Is this going to be the era of HitEmUp dominance? You still going to be playing? You going to take a break for a little bit after winning the whole championship? What do you think? How are you feeling about the game?
I'll still play. I might go back to Reed War for a little bit.
Yeah. Take another sabbatical.
Chat, I drank way too much yesterday. It was an open bar. I could be hungover. Thank you.
Well, fair enough. Hung him up, apparently, is how it ended up working. So, really, at the end of the day, it is going to be you as the champion. And, you take your sabbatical, like you said, and maybe come back when some stuff has changed around and, fresh again. Always nice to have another thing to discover, so to speak, as long as it's not too different, because then it just gets wacky. But I am grateful that you stuck around, and obviously it ended up being quite worthwhile. You end up taking the crown. Now you got big money for shawarma, like you mentioned, so I'll be...
yeah, that's right. You're going to go celebrate with shawarma just now?
Are they closed again?
Yeah, they're closed now. What the hell? Make this earlier.
What? Why? What? You didn't spend all your life savings there to keep them open?
It's Sunday, man. They gotta go pray.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant they're permanently closed. You forget it's Monday for me, so I'm like, what do you mean they're closed?
Look, you're in another galaxy. You don't count, man.
Okay, we have that stuff here. Big time. You have no idea. Come here and you'll see. Huge, Lebanese diaspora in Australia. So.
That's how it is where I'm at.
Oh yeah.
Just Indian food and Lebanese food is really big here.
Living it up. Wait, where do you live, if you don't mind me asking?
Darcy, myself, and
yeah,
it might be a state.
Might be a
tell me the
question.
state.
Well, he's in Canada, so.
Oh no, I'm in Ontario.
Yeah.
I'm an hour away from Ottawa.
To be fair, Canada has states, but okay, all right.
Look, we're the 50.
Yes.
Where we're supposed to be a new state.
Yeah, that's right. They are the state.
Trump
Yeah,
wants
that's
us.
right. Yeah, soon.
Yeah. Just like Greenland. It's coming, guys. All right. With all that said, you are the champ. Nobody can dispute your title now. Won it very, very well. In my opinion, it was a fairly dominant set, even though it ends up 4-3 as close as it can be. The overall tournament, the arc of it is that, you only drop games to actual contenders. Everybody else can't even get a piece of you. Godwheat, nothing. Kasuga, ass, because winner ass, And then, obviously, we come into the rest of the field, and you still end up prevailing. Congrats, HitEmUp. If you have any closing thoughts that you want to share with the chat, feel free to do it now.
I got absolutely nothing other than I'm not going to play UD for a while.
You've had your fill of Ayud games, absolutely. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. GG's, my friend. Good job, and congrats. We will see you around for next time for sure, and I'm sure before that we'll probably see you anyway in some of the cast games. So, peace.
Peace out.
Probably a good time to bring in Ayud 64. One-time champion, one-time runners-up. Obviously, defeat doesn't taste as good as victory, but you brought him very, very close. How are you feeling now that it has been confirmed that HitEmUp is the champion, Ayud?
I feel a little bit disappointed because I really wanted to win, back to back and everything. but yeah, HitEmUp is a formidable opponent. Like I said earlier, his macro is I know his macro is way better than mine, and maybe next time I should practice more my macro games so I can have a wider variety of strategies to go versus him. Yes.
Fair enough, fair enough. The strategies, I felt like you obviously came out with different strats against Hamster every game. Not that it went super deep, but I did feel like it might have been, I mean, it makes sense. It's harder to prepare for the random player. Did you have enough prep, do you think, in general when it came to the strategies? Do you think it fell down more on the mechanical side, the execution side, or do you actually think that more strategies would have equaled more wins here? Because it was incredibly close at the end of the day.
I think it was a little bit of everything. I think, yes, I definitely could have used more practice against other Protoss. I think Zerg, I'm okay because I play versus Crank. You know, I think I can do well in that matchup. But I haven't practiced a lot of games against Protoss, and of course TBT for me is still a mystery. I mean, I think I learned TBT playing versus Dog, you know, but it's still a mystery for me. And HitEmUp, I try to play my game, I try to apply or stick to my tactics, but he always found a way to do something that I wasn't expecting. So when that happened, or those things happened, it threw me off a little bit. So I couldn't quite, play. I couldn't quite play my game or the way I wanted. I was like constantly pressured, and I start to sleep and float a lot of minerals because of that. So I think I just need to get better at my macro game because I'm always obviously failing a little bit there.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Nebula, any thoughts from the series? You want to quiz Aoud here, because obviously he does make it all the way through. It's a 7-game set. Very exhaustive series after a 3-0 start, right?
You know, I got to ask, why did you go stockade in game 2?
I'm sorry. I didn't.
In game 2, you opened with 2 stockades instead of fulcrums, even though you knew he's Protoss.
Yeah. When I played HitEmUp after his quote unquote retirement, he would go Lattice. He would go Lattice first and annoy with a Vassal. So I thought, well, if he goes Lattice first, I know the Lattice is not a very strong build. So I think if I went like mass bio with early aggression, I could do some damage, but he never went with that build specifically. He went always gateways, and I knew I was like behind from the moment I saw it with my Mason. But I just gambled a little bit. I was hoping that he went for Lattice first, but it never happened. And after that, I think I was in no man's land because I never played stockade first versus Protoss. I guess that maybe I was a little bit nervous, and I was trying to do some risky strategies that I had little practice with, and that killed me in the end.
Well, fair enough to take that chance though, because if you had stolen a win there, you would have won the whole series. So I can't really say it was not a good idea.
Yeah, but I think I was 1 game ahead. I think that when you are ahead, you are allowed to take those risks. Like he tried to proxy. I think it was the game 5 where he tried to proxy into my base. I knew something was up because when I scout, I only saw 1 gate, and then he was mining a lot of gas. So I knew something was happening, but I had a plan already because I know for a fact that 2 folks can overcome 1 gate. So I just tried to press that advantage.
I feel like that was just sort of a strategic misstep on his part. Like, yeah, I thought as soon as you scouted, of course you're going to do it. And look, I don't want to be harsh on your play, but to be honest, I think you should have won that even more decisively. You just didn't notice the idols for a while. But yeah, it's pretty much a given that you can overrun that. Although, what do you think about the gateway then lattice? Because I always think the lattice units are better against vultures of all things, not necessarily other things, but against vultures you have so many good options there.
Yeah, well, I was playing all three races for a little bit before the tournament, and I copied your build, the gateway and lattice first.
Yeah.
Because I think that allows the Protoss player to get their expansion in a reasonable speed, and also
Yes.
it gives you some kind of presence in the ground, because lattice units, they are weaker, but you have like this armor penetration, and you can build like faster and have more units to contest at least a little bit the double fulcrum pressure if you're going against Terran. So I think it's not bad. It could work as a standard build to just get early natural expansion, and after that you just have to hold and try to take up like always.
Well, that is the problem. As we saw,
Yeah.
Dog had just prepared to let me expand and then kill me. And it's like, well, yeah, you expand with the lattice, but the problem is lattice units aren't very good going forward. So that is the issue.
Yeah, well, when I played Protoss versus Dog, I think I always came up ahead, or well, not always, but I figured that you cannot take an early third, because if they scout it, they just push with 5 fulcrums and you die.
Yeah.
I just delayed or tried to delay the third expansion and tried to go for pariahs, because I think they are really good, and have some positioning in the map, because you can split your army in two ways, since Protoss shield regeneration is OP. So you just have to poke with one part of the army, and with the second one you have to threaten the Terran mineral line. So they have to constantly decide if they want to stay and defend or go for the push. If you don't do that, it's hard for the Protoss to do something, because Terran Death Ball, I think, is too strong for gateway units alone. But yeah, I mean, like I was talking to Crank earlier, some people complain about things are being unbalanced, and I don't believe that's the problem. I think the problem is that people should talk less and play more and discover new ways to deal with those problems. I believe that if we get more players, we are gonna see that soon, that we are gonna be seeing more strategies, and they are gonna figure out what to do against certain races and certain strategies. And I think the game is balanced. Maybe you can tweak a little bit, but you just have to do that by watching a lot of games and not just talking and theory crafting.
Well, I certainly agree with that. So, for your task for next Acropolis, then you're going to practice even more?
Well, yes. I wish, it's in my desire to spam games whenever I can. I think for this tournament, I could have used some more practice, but it's okay. It is what it is. But definitely, I'm gonna be spending maybe a little bit more time playing Cosmonarchy. I hope people, just get like the will to face stronger opponents and see that as a learning way, and not like, oh no, he's better than me, so I'm not gonna play, because what's the point? Because I think maybe the people take it too seriously, but at the end of the day, it's just a game, and I believe if you lose more, you learn more. So yeah, that's the right way.
Well, I feel, the attitude people have towards that will not change, unfortunately. So it's just a matter of getting different players in who are willing to play you.
Maybe. I mean, one of the things that I do think is going to happen is, I don't know if you caught that we had a show match with a pro player, Aoud, but we had Sziky from the Zerg from Hungary, and he was able to play against Shopkeeper Dog pretty close, actually.
Well, I didn't get the chance to watch the games, but I know Sziky from Rootwork community, and he's the true demon, of Zerg. I believe if he keeps playing, and maybe that will awake some interest for other players to try the game, and it could be good for the community, and we will definitely get more interesting games out of it.
Yeah. A couple others were interested but couldn't make the scheduling. DeWalt, Terror, and I think we might be able to swing a couple others now that Ziky's actually broken the seal, so to speak, and showed that it can be played. And it's the games that there were some games that were a little bit knowledge checky, but I don't think any of them showed like an outright like anti-fun kind of style. Dog was, I don't know if it was intentional, but Dog was very like he tried to do some early game shenanigans and tried to get some early game leads, but there was nothing that was particularly ratty about the play, with perhaps the exception of a very drawn out opening match. But you guys can check that out later. The main story there, I think, is that it's he actually seemed to enjoy the game, and so even though he initially showed up at least partially because I was offering prize money for every map win. At the end of the day, he still enjoyed his time, which is more important to me, honestly, than the money. So I'll take that.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. In fact, I was thinking that, if I ever get some kind of money, I think I'm just going to donate it for getting more international players to try the game and more show matches, because I really enjoy when other people show interest for the game, and if that helps the community grow, well, so be it.
Oh, I think it certainly would get more eyes on it, especially if we get some of them streaming. Like Sziky was streaming his POV of the games, which was pretty cool. I do definitely agree. Like, if we can make that a more consistent thing, that would be absolutely fantastic. And I think one of the things that I am interested in is if we end up making that a somewhat regular thing. If we can, obviously money is the leader there, but the idea of being able to bring people in, especially if it is something like $20 per map as it was this time around, that actually seems to be on the high end of some of the money matches people are playing. So maybe that's enough already to get them to try it and just be like, yeah, sure. How hard could it be? I think a lot of them do know HitEmUp as well, and maybe they'll even recognize you, although I think you went by a couple different IDs back in the day. I do think...
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was... I'm pretty sure that I wasn't really that popular in Brookwood. I played for the clan DM, I think it's called. Yes, DM Devilish Minds, I think.
Yep.
And I was under the tag of EUX, or... Well, I think it was EUX, but I'm not as, that known. Then for a while I played some Clan Wars with the tag... what was it? Well, I cannot quite remember now, but it was near. Yes, near. DM near. And I have played Terror. I think from 20 games, I just beat him twice, I think. I have played Arthrosis, those big names. But I was a Protoss player in Brood War, so Protoss players are not respected in Brood War. But I kind of understand why, because I'm playing other races here in Cosmonarchy, and I believe the Protoss, it's of course it's the easiest of them all, because I think the micro, their units are easy to micro, and it doesn't require a lot of APM. But yeah, in the end, I just want to show with these games that CM is really fun, and I hope that those big names we see in the foreign community will come and check the game out.
Yeah, hopefully, and maybe we can make that happen all together as a community. I think that's a pretty cool thing to try to raise money for as like a crowdfunded thing. Biddy B was kind enough to send in a couple of dollars towards the. He sent in essentially like half the money towards the prize there for the show match. So he was obviously a big proponent of the original prize pool anyway. With all that said, I know that you said in your sign up there that you were hoping to use your winnings for a new graphics card. It won't be the whole way through, but maybe half or so.
You'll have to play on like a pocket computer now.
I wrote that because at the time I was planning to do some things, but things have changed as of late. So I think I'm just gonna. I don't know if the second place get any money though.
Oh yeah, 250.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely just going to probably half of it, or maybe more. I'm just gonna donate it to to this cause. I think it would be amazing if we could get a lot this kind of money. So maybe prepare a little tournament with foreign community, like the new guys from top brewer scene trying to duke it out in a special tournament maybe, or maybe show matches, whatever suits you, because it's also very time consuming to organize everything. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna donate half the money, and the other half, I don't know. I think maybe I donate everything.
Well,
we will see. We will see. Yeah.
Whatever you decide to do, it's definitely appreciated, and certainly something that it's no expectation or obligation to do such a thing, but very kind of you to say. I do think that the idea of a show match is pretty cool. I mean, originally I was hoping to make the show match 2 StarCraft 1 pros, or a StarCraft 1 pro and a StarCraft 2 pro, but Sziky was the one who answered fast, and then in order to set it up, I had to grab somebody that wanted to show up and play, and Dog was that somebody after he failed to dethrone you in the lower bracket, but always was denied his TVZ. I wanted to give him his TVZ,
Man, Dog, I really enjoyed Dog Evolution, because
Yeah.
I Dog is this kind of player where he has earned his place. I think we can say he played really hard. At the beginning of when he started, he had certain level, but at this tournament he definitely evolved.
Big way, yeah.
I mean, the way he plays, and I hope he gets the motivation with this tournament, because he was so close, and I was really, out of respect for him, I was giving always my best. So yeah, I definitely hope to see more from him in the future.
I can say the same thing. Very nice words. We'll figure out what the next move is. I got a trip in not so many days, so I will be back at the 1st of August. And maybe we can start planning some show matches around then. But, ladies and gentlemen, there's also the matter of qualifying back into Acropolis 4, which is going to be a bit of a different process than it was this time around. And the little something called the 4th race that I got to whip up in time for the end of the year. So it'll be a fun time indeed. Ayud, commiserations on 2nd place, but also congratulations, because it has been an inspired run, and it wasn't always a guarantee you'd get even this far. So well played in your journeys, in your travails. Do you have any closing thoughts, final words you want to leave us with?
Yeah. Well, thank you, Pro. All the guys for making this possible. I really enjoy taking part of these tournaments, getting games going on whenever we can. I just wanted to thank everybody, and of course, congrats to HitEmUp, because he's now the reign champion. He's a really, really good player. We have always said it. I just wish I guess you can say he respected more the position he's in, because there are a lot of players that put their time and their effort in some way. And I feel sometimes that he can, he has his own personality, of course, and the way he says things. But sometimes I just think that maybe he just doesn't take anything serious. Well, maybe I don't know if that's true at all. But I just wish that he tried next time to respect more the community and the guys that put so much effort into these games. Anyways, I just think that next time I will beat him, of course, definitely. So he better be prepared.
Right.
But yeah, guys, I'm just talking too much right now. I guess to make it short, thank you everybody. I'll see you soon.
GG's, we will see you soon indeed, Ayud, especially since you got that nice little invite back to the next one direct. All right, Ayud, GG's, thank you for the interview at the end and sharing your thoughts about the set, about the game. Looking forward to next time. Peace.
GG's. Peace.
Neblime, it has been a journey, but the Throneroom Stage and Acropolis number 3 as a whole comes to a conclusion, comes to a close. I know you wanted to see yourself here in the grand final winning, but it's HitEmUp instead, and it is over Aoud. So maybe there's a little bit of like revenge by proxy since Aoud was the one to defeat you last time. What are your thoughts? What are your closing remarks here as we close out the tournament?
Well, there's always next time for me, but hey, that's the advantage of coming in and casting. If I get eliminated, I'm like, well, I guess time to do that other thing. I hope not to be on the casting bench next tournament.
Gonna
As
need to find some
Trudy said,
backup.
that's right. A lot of people put in a lot of effort to this, especially you yourself, and I think we should all celebrate. You know,
Yeah.
sort of created as a community.
That's right.
And every Acropolis just gets harder.
Yes.
That's the truth. So God help me, God help us all. Anyone planning to compete, definitely you should do it. But good luck out there.
That's right. Hey, if Swarmlord comes back, we can get some more Aussie representation. He was looking pretty deadly as Zerg before he had to take his own little break there. And maybe we'll even get some attention from some of the foreign Brood War guys. It's a special kind of character who maybe has those competitive aspirations, wants to scratch that itch, but something about StarCraft 1 isn't doing it for him anymore. And then they find this the same way that Benno clued you into it all the way back in, the early Ascensions. And what do you know? Here we are, and since then you've been
If
a
anyone's
champion,
listening,
second place.
This is from a hardcore Brood War fan. It's just better than Brood War. It's just straight better. It's not a matter of taste.
Oh,
Just come play it. You'll see.
That's right. Some people think so. Other people, I think it was JD Conan was saying he doesn't know if he likes how Zerg plays. That being said, if you don't give it a little bit of time to get under your skin, it's hard to know how even does Zerg play. I mean, Sziky showed us some pretty revolutionary stuff for his like single-digit games into the mod at all. So very interesting stuff. Neblime, thank you so much for joining me for this exciting tournament. It was really a treat to see HitEmUp overcome his own mental demons and get in, and now he can celebrate in whatever style, responsible style apparently, that he sees fit to. So GG's, and until next time, thank you all for watching, thank you all for joining us. We'll be back, maybe sooner than you think, for a couple other tournaments that aren't named Acropolis number 4, but we will be back for Acropolis number 4. GG's.